Nothing. Everything's fine, Cinder stammered.
No, everything is not fine, said Aiko. How can they be invited? I've never seen a bigger injustice in all my programmed life, and believe me, I have seen some big injustices.
Jason raised an eyebrow at Cinder. We just learned that my former guardian received an invitation to the wedding. She opened the tab beside her stepmother's name, thinking maybe it was a mistake. But, of course not. Lynn Audrey had been awarded 80,000 univs and an official invitation to the royal wedding as an act of gratitude for her assistance in the ongoing manhunt for her adopted and estranged daughter, Lynn Cinder. Because she sold me out, she said, sneering. Figures.
See? Injustice. Here we are, risking our lives to rescue Kai and this whole planet, and Audrey and Pearl get to go to the royal wedding? I'm disgusted. I hope they spill soy sauce on their fancy dresses.
Jason's concern turned fast to annoyance. Your ship has some messed up priorities, you know that?
Aiko. My name is Aiko. If you don't stop calling me the ship, I am going to make sure you never have hot water during your showers again. Do you understand me?
Yeah. Hold that thought while I go disable the speaker system.
What? You can't mute me! Cinder!
Cinder held up her hands. Nobody is disabling anything. She glared at Jason, but his only response was a one-shouldered shrug. She rolled her eyes. Ugh, you're both giving me a headache. And I'm trying to think. Jason leaned against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest. Did you know that I was there that night, at the Commonwealth Ball? Her eyelid twitched. How could I forget? She didn't think of it often, not since he'd joined their side, but sometimes, when she looked at him, she couldn't help remembering how he had been the one to grab and hold her while Levana taunted Kai, trying to bargain with Cinder's life. Flattered. Thing is, you were pretty memorable that night, too. What with being publicly humiliated, almost shot in the head, and ultimately arrested. So it strikes me as odd that you would seem to be doing everything you can to figure out a way to go back there. She threw her hands in the air. And you can't think of a single reason why I would want to be at that wedding? One more fling with your toy before he becomes Levana's property? You were swooning over him an awful lot at the... Cinder punched him. Jason stumbled against the wall, already chuckling as his hand came up to his cheekbone. Did I hit a nerve, or was it a wire that time? You have plenty of both, right? He's not a toy, and he's not her property, she said. Insult either of us again, and next time, I'll hit you with the metal fist.
You tell him, Cinder!
Aiko cheered. Jason lowered his hand, revealing a red mark. Why do you care? This wedding isn't your problem. Of course it's my problem. In case you haven't noticed, your queen is a tyrant. Maybe the Commonwealth doesn't want me anymore, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let Levana come down here and dig her claws into my country and ruin it like she ruined yours. Ours, he reminded her. Ours. He shook a strand of hair out of his face. So that's it? Some overzealous sense of patriotism for a country that's trying to hunt you down as we speak? You do have some fried wires. In case you didn't realize it, the second you step foot on Commonwealth soil, you're dead. Thanks for that stellar vote of confidence. And you don't really seem like the type of girl to sacrifice herself over some hyped-up delusions of true love. So what aren't you telling me? Cinder turned away. Oh, come on. Please don't tell me you're obsessing over this wedding because you actually think you're in love with him.
I am, said Aiko. Madly.
Cinder massaged her temple. After an awkward silence, Aiko said,
We're still talking about Kai, right?
Where did you even find her? Said Jason, gesturing at the ceiling speakers. I'm not just doing this for Kai. Cinder dropped her hand to her side. I'm doing this because I'm the only one who can. I'm going to overthrow Levana. I'm going to make sure she can't hurt anyone else. Jason gaped at her like she'd just sprouted an android arm from the top of her head. "You think that you are capable of overthrowing Levana?" Screaming, Cinder threw her arms into the air. "That's kind of the whole idea! Don't you? Isn't that the entire reason you're helping us?" "Stars, no. I'm not crazy. I'm here because I saw an opportunity to get away from that thaumaturge without getting killed, and—" He cut himself off. "And what?" His jaw flexed. "And what?" "And it's what Her Highness would have wanted me to do. Although now, she's probably going to die for it." Cinder furrowed her brow. "What? And now I'm stuck with you and some backward plan you have that's going to get us all back to square one, right in the hands of Queen Levana." "What? But, Her Highness, what are you even talking about?" "Princess Winter. Who do you think?" "Princess—" Cinder drew a step away from him. "You mean the Queen's stepdaughter?" "Ooh," said Aiko. "Yeah, the only princess we've got, if you haven't noticed. Who did you think I was talking about?" Cinder gulped. Her gaze flickered to the netscreen, where their original plan had long since been hidden beneath news feeds and that blasted clock. Jason had never been told about their intentions of interrupting the wedding and announcing her identity to the world. Nobody?" she stammered, scratching her wrist. "So, when you say you're loyal to your princess, you're talking about her, right?" Jason peered at her like he couldn't figure out why he was wasting his time with such an idiot. Cinder cleared her throat. "Right." "I should have let Sybil have you," he muttered, shaking his head. "I thought maybe the princess would be proud if she heard about me turning against Sybil, that she would approve of my decision. But who am I kidding? She'll never even know." Do you love her?" He glared at her, disgusted. "Don't try to push your swoony psychodrama on me. I'm sworn to protect her. Can't very well do that from down here, can I?" "Protect her from what? Levana?" "Among other things." Cinder collapsed onto one of the storage crates, feeling like she'd just sprinted halfway across the desert. Her body was drained, her brain frazzled. Jason didn't care about her at all. He was loyal to the Queen's stepdaughter. She hadn't even known the Queen's stepdaughter had people who were loyal to her. "Help me," she said, not hiding the pleading in her tone as she met Jason's gaze again. "I swear to you, I can stop Levana. I can get you back to Luna, where you can protect your princess, or do whatever you need to do. But I need help." "That much is pretty obvious. Are you going to let me in on this miracle plan of yours?" She gulped. "Maybe. Eventually." He shook his head, looking like he wanted to laugh as he gestured out toward the streets of Farafra. "You're just desperate because the strongest ally you have right now is lying in a drug-induced coma." "Wolf is going to be fine," Cinder said, with more conviction than she expected. Then she sighed. "I'm desperate because I need as many allies as I can get." Chapter 36. They stopped again that night, and Cress was given some bread, dried fruit, and water. She listened to the sounds of camp outside the van and tried to sleep, but it came only in fits. They started early again the next morning. She became less and less sure that Thorne would come for her. She kept seeing him embracing that other woman, and imagined that he was glad he no longer had to bother himself with the weak, naive lunar shell. Even the fantasies that had consoled and comforted her for so many years aboard the satellite were growing feeble. She was not a warrior, brave and strong and ready to defend justice. She was not the most beautiful girl in the land, able to evoke empathy and respect from even the most hard-hearted villain. She was not even a damsel, knowing that a hero would someday rescue her. Instead, she spent the agonizing hours wondering whether she was to become a slave, a servant, a feast for cannibals, a human sacrifice, or whether she would be returned to Queen Levana and tortured for her betrayal. Eventually, late in the second day of her entrapment, the vans stopped and the doors were thrown open. Cress cringed at the brightness and tried to scuffle away, but she was grabbed and hauled outside. She landed on her knees. Pain shot up her spine, but her captor ignored her whimpering as he tugged her to her feet and bound her wrists. The pain soon faded, trounced by adrenaline and curiosity. They'd arrived at a new town, but even she could tell this one had never been as wealthy or populated as Kufra. Modest buildings the color of the desert stretched down a sand-spotted road. Walls of red clay, painted indigo and pink, had long been bleached in the sun, their roofs covered with broken tiles. A fenced area not far away held half a dozen camels, and there were a few more wheeled, dirty vehicles stationed along the street, and— she blinked the sun and sand from her eyes. A spaceship sat in the center of town. A rampion! Her heart skipped with frenzied hope, but it was quickly smothered. Even from this distance she could see that the rampion's main hatch was painted black, not adorned with a lounging lady, as had been reported when Thorne's ship landed in France. She whimpered, tearing her eyes away as her captors herded her into the nearest building. They entered a dark hallway. Only a small window in the front let in any light, and it had been caked with wind-blown sand over the years. There was a tiny desk set into a corner with a board of old-fashioned keys hanging on the wall. Cress was shuffled past it and taken to the end of the corridor. The walls reeked with something pungent, not a bad scent, but too overpowering to be pleasant. Cress's nose tickled. She was pushed up a staircase, so thin that she had to follow behind Gina, with Niels behind her. An eerie silence haunted the sand-colored walls. The stench was stronger up here, and a shiver raced down her spine, making goosebumps bloom across her arms. Her fear had bundled itself up in a cluster of nerves at the base of her spine. By the time they reached the last door in the hallway, and Gina raised her fist to knock, Cress was shaking so hard she almost couldn't stand. She was surprised to find herself longing for the security of the van. Gina had to knock twice before they heard footsteps and the creak of the door. Niels kept Cress tucked securely behind Gina, and all she could see were the cuffs of a man's brown trousers and worn white shoes with fraying laces. "Gina," said a man, sounding like he'd just woken from a nap. "I heard a rumor out of Kufra that you were on your way. I've brought you another subject. Found her wandering in the desert." A hesitation. Then the man said without question, "A shell." His certainty made Cress squirm. If he had not had to ask, that meant he could sense her, or rather, couldn't sense her. She remembered Sybil complaining that she could not sense Cress's thoughts, how much more difficult it was to train and command a person like her, as if it were all Cress's doing. This man was Lunar. She flinched away, wanting to curl up until she was no larger than a grain of sand, until she blew away into the desert and disappeared. But she could not disappear. Instead, as Gina stepped aside, she found herself face to face with a man well into his years. She started. They were face to face. He was barely taller than her. Behind a pair of thin-wired spectacles, his blue eyes widened, looking remarkably lively despite the wrinkles that folded and creased around them. He was balding, with tufts of untamed gray hair that stuck out above his ears. A bizarre déjà vu struck her, as if she'd seen him before, but that was impossible. He whipped off his spectacles and rubbed at his eyes. When he replaced them, his lips were puckered, and he was examining Cress like a bug for dissection. She pressed back against the wall until Niels grabbed her elbow and yanked her forward. Definitely a shell, the old man murmured. And a phantom, it seems. Cress's heart pounded a rough, erratic rhythm against her ribcage. I'm asking 32,000 units for her. The man blinked at Gina like he'd forgotten she was there. He stood a bit straighter and made a great fuss about removing his spectacles again, to clean them this time. Cress dug her fingernails into her palm to distract herself from her panic. She stared past the man. A single window was covered in blinds, and there was dust swirling in and out of a beam of sunlight that knifed through them. There was a closed door, presumably a closet, a desk, a bed, and a pile of rumpled blankets in the corner. The blankets were clotted with blood. A chill raced across her skin. Then she spotted the netscreen. A netscreen. She could come for help. She could contact the last hotel in Kufra. She could tell Thorne, I will give you 25,000. The man's tone had solidified while he cleaned his glasses, and was now all business. Gina snorted. I will not hesitate to take this girl to the police and have her deported. I'll collect my citizens' reward from them. A mere 1,500 units? You would sacrifice so much on your pride, Gina? My pride, and to know that one less Luna is walking around on my planet. She said this with a sneer, and for the first time, it occurred to Cress that Gina might truly hate her, for no other reason than her ancestry. I'll let her go for 30,000, Doctor. I know you're paying as much for shells these days. Doctor? Cress gulped. This man in no way resembled the finely polished men and women in the net dramas, with their crisp white coats and advanced technology. Somehow the title served to make her more wary, as visions of scalpels and syringes flashed through her mind. He sighed. 27,000. Gina tilted her head back, peered down her nose. Deal. The doctor took her hand, but he seemed to have drawn back into himself. He couldn't look at Cress full on, as if he were ashamed that she had witnessed the transaction. Defiance jolted down Cress's spine. He should be ashamed. They should all be ashamed. And she would not let herself become mere baggage to be bartered for. Mistress Sybil had taken advantage of her for too long. She wouldn't let it happen again. Before these thoughts could become anything more than rebellious anger, she was shoved into the room. Gina shut the door, enclosing them all in the hot, dusty space that smelled of stale chemicals. Make the transfer quick, she said, folding her arms. I have other business to tend to in Kufra. The doctor grunted and opened the closet. There were no clothes inside, but rather a miniature science lab, with mystery machines and scanners and a stand of metal drawers that clanked when he opened them. He pulled out a needle and syringe and made quick work of removing its packaging. Cress backed away, arms pulling against her bindings, but Niels stopped her. Yes, let me get a blood sample from her, then I'll make the transfer. Why? Gina said, stepping between them. So you can determine something's wrong with her and compromise our deal? The doctor harumphed. I have no intention of compromising anything, Gina. I merely thought she would be more complicit while you're here, allowing me to more safely extract the sample. Cress's gaze darted around the room. A weapon, an escape, a hint of mercy in the eyes of her captor. Nothing. There was nothing. Fine, Gina said. Niels, hold her so the doctor can do what he needs to do. No! The word was ripped out of Cress as she stumbled away. Her shoulder collided with Niels, and she started to fall backward, but then he was gripping her by the elbow and hauling her against him. Her legs had become soggy and useless beneath her. No, please, leave me alone, she pleaded at the doctor, and saw such a mixture of emotion on his lined face that she fell silent. His eyebrows were bunched together, and his mouth tightly pursed. He kept rapidly blinking behind his glasses, like trying to clear away an eyelash, until his gaze fell away from her altogether. There was pity in him. She knew it. She knew this was sympathy he was trying to disguise. Please, she sobbed.
Please let me go. I'm just a shell, and I'm stranded here on Earth, and I haven't done anything to anyone, and I'm nobody. Please just let me go.
He did not meet her eyes again, even as he stepped forward. She tensed, trying to back away, but Niels held her firm. The doctor's touch felt papery, but his grip was strong as he took her wrist in one hand. "Try to relax," he murmured. She flinched as the needle dug into her flesh, the same spot where Sybil had taken blood 100 times. She bit hard on the inside of her cheek, refusing to so much as whimper. "That was all. Not so awful, was it?" His tone was eerily soft, like he was trying to comfort her. She felt like a bird who'd had her wings clipped and been thrown into a cage. Another filthy, rotting cage. She'd been in a cage all her life. Somehow, she'd never expected to find one just as awful on Earth. Earth. She reminded herself as the doctor plodded back across the groaning floorboards. She was on Earth, not trapped in a satellite in space. There was a way out of this. Freedom was just out that window, or just down those stairs. She would not be a prisoner again. The doctor fit the syringe full of her blood into a machine and flipped on a port screen. "There now, I will transfer over the funds and you can be on your way." "You're using a secure connection?" Gina asked, taking a step forward as the doctor tapped in some sort of code word. Cress squinted, watching where his fingers landed in case she would later need it. It could save time not having to hack it. "Trust me, Gina. I have more reason than you to keep my transactions hidden from prying eyes." He studied something on the screen, before saying more solemnly, "Thank you for bringing her." Gina scowled at his balding head. "I hope you're killing all these Lunars when you're done with them. We have enough problems with the plague. We don't need them, too." His blue eyes flashed, and Cress detected a hint of disdain for Gina, but he covered it over with another benign look. "The payment has been transferred. If you would untie the girl before you go." Cress kept still as the bindings were taken off her wrists. She whipped her hands away as soon as they were gone and scurried against the nearest wall. "Lovely doing business with you again," Gina said. The doctor merely grunted. He was watching Cress from the corner of his eye, trying to stare at her without being obvious. And then the door closed and Gina and Niels were gone. Cress listened to their feet clopping down the hallway, the only noise in the building. The doctor rubbed his palms down the front of his shirt, like cleansing them of Gina's presence. Cress didn't think he could feel half as filthy as she did, but she stayed as still as the wall, glaring. "Yes, well," he said. "It's more awkward with shells, not so easy to explain." She snarled. "You mean not so easy to brainwash?" He tilted his head, and the odd look had returned, the one that made her feel like a science experiment under a microscope. "You know that I'm lunar?" She didn't answer. "I understand you're frightened. I can't imagine what sort of mistreatment Gina and her hooligans put you through, but I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I'm doing great things here, things that will change the world, and you can help me." He paused. "What is your name, child?" She didn't answer. When he moved closer, his hands extended in a show of peace. Cress shoved all her fear down into her gut and used the wall to launch herself at him. A roar clawed up from her throat, and she swung her elbow as hard as she could, landing a solid hit against his jaw. She heard the snap of his teeth, felt the shock in her bones, and then he was falling backward and landing so hard on the wooden floor that the entire building shook around them. She didn't check to see if he was unconscious, or if she'd given him a heart attack, or if he was in any shape to get up and follow her. She wrenched open the door and ran. Chapter 37. Dr. Erland woke up on the floor of a hot, dusty hotel room, unable for a moment to remember where he was. This was not the laboratories beside New Beijing Palace, where he'd watched cyborg after cyborg break into red and purple rashes. where he'd seen the life drain out of their eyes, and cursed the sacrifice of another life while plotting the next step in his hunt for the only cyborg that mattered. This was not the labs of Luna, where he'd studied and researched with a singular drive for recognition, where he'd seen monsters born at the end of his surgical tools, where he'd watched the brainwaves of young men take on the chaotic, savage patterns of wild animals. He was not Dr. Dmitri Erland, as he'd been in New Beijing. He was not Dr. Sage Darnell, as he'd been on Luna. Or perhaps he was. He couldn't think, couldn't remember. Didn't care. His thoughts kept turning away from himself and his two hateful identities, and swarming back to his wife's heart-shaped face and honey-blonde hair that became frizzy whenever the ecology department was injecting new humidity into Luna's controlled atmosphere. His thoughts were on a screaming baby, 4 days old and confirmed a shell, as his wife dropped her into the hands of thaumaturge Mira, with all the coldness and disgust she would have shown a rodent. The last time he'd seen his little crescent moon. He watched the whirling ceiling fan that did nothing to dispel the desert heat, and wondered why, after all these years, his hallucinations had chosen this time to torture him. This shell girl did not really have his wife's freckles or blonde hair. This shell girl did not have his unfortunate height or his own blue eyes. This shell girl was not his daughter, returned from the dead to haunt him. The illusion was all in his mind. Perhaps it was fitting. He'd done so many horrible things. The recent attack on Earth was only the culmination of years of his own efforts. It was through his own research that Queen Channery had begun developing her army of wolf hybrids, and through his experiments that Levana was able to see it to its bloody finale. And then there were all those he'd hurt to find Celine and end Levana's reign, all those he'd murdered to find Lynn Cinder. He'd been too optimistic to think he could repay those debts now. He'd tried hard to duplicate the antidote Levana had given to Emperor Kaito. He'd had to try, and for his pains, more sacrifices, more blood samples, more experiments, though now he was forced to find true volunteers when the traffickers couldn't bring him new blood or their own. He had discovered, back in New Beijing, when he'd studied the antidote brought by Queen Levana, that lunar shells held the secret. The same genetic mutation that made them immune to the lunar tampering of bioelectricity could be used to create antibodies that would fight off and defeat the disease. And so, he'd begun gathering shells and their blood and their DNA, using them just as he'd used the young men who had become mindless soldiers for the Queen, just as he'd used the cyborgs, who were too often unwilling candidates of the letumosis experimentation. Of course his brain would do this to him. Of course his insanity would reach such a depth that the hallucinations would return to him the only thing he had ever cared for, and they would twist reality so that she became just another one of his victims. Just another person bought and discarded. Just another blood sample. Just another lab rat who hated him. His little crescent moon. Over his head, his port screen dinged on his laboratory shelf. It took more energy than he thought he had to pull himself to his feet, groaning as he used the age-polished bedpost for leverage. He took his time, avoiding the truth, partly because he didn't know what he wanted the truth to be. A hallucination he could deal with. He could write it off and continue with his work. But if it was her? He could not lose her one more time. He passed the open closet and pushed aside the window blinds, glancing out onto the street. He could see the curve of the ship 2 streets away, reflecting the sunlight as dusk set in. He should get this over with before Cinder came back to check on her wolf friend. He had not had any subjects sold to him since she'd been here, and he did not think she would understand. She had such a tough time understanding the sacrifices that had to be made for the good of all. She, who should understand better than anyone. Sighing, he paced back to the small lab setup and the girl's blood sample. He picked up the port screen and clicked on the report generated from the test. He felt woozy as he scanned the data culled from her DNA. Lunar. Shell. Height. Fully grown. 153.48 centimeters. Martin Schultz scale, iris pigmentation, 3. Melanin production, 28/100, with localized concentrated melanin to face, /ephelis. Her physical statistics were followed by a list of potential diseases and genetic weaknesses, with suggestions for treatments and preventions. It did not tell him what he needed to know until he steeled himself and linked her chart to his own, a chart that he had practically memorized for as many times as he had taken his own blood for experimentation. He sat down on the edge of the bed while the computer ran through the charts, comparing and contrasting more than 40,000 genes. He found himself hoping that the hallucination was true, and she was not his daughter, that his daughter had been killed by Sybil Mira, as he'd been led to believe so many years ago. Because if it was her, she would despise him. And he would agree with her. She was gone already, he was sure. He didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, but he doubted she would stay close. He had already lost that little ghost. Twice now. The port screen finished running the comparison. Match found. Paternity confirmed. He took off his spectacles and set them on the desk, and exhaled a long, trembling breath. His crescent moon was alive. Chapter 38. Cress held her breath and listened so hard it was giving her a headache. But all she heard was silence. Her left leg was beginning to cramp from being curled into such an awkward position, but she dared not move for fear she would bump something and alert the old man to her location. She hadn't run from the hotel. Though she'd been tempted, she'd known that Gina and the others could still be out there, and running into them would put her right back where she'd started. Instead, she ducked into the third room down the long, slender corridor, surprised to find the door unlocked and the room abandoned. It had the same setup as the doctor's room, bed, closet, desk, but to her chagrin, it was missing a net screen. If she hadn't been so desperate to find a hiding spot, she would have wept. She ended up in the closet. It was empty, with a bar for hanging clothes situated below a single shelf. Cress had used all her strength to clamber up onto that shelf, propelling up the closet's side walls with both feet, before squeezing her way into the tiny alcove. She'd used her toes to pull the door shut. For once, she was glad of her small size, and she figured that if he found her, she'd at least have the leverage from being so high up. She wished she would have thought to grab some sort of weapon. But her hope was that there would be no need for it. She suspected that when he woke up, he would think she'd run out into the town and would go searching for her, which should give her ample time to get back to that net screen and contact Thorne at their last hotel. She had lain there for hours, waiting and listening. Though it was uncomfortable, it kind of reminded her of sleeping beneath the bed in the satellite during those long hours when Luna could be seen through her windows. She'd always felt safe then, and the memory brought a strange sense of protection, even now. After a while, she began to wonder whether she'd killed the man. The guilt that sparked in her chest made her angry. She had nothing to feel guilty about. She'd been defending herself, and he was a lunar trafficking monster. Not long after she'd had this thought, she heard shuffling, so quiet it could have been a mouse in the walls. It was followed by a couple of thumps and a groan. Her body seized up again, her right shoulder aching from the way she was lying on it. This had been a mistake. She should have run when she'd had the chance. Or she should have used the time that he was unconscious to tap into his net screen. In hindsight, she'd had plenty of time, but now it was too late, and he was awake, and he would find her, and— She squeezed her eyes shut until white specks flickered in the darkness. Her plan had not failed yet. He could still go outside in search of her. He could still leave the building. She waited. And waited. Breathing in and breathing out, filling herself with hot, stifling air. Her pulse skipped at every sound, every muffled scrape, every wooden thump, trying to create a picture in her mind of what was happening in the room at the end of the hall. He never left his room. He didn't come to look for her at all. She scowled into the darkness. A bead of sweat lobbed its way off her nose. When solid darkness had crept into her closet and, despite the discomfort and stiff muscles, Cress found herself dozing off. She snapped herself awake and determined that she had hidden long enough. The old man wasn't searching for her, which seemed absurd, knowing how much he'd paid for her. Shouldn't he have been a little more concerned? Or maybe all he'd really wanted was her blood. It was a peculiar coincidence, given how Mistress Sybil had saved so many non-gifted infants from death because she'd seen some value in their blood, too. She tried not to let her suspicions and paranoia dig any deeper. Whatever the old man wanted, she couldn't stay in this closet forever. Tilting one foot off the shelf, she nudged open the closet door. It squeaked, a sound that was drum-shatteringly loud, and she froze with one leg extended, waiting, listening. When nothing happened, she prodded the door open a bit more and shimmied to the edge of the shelf. She lowered herself as gently as she could down to the floor. The floorboards groaned. She halted again, heartbeat thundering. Waited. Listened. Dizzy and parched, Cress made her way to the corridor. It was empty. She crept to the next door. Again, it was unlocked, but the room looked exactly like the one she'd just left. Abandoned and empty. Her skin was crawling, every sense heightened as she shut the door and moved on to the next. In the third room, the blinds were closed, but the light from the corridor fell on a netscreen hanging in the darkness. She barely stifled a gasp. Trembling with anticipation, she shut the door behind her. Then her attention landed on the bed, and she pressed a hand over her mouth. A man was lying there. Sleeping, she realized, as she waited for her heartbeat to stop thudding so painfully against her ribs. She dared not move until she could be certain that the rise and fall pattern of his chest was steady and deep. She hadn't woken him. She glanced at the netscreen again, weighing the risks. She could slip into the corridor again and keep searching. There were 2 doors on this floor she hadn't yet opened, but they were both back toward the old man's room. Or she could go downstairs and try her luck there. But every step she took on the old floorboards could alert someone to her presence, and she had no guarantee that any of the other doors would be unlocked, or that they would have netscreens. The minutes ticked by as she stood with one hand on the doorknob, the other over her mouth, trapped by indecision. The man never stirred, never so much as twitched. Finally, she forced herself to take a step toward the netscreen. Her gaze darted to the sleeping form again and again, making sure that his breathing didn't change. "Netscreen," she whispered. "On." The screen flickered and she began repeating. "Netscreen mute. Netscreen mute. Netscreen—" But her command was unnecessary. As the netscreen brightened, she found herself staring at a map of Earth, not at a net drama or newsfeed. 4 locations had been marked: New Beijing, Paris, Rio, France, a tiny oasis town in the northwest corner of Nile Province in the African Union. A sense of coincidence stirred in her, but her brain was already skimming too far ahead to dwell on it. Within moments, she had sent the map away and called up a comm link. She hesitated. The only time she'd ever sent a comm was when she talked to Cinder, using a link that couldn't be traced or monitored. She knew intimately how much access Queen Levana had to Earth's net and all those comms that Earthans mistakenly believed were private. But she couldn't dwell on that. What interest would Queen Levana have in a single comm link established between 2 small towns in North Africa? She was, no doubt, far too preoccupied with her plans for intergalactic dominance. "Netscreen," she whispered. "Show hotels in Kufra." Her awkward pronunciation brought up a list of 7 possible kufras. She selected the one with the least distance from her current location, and was then faced with the names of a dozen lodging options, their ads and contact information flashing on the sidebar. She scowled, reading each carefully. None of their names sounded familiar. Show in map. The city of Kufra spilled out across the screen, a satellite-taken photograph that, after a moment of squinting at the brown-tinted roads, began to breach the gaps in her memory. Then she spotted a courtyard outside one of the hotels and, after zooming onto the photo, recognized a lemon tree standing against one wall. She dared to smile and tapped on the hotel's contact information. Establish comm link. Within seconds, she found herself staring at the same clerk who had checked her in with Thorne, with Gina's help. She nearly collapsed with relief. Thank you for coming. Shh! Cress waved her arms, silencing the woman, and glanced at the man on the bed. He twitched, but only briefly. Sorry, she whispered. The woman leaned closer toward the screen to hear her. My friend is sleeping. I need to speak with a guest at your hotel. His name is Carswell Smith. I believe he's in room 8? She was glad when the woman's voice dropped low. One moment. She tapped something off screen. Cress jumped at a ping, but the man slept on. An alert appeared in the corner of the net screen. 97 new alerts regarding search Lynn Cinder. She blinked. Lynn Cinder? I'm sorry, said the receptionist, snapping Cress's attention back to her. Mr. Smith left the hotel yesterday evening after causing a commotion with some of our other guests. Her eyes had become suspicious as she scanned the dark room with increased curiosity. In fact, we're currently undergoing an investigation, as some witnesses believe he may have been a wanted... Cress canceled the link. Her nerves were writhing beneath her skin, and her lungs felt too small to take in all the air they needed. Thorne wasn't there. He'd had to run, and now she had no idea how to find him, and he was being hunted, and he would be captured, and she would never see him again. The screen pinged again. The alerts on Lynn Cinder had increased by 2. Lynn Cinder, New Beijing, Paris, Rio, France. The sequence began to click. Baffled, Cress pulled up the alerts. They were the same news stories she'd been wading through for weeks aboard the satellite. Criticisms and speculations and conspiracy theories and very little evidence. Still, no confirmed sightings. Still no arrests made, and not even a mention of Captain Thorne, despite what the hotel clerk had said. And then, her attention caught on a headline, and her legs nearly buckled. She splayed her fingers on top of the desk to keep standing. Lunar accomplice Dmitri Erland still evading authorities. Dmitri Erland. The lunar doctor who had been on the Letimosis research team. The doctor who had helped Cinder escape from prison. The doctor who was perhaps the second most wanted fugitive on Earth, even more so than Thorne. She knew it was him even before she pulled up his picture. This was why the old man had struck her as familiar. She had seen him before. But wasn't he supposed to be on their side? She was so engrossed with her unanswered questions that she didn't hear the subtle creaking of the bed until a hand grabbed her. Chapter 39. Cress squeaked as she was spun around. She found herself staring into a face that was both handsome and murderous, his eyes glowing in the light of the net screen. "Who are you?" Her instinct was to scream, but she smothered it, choking off the noise until it was little more than a whimper. I'm sorry for intruding," she said. "I needed a net screen. My friend is in danger, and I needed to send a comm, and I'm so sorry. I promise I didn't steal anything. Please, don't call for the doctor, please." He seemed to have stopped listening to her, instead sending his steely gaze around the room. He released her arm, but remained tense and defensive. He wasn't wearing a shirt, but he had bandages around his torso that covered him almost as much as a shirt would have. "Where are we?" What happened? His words were staggered and slurred. He grimaced, squeezing his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, it seemed that he couldn't quite focus on anything. That's when Cress's attention caught on something more terrifying than his faded scars and intimidating muscles. He had a tattoo on his arm. It was too dark to read it, but Cress knew instantly what it was. She'd seen them in countless videos and photographs and documentaries hastily cobbled together. He was a lunar special operative, one of the Queen's mutants. Visions of men digging their claws into their victims' chests, locking their jaws around exposed throats, howling at the moon, curled and crawled through her head. This time, she couldn't temper the instinct. She screamed. He grabbed her and forced her jaw shut with his enormous hands. She sobbed, trembling. She was about to die. Her body would pose no more resistance to him than a twig. He snarled, and she could make out the sharp points of his teeth. "You should have killed me when you had the chance," he said, his breath hot on her face. "You turned me into this, and I will kill you before I become another experiment. Do you understand me?" Tears began to work their way out of her lashes. Her jaw was aching where he held her, but she was more afraid of what would happen when he let go. Did he think she worked for the doctor? Could it be that he was just one more victim sold off to the old man? He was lunar, so they had that much in common. If she could convince him that they were allies, maybe she could get away long enough to run, but could these monsters even be reasoned with? "Do you understand me?" Her lashes fluttered, and the door behind him opened. His moves were fast and fluid, and Cress's head spun as the man turned and pulled her in front of him, plastering her against his chest. He stumbled as if the sudden movement had made him dizzy, but caught himself as light spilled into the room. A silhouette stood in the doorway. Not the old man, but a guard. A lunar guard. Cress's eyes widened with recognition. Sybil's guard, the pilot in Sybil's pod ship, who could have saved her but didn't. The wolf operative hissed. Cress would have collapsed if his grip hadn't been so firm. Sybil had found her. Sybil was here. Her tears began to spill over. She was trapped. She was dead. "Take one step, and I'll snap her neck." The guard said nothing. Cress wasn't sure he'd even heard the threat. His eyebrows were raised as he surveyed the scene, and he seemed to recognize her, but rather than look victorious, he seemed merely stunned. "What have—" "Scarlet?" The words were almost incomprehensible beneath a growl. "Where's Scarlet?" "Aren't you that hacker?" said the guard, still staring at Cress. The operative's grip tightened. "You have 5 seconds to tell me where she is, or this girl is dead, and you're next." "I'm not with them," Cress choked. He doesn't care about me." The guard raised his hands in a placating gesture. Cress wondered where Mistress Sybil was. When the operative's hold didn't loosen, it occurred to her that both of these men worked for the Lunar Queen. Why would they be threatening each other? "Just relax," said the guard. "Let me get Cinder or the doctor. They can explain." The operative flinched. "Cinder?" "She's out in the ship." His gaze dipped again to Cress. "Where do you come from?" She gulped, her head ringing with the same question the operative had posed. "Cinder?" "What's going on here?" She shuddered at the doctor's voice, stronger than it had been during his negotiations with Gina. Then, footsteps. The guard stepped aside to let the doctor into the room, still dark but for the corridor light. Cress couldn't help but feel a sting of pride to see that she'd left a mark on his jaw. Though lots of good her newfound courage had done her in the end. The doctor froze and took in the scene. "Oh, stars," he muttered, "of all the bad timings." Though the sight of him reignited Cress's hatred, she also remembered that this was not just some cruel old man who traded for lunar slaves. This was the man who had helped Cinder escape. Her head spun. "Let her go," said the doctor, speaking gently. "We are not your enemies. That girl is not your enemy. Please, allow me to explain." Wolf pulled an arm away from her. dragging a hand down his face. He swayed for a moment before recovering his balance. "I've been here before," he muttered. "Cinder. Africa." Loud thumping on the distant staircase intruded on his confusion. Then there was yelling, and Cress thought she heard her name, and the voice— "Cress!" She cried out, forgetting about the vice-like grip around her, except that it kept her from launching herself toward him. "Captain! Cress!" The doctor and the guard both spun around as the footsteps barreled down the hall, and they all watched as Captain Thorne, blindfolded, ran right past the door. "Captain, I'm in here!" The footsteps stopped and reversed as he ran back until his cane smacked the doorframe. He froze, panting, one hand braced on the jamb. He had a furious bruise across one side of his face, though it was largely hidden by the bandana. "Cress, are you all right?" Her relief didn't last. "Captain, to your left there's a lunar guard, and on your right is a doctor who's running tests on lunars, and I'm being held by one of Levana's wolf hybrids, and please, be careful!" Thorne took a step back into the hallway and pulled a gun from his waistband. He spent a moment swiveling the barrel of the gun in each direction, but nobody moved to attack him. With some surprise, Cress realized that the operative's grip had weakened. Thorne furrowed his brow, aiming the gun somewhere near the window. "Could you describe all those threats again, because I feel like I missed something?" "Thorne?" He pointed the gun toward Wolf, and Cress between them. "Who said that? Who are you? Have you hurt her? Because I swear, if you hurt her—" The lunar guard reached forward and plucked the gun out of his hand. "Hey!" Furious, Thorne raised his cane, but the guard easily blocked the blow with his forearm, then took the cane away too. Thorne raised his fists. "That's enough!" yelled the doctor. "No one is hurt, and no one is going to get hurt!" Snarling, Thorne turned to face him. "That's what you think, wolf man, doctor." "Wait. Cress, which one is this?" "I am Dr. Dmitri Erland, and I am a friend of Lynn Cinder's. You might know me as the man who helped her escape from New Beijing prison." Thorne snorted. "Nice story, except I'm pretty sure I'm the one who helped Cinder escape from prison." "Hardly. The man you just hit is also an ally of Cinder's, as is the lupine soldier who is still on heavy painkillers and probably delirious, and who will no doubt pull out some stitches if he doesn't lie down right away." "Thorne," the operative said again, ignoring the doctor's warnings. "What's going on? Where are we? What happened to your eyes?" Thorne cocked his head. "Wait. Wolf?" "Yes." There was a long, long pause before understanding filled Thorne's expression, and he laughed. "Hey, says Cress, you nearly gave me a heart attack with that wolf hybrid comment. Why didn't you just tell me it was him?" "Where's Cinder?" asked Thorne. "I don't know," said Wolf. "And I thought Cinder said something about Scarlet before." With one arm still loosely tied around Cress's neck, he dragged his free hand down his face, moaning. "Just a nightmare?" "Cinder is here. She's safe," said the doctor. Thorne grinned, the biggest, most enigmatic grin Cress had seen since the satellite. Cress gaped around the room, nearly hyperventilating as her worldview flip-flopped before her. Sybil's guard, who she had last seen on his way to board the Rampion. Could he have betrayed Sybil and joined them? The doctor who had helped Cinder escape from prison. The wolf operative. Only now, with Thorne's recognition, did she realize that this was the man she'd seen on the video feed when they'd first contacted her. And somewhere, Cinder. Safe. They were safe. Thorne held out his hand, and the guard put the cane back into it. "Cress, are you all right?" He crossed the room and bent down as if he could inspect her, or kiss her, though he didn't. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm all right." The words were so foreign, so impossible, so liberating. "How did you find me?" One of Gina's men told me the name of this place, and all I had to do was mention crazy doctor to the folks outside, and they all knew just who I was talking about. Knees suddenly weak, she reached for his forearms to stabilize herself.
"You came for me,"
he beamed, looking for all the world like a selfless, daring hero. Don't sound so surprised. Dropping the cane, he pulled her into a crushing embrace that tore her away from Wolf and lifted her clean off the floor. It turns out you are worth a lot of money on the black market. Chapter 40. Cinder stood with her hair pinched back in both hands, and the palace blueprint blurring on the netscreen before her. She'd been staring at it all day, but her brain kept running in circles. All right, what if the doctor and I could get some invitations and sneak in as guests, and then Jason could create a diversion, or no, if you created a diversion and Jason came as one of the staff, but the doctor is so well known. Maybe Jason and I could enter as guests, and the doctor... But then how would we... She threw her head back and glowered at the ship's metal ceiling with its crossed wires and air ducts. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. Maybe I should go in alone.
"Yes, because you aren't recognizable at all,"
said Aiko, punctuating her statement by pulling up Cinder's prison photo in the blueprints corner. Cinder groaned. This was never going to work.
"Oh, Cinder!"
She jolted. What?
"This just came across the local news feed."
Aiko wiped away the blueprint and replaced it with a map of the Sahara Desert. A journalist was speaking in the background, and as they watched, a circle was drawn around some nearby cities, with lines and arrows connecting them. A ticker read, "Wanted criminal, Carswell Thorne spotted in Sahara Trading City. Evades capture." As the journalist jabbered on, Thorne's prison photo flashed on the screen, followed by the words bright and bold. "Armed and dangerous. Calm authorities immediately with any information." Cinder's stomach twisted, first with remorse, then with panic. It was a false alarm. Thorne was dead. Someone must have seen a look-alike and jumped to conclusions. It wasn't the first time. According to the media, Cinder had been spotted multiple times in every earthen country, sometimes in multiple locations at once. But that didn't matter. If people believed they'd seen the real thing, then they would come. Law enforcement, the military, bounty hunters. The desert was about to be flooded with people searching for them, and the Rampion was still sitting, obvious and enormous, in the middle of a tiny oasis town. "We can't stay here," she said, pulling on her boots. "I'll go get the others. Aiko, run the system diagnostics. Make sure we're set for space travel again." She was down the ramp before Aiko could respond, jogging toward the hotel. She hoped it wouldn't take long for the doctor to pack up his things, and Wolf. She hoped his wounds had healed enough that it would be all right to move him. The doctor had started reducing his dosages. Would it be safe to wake him? As she rounded the corner to the hotel, she spotted a girl leaning against an electric vehicle. The car was just old enough to be beat up and grungy, but not old enough to have gained any vintage appeal. On the other hand, the girl was perhaps in her late teens and gorgeous, with light brown skin and braids dyed in shades of blue. Cinder slowed, preparing for a fight. She didn't recognize the girl as one of the townspeople, and something felt wrong about her, though she couldn't place it. Was she a bounty hunter? An undercover detective? The girl's expression stayed blank and bored as Cinder approached. No outward recognition. That was good. But then she smiled and twirled one of her silky braids around a finger.
"Lynn Cinder, such a pleasure. My master has spoken so highly of you."
Cinder paused and studied her again. "Who are you?"
"I'm called Darla. I'm Captain Thorne's mistress."
Cinder blinked.
"Excuse me?" "He asked me to stay and keep watch over the vehicle," she said. He's just gone inside to be heroic. I'm sure he'll be glad to know you're here. I believe he's under the impression that you're out in space somewhere."
Cinder glanced from the girl to the hotel. When it seemed that the girl had no intention of reaching for a weapon or handcuffs or leaving her post against the car, Cinder pushed open the door. She rushed up the stairs, her mind spinning with the girl's words. It was a joke, or a trap, or a trick. It could not be possible that Thorne was... Her foot slammed into the landing so hard she was almost surprised it didn't crash through the floorboards. As she turned down the corridor, she saw Jason standing outside Wolf's room, arms crossed. "Jason, there's a girl down there. She said she—" He shrugged and gestured toward the room. "See for yourself." Using the wall for balance, Cinder joined him in the doorway. Dr. Erland was there, with a sizable bruise on his jaw. And Wolf was awake. And stars above. He was filthy, his clothes ripped and covered in dirt, and his hair as shaggy as it had been the day she'd met him in his prison cell. His face was bruised, stubble was claiming his jawline, and he wore, of all things, a red bandana around his eyes. But he was grinning, with his arm around the waist of a petite blonde girl, and it was undeniably him. It was a few seconds before Cinder found her voice, and she had to grip the doorframe to keep standing. "Thorne?" His head jerked around. "Cinder? What are you... How... Where have you been? What's going on? Why are you wearing that stupid bandana?" He laughed. Gripping a wooden cane, he stumbled toward her, waving one hand until it landed on her shoulder. Then he was hugging her, suffocating her against his chest. "I missed you, too." "You jerk!" she hissed, even as she returned the hug. "We thought you were dead." "Oh, please. It'd take a lot more than a satellite plummeting to Earth to kill me. Although, admittedly, Cress may have saved us that time." Cinder pushed him away. "What's wrong with your eyes?" "Blind. It's a long story." Her tongue flailed around all the questions stammering to get out, and she finally landed on, "When did you have time to take a mistress?" His smile faltered. "Don't talk about Cress like that." "What? Oh! Wait, you mean Darla. I won her in a hand of cards." Cinder gawked. "I thought she'd make a nice gift for Aiko." "You what?" "For her replacement body." Because Darla's an escort droid?" Slow, gradual understanding. An escort droid. That would explain the girl's perfect symmetry and ridiculously lush eyelashes, and the way her presence felt off, because there was no bioelectricity coming off her. Honestly, Cinder, to listen to you, people would think I'm a helpless flirt or something. Tipping back on his heels, Thorne gestured toward the blonde girl. "By the way, you remember Cress?" The girl smiled uncomfortably. Only then did Cinder recognize her. Now, with flaking sunburned cheeks and hair chopped short and uneven. "Hello," said Cinder, although the girl was quick to duck behind Thorne and cast her eyes nervously around all the people in the room. Cinder cleared her throat. "And, Wolf, you're awake. Listen, Thorne, you were spotted in a nearby city. They're already pulling together search parties. This whole area is about to be flooded with people searching for us." She faced the doctor. "We need to get out of here. Now." "Cinder?" She dared to meet his eyes. His brow was damp with sweat, his pupils dilated. "I had a dream where you said... You told me that Scarlet..." Cinder gulped, wishing she could avoid the inevitable. "Wolf," he paled, seeing it in her face before she spoke. "It wasn't a dream," she murmured. "She was taken." "Wait, what?" Thorne lifted his head. "What happened?" "Scarlet was taken by the thaumaturge after we were attacked. Thorne cursed. Wolf slumped against the wall, his expression hollow. Silence stole into the room, until Cinder forced herself to stand up straighter, to be optimistic, to not lose hope. "We believe she was taken to Luna," she said, "and I have an idea for how we can get into Luna without being seen, and how we can find her and save her. And now that we're all together again, I believe it can work. You just have to trust me. And right now, we can't stay here. We have to leave."
"She's dead," Wolf whispered. "I failed her."
"Wolf, she's not dead. You don't know that."
"Neither do you."
He hunched over, burying his face behind both hands. His shoulders began to shake, and it was just like before, the way all his energy darkened and thickened around him, the way he seemed empty, missing. Cinder took a step toward him. "She's not dead. They'll want to keep her for bait, for information. They wouldn't just kill her. So there's still time. There's time to—" His anger flared like an explosion. One moment, nothing. Then, a spark. And then suddenly, he was burning up, raging and white-hot. He reached for Cinder, turning and pinning her against the wall with such force that the net screen shook and threatened to crash to the floor. Cinder gasped, clamping both hands over Wolf's wrist as he held her suspended by her throat, feet dangling off the ground. The warnings on her retina display were instantaneous. Rising pulse and adrenaline and temperature and irregular breathing and, "You think I want that?" he growled. "For them to keep her alive? You don't know what they'll do to her, but I do." In another instant, the fury softened, buried beneath terror and misery.
"Scarlet."
He released her, and Cinder collapsed to the ground, rubbing her neck. Over the tumult in her thoughts, she heard Wolf turn and run, his footsteps crashing across the floor, down the hallway toward Dr. Erland's room. When they stopped, there was a short silence that filled up the entire hotel. And then, howling. Horrible, painful, wretched howling that sank into Cinder's bones and made her stomach turn.
"Wonderful," Dr. Erland drawled. "I'm glad to see you were so much more prepared this time."
Hissing around the pain, Cinder used the wall to pull herself to her feet, and glanced around at her friends, her allies. Cress was still hiding behind Thorne, her eyes now wide with shock. Jason was fingering the handle of his knife. Dr. Erland, with his messy gray hair and glasses perched at the end of his nose, could not have looked any less impressed. "You all go ahead," she said. Her throat stung. "Load up the ship. Make sure Aiko is ready to go." Another long, heartbreaking howl shook the hotel, and Cinder steadied herself as well as she could. "I'll get Wolf." Chapter 41. Cress followed the guard down the hotel steps. Thorne was behind her, one hand on her shoulder and the other gripping his cane. She warned him about the last step as she turned down the dark hallway. Dr. Erland was in the back, already wheezing with the exertion of carrying his prized lab equipment down the stairs. It was difficult for Cress to focus. She wasn't even sure where they were going. The ship, did Cinder say? At the time, Cress had been filled with horror at seeing the lunar operative snap. His howls were still bouncing off her eardrums. The guard shoved open the hotel door and they all scrambled down onto the rough, sand-covered road. 2 steps later, he froze, thrusting his arms out to catch Cress, Thorne, and the doctor as they crashed into him. Whimpering, Cress shriveled against Thorne and scanned the road. Dozens of men and women dressed in the official uniform of the Commonwealth military had them surrounded, with guns raised. They filled up the roads and the spaces between buildings, peering down from rooftops and around rust-covered pod ships.
"Cress,"
Thorne whispered, as tension prickled on the stifling air.
"Military,"
she murmured.
"A lot of them."
Her gaze landed on a girl with blue hair, and instant hatred blossomed inside her chest. What is she doing here?
"What? Who?"
That
That girl from the last town.
Thorne tilted his head. That's Darla, the escort droid? Why are you and Cinder so confused about this? Her eyes widened. She was an escort droid? The girl was watching them without emotion, sandwiched between two soldiers with her hands hanging limp at her sides.
I'm sorry, Master,
she said, her voice carrying through the silence.
I would have warned you, but that would be illegal, and my programming prevents me from breaking human laws.
Yeah, that's going to be the first thing we fix, said Thorne, before whispering to Cress. I had to find one heck of a legal loophole to get her to help me steal that car. A voice boomed, and it took Cress a moment to spot the man holding a port screen and amplifier to his mouth. You are all under arrest for the harboring and assisting of wanted fugitives. Get down on your stomachs and put your hands on your heads, and no one will be hurt. Trembling, Cress waited to see what the guard would do. The gun he'd taken from Thorne was still tucked into his belt, but his hands were full of the doctor's stuff. We have you surrounded, the man continued when no one moved. There is nowhere to run. Get down now. The guard moved first, lowering himself to his knees and setting down the bag of medical supplies and the strange machine, before settling into the dirt. Gulping, Cress followed suit, sinking down to the hard ground. Thorne dropped down beside her. Stars above, she heard the doctor moan, grumbling as he joined them on the ground. I'm too old for this. Hot and uncomfortable, with rough pebbles pressing into her stomach, Cress set her palms on top of her head. The officer waited until they were on the ground before speaking again. Lynn Cinder, we have you surrounded. Come to the front exit immediately with your hands on top of your head, and no one will be hurt. Cinder released a string of the most creative curses she could think of as the man's voice died away. She left Wolf in the hallway, where he'd been unresponsive to her reminders that having a mental breakdown now wouldn't do anything to help Scarlet. He had only sat curled in on himself, with his head tucked against his knees, saying nothing. Ducking into the doctor's hotel room, Cinder inched her way to the window and peeled open the blinds. The rooftop directly opposite the alley had 2 armed military officers with guns pointed right at her. She dropped the blinds and cursed again, plastering herself to the wall. A comm from Aiko appeared in her vision. She pulled it up, already fearing what it would say.
Radar is picking up military ships from the Commonwealth. I think we've been spotted.
Do you think? She muttered. Shutting her eyes, she jotted back a fast message, words scrolling across her eyelids as she thought them. At the hotel, surrounded by EC military. Prepare for immediate takeoff. We won't be long. I hope. Letting out a slow breath, she pried open her eyes again. How was she supposed to get a mid-crisis wolf operative, a blind man, an elderly doctor, past all those soldiers without getting anyone killed? She doubted the girl would be much help. Cress didn't strike Cinder as the bold, risk-taking type, and Cinder doubted she'd had much experience fighting her way out of situations like this. She could abandon her friends and make a run for it herself. She could try to control Wolf and use him as a weapon, but even he couldn't take on that many soldiers at once, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. She could try to brainwash the soldiers so they wouldn't let them pass, but she'd have to abandon Wolf if he didn't come willingly. Outside, the officer repeated his commands again and again, like a robot. Squaring her shoulders, she returned to Wolf in the hallway. "Wolf," she said, stooping beside him, "I need you to help me out here." He shifted enough to peer at her over his arm. His green eyes looked dull and faded. "Wolf, please, we need to get to the ship, and there are a lot of people with guns out there. Come on, what would Scarlet want you to do?" His fingers curled, nails digging into his thighs. Still, he said nothing, made no move to get up. The officer's voice boomed again. You are under arrest. Come out with your hands on your head. We have you surrounded. Fine. You leave me no choice. Standing, she forced her shoulders to relax. The world shifted around her as she flipped off the panic and desperation and reached out instead for the energy crackling around Wolf. Except this time it wasn't crackling. Not like usual. This time, it was like controlling a corpse. They stepped into the doorway together. At least 60 guns pointed at them that she could see, no doubt more hidden behind buildings and vehicles. Jason, Thorne, Dr. Erland, and Cress were all lying on the ground. 2 streets separated them from the ship. She kept feeding lies to Wolf like medicine from a drip. Scarlet will be fine. We will find her. We will save her. But first, we have to get out of this mess. We have to get to the ship. From the corner of her eye, she saw his fingers twitch, but she didn't know whether he was acknowledging that there was still hope out there, or whether he was just ticked at her for using him like this, turning him into a puppet, just like the thaumaturge that had turned him into a monster. Standing on the hotel step, with 60 guns trained on her, Cinder realized she was no better than the thaumaturge. This really was war. And she really was in the middle of it. If she had to make sacrifices, she would. What did that make her, anyway? A real criminal? A real threat? A real lunar? Put your hands on your head and walk away from the building. Do not make any sudden movements. We are authorized to kill if necessary. Cinder coerced Wolf to stay beside her. They walked in unison. The dusty air clouded around them, sticking to her skin. A dull ache was spreading through her head, but it wasn't anywhere near as difficult to control Wolf as it used to be. In fact, how easy it was made her sick. He wasn't even trying to fight her. About time, Thorne muttered as she passed. Cinder, save yourself, hissed Dr. Erland. She tried her best not to move her lips as she spoke. Can you glamour them? Stop right there, she obeyed. On your knees now. Keep your hands up. Only a few, said Dr. Erland. Maybe together. She shook her head. I've got Wolf. On top of that, I can control 1 earthen, maybe 2. She clenched her teeth. Despite what the doctor had said, she couldn't just save herself. It wasn't only loyalty and friendship that made every fiber of her body rebel against the notion that she could abandon them all. It was the knowledge that without them, she was useless. She needed them to stop the wedding and rescue Kai. She needed them to get her to Luna. She needed them to help her save the world. Jason, can you control any of them? Yeah, right. She could practically hear his eyes roll. The only way through this is to fight. Thorne grunted. In that case, has anyone seen my gun? I've got it, said Jason. Can I have it back? Nope. I order you to stop talking, the man bellowed. I see any more lips move, and that person gets a bullet in their head. Understand? Get down! Cinder made a point to glare at the man as she took another step forward. Like dominoes pushed over, she heard the unlatching of 60 safety mechanisms around her. Cress whimpered. Thorne's hand fumbled around until it was gripping hers. I have 6 tranquilizers, Cinder said. Let's hope it's enough. It won't be, muttered Jason. This is your last warning. Cinder tilted her chin up, fixing her gaze on the man. Beside her, Wolf lowered himself into a fighting position, his fingers curled and ready, all at Cinder's urging. For the first time, she felt a spike of new emotion from him. Hatred, she thought. For her. She ignored it. This is your first warning, she said. Holding Wolf at the ready, she pinpointed one of the earthen soldiers who was standing at the front of the line and plucked out her willpower.
The young woman swiveled and pointed her gun at the man who was evidently in charge. The woman's eyes widened in shock as they took in her own rebellious hands. Around her, 6 more soldiers changed targets, aiming at their own comrades, and Cinder knew they were under Dr. Erland's control. And that was all they had. 7 earthen soldiers at their disposal. Jason's gun, Wolf's fury. It would be a bloodbath. "Stand down and let us pass," Cinder said, "and no one will get hurt." The man narrowed his eyes at her, making a point not to look at his own peer now holding him at gunpoint. "You can't win this." "I didn't say we could," said Cinder. "But we can do a lot of damage trying." She opened the tip of her finger, loading a tranquilizer from the cartridge in her palm, just as a wave of dizziness crashed over her. Her strength was waning. She couldn't hold on to Wolf much longer. If she dropped her control and he snapped again, she didn't know what he would do. Become comatose all over again? Or go on a rampage? Or turn his anger on her and the rest of their friends? Beside her, Wolf growled. "Actually, we can win," said a female voice. Cinder tensed. There was a pulse in the air, a ripple of uncertainty. The man with the port screen swiveled around as silhouettes began to emerge from around the buildings, creeping down alleyways, materializing in windows and doorways. Men and women, young and old, dressed in their tattered jeans and loose cotton shirts, their headscarves and cotton hats, their tennis shoes and boots. Cinder gulped, recognizing almost all of them from her brief stay in Farafra. Those who had brought her food, those who had helped paint the ship, those who had doodled cyborg designs on their bodies. Her heart lifted for a moment, and then plummeted down into her gut. This would not end well. "This is a matter of international security," said the man. "You are all ordered to return to your homes. Anyone who defies this order will be held in contempt of justice by the laws of the Earthen Union." "So hold us in contempt after you let them pass." Cinder squinted into the glare of the sun, looking for the source of the voice. She spotted the woman from the medical shop, the Lunar whose son had killed himself rather than join Levana's guard. Some of the soldiers diverted their guns, pivoting away from Cinder and aiming into the crowd, but the man with the amplifier held up an arm. "These people are wanted criminals. We do not wish to use lethal force to apprehend them, but we will if necessary. I urge you to stand down and return to your homes." His threat was followed by a standstill, though the few civilian faces Cinder could see didn't appear frightened, only determined. "These people are our friends," said the shopkeeper. "They came here seeking sanctuary, and we're not going to let you come in and take them." What were they thinking? What could they possibly do? They may have outnumbered the soldiers, but they were unarmed and untrained. If they got in the way, they would be slaughtered. "You're not giving me a choice," said the man, his knuckles tightening around the port screen. A bead of sweat dripped down the side of his face. The shopkeeper's tone took on a new venom. "You have no idea what it's like not to be given a choice." Her fingers twitched, a gesture virtually unnoticeable, but the effect passed like a shock wave through the crowd. Cinder flinched. Looking around, she saw that many of the townspeople looked suddenly strained, their brows furrowed, their limbs trembling. And all around them, the soldiers began to shift, redirecting their aim, as those controlled by Cinder and Dr. Erland had, until every soldier was targeting his own neighbor, until every soldier had a gun aimed at his own head. Their stunned eyes filled first with disbelief, and then terror. Only the leader was left standing in the middle, gaping at his own troop. "That's what it's like," said the woman, "to have your own body used against you, to know that your brain has become a traitor. We came to Earth to get away from that, but we're all lost if Levana gets her way. Now I don't know if this young lady can stop her, but
It seems she's the only one worth putting any faith into right now, so that's what we're going to do."
Cinder cried out suddenly, pain splitting her skull. Her hold on Wolf and the female soldier snapped. Her knees buckled, but there was an arm suddenly around her waist, holding her up. Panting from the mental exertion, she peered up into Wolf's face. His eyes were bright green again, normal. "Wolf!" He peeled his gaze away as a gun clattered to the ground. Cinder jumped. The woman she had been controlling was gaping around at her comrades, trembling, not knowing where to look, not knowing what to do. She nervously raised her hands in surrender. Red with anger, the man with the port screen lowered the amplifier. He faced Cinder again, his eyes filled with hatred. Then he tossed his port screen to the ground. Thorne swiveled his head from side to side. Could someone explain to me?"
"Later," said Cinder, letting her weight sink against Wolf. "Get up. It's time for us to go."
"No arguments here," said Thorne, as he and the others clambered to their feet. "But does someone think they could grab my escort droid? I kind of went through a lot to get her, and—"
"Thorne!"
Cinder felt lightheaded and weak as they weaved their way through the stalemate. It felt like walking through a maze of stone sculptures who carried big guns and followed them with their eyes, writhing inside with fury and distrust. Cinder tried to meet the gazes of the townspeople, but many of them had their own eyes shut tight and were shaking from concentration. They couldn't hold the soldiers forever. Only the obvious Earthens met her look and nodded with scared, fleeting smiles. Not a fear of their lunar neighbors, she thought, but a fear of what would happen if Levana took control of Earth. What would happen if Lunars ruled everything? What would happen if Cinder failed? Jason grabbed the escort droid's wrist and pulled her along after them. "That woman was right," Wolf said, when they'd broken away from the crowd, and the Rampion, their freedom, rose up from the streets in front of them. "There's nothing worse than your own body being used against you." Cinder stumbled, but Wolf caught her and dragged her a few steps before she found her balance again. "I'm sorry, Wolf, but I had to. I couldn't leave you there." "I know. I understand." Reaching out, he grabbed a sack out of the doctor's hand, lessening his load as they hurried toward the ship. "But it doesn't change the fact that no one should have that sort of power." Chapter 42. The lunar boy couldn't have been more than 8 years old, and yet Scarlet was certain that she would wring his neck like a chicken if she ever got the chance. He was, without a doubt, the most horrible child that had ever lived. She couldn't help thinking that if all lunar children were like this, their whole society was doomed, and Cinder would be better off letting them destroy themselves. Scarlet didn't know how exactly she had ended up the property of venerable Anotel and his wife and the little monster they'd raised. Maybe it was favoritism from the crown, or maybe they'd purchased her, like an Earthen family might purchase a new android. Either way, for 7 days, she had been the new toy, the new pet, the new test subject. Because at 8 years old, young Master Charlson was learning how to control his lunar gift. Evidently, Earthens were great fun to practice on, and Master Charlson had a very sick sense of humor. Chained from a collar around her neck to a bolt in the floor, Scarlet was being kept in what she figured was the boys' playroom. An enormous netscreen took up one wall, and countless virtual reality machines and sports tech had been abandoned in the corners, out of her reach. His practice sessions were agony. Since she'd come to the Anotel household, Scarlet had had long-legged spiders crawl up her nose. Snakes, as long as her arm, wriggle their way through her belly button and wind their bodies around her spine. Centipedes burrow into her ear canals and creep around the inside of her skull before emerging on her tongue. Scarlet had screamed. She had thrashed. She had gouged her own fingernails into her stomach and blown her nose until it bled in an effort to get the trespassers out. And all the while Master Charlson had laughed and laughed and laughed. It was all in her head, of course. She knew that. She even knew it when she was roughly banging her head on the floor to try to knock out the spiders and centipedes. But it didn't matter. Her body was convinced. Her brain was convinced. Her rational mind was overcome. She hated that little boy. Hated him. She also hated that she was starting to be afraid of him. "Charleston!" His mother appeared in the doorway, temporarily rescuing Scarlet from his most recent infatuation, squinty-eyed ground moles, with their fat bodies and enormous reptilian claws. One had been gnawing at her toes while its talons shredded the sole of her foot. The illusion and the pain vanished, but the horror lingered. The rawness of her throat, the damp salt on her face. Scarlet rolled onto her side, sobbing in the middle of the playroom floor, grateful that the boy couldn't maintain the brainwashing while he was distracted. Scarlet paid no heed to the conversation until Charleston began to yell, and she was forced to open her swollen eyes. The boy was throwing a tantrum. His mother was talking in a soothing voice, trying to appease him, promising something. Charleston, it seemed, was not appeased. A minute later, he stomped out of the room and Scarlet heard a door slam. She exhaled with shaky relief. Her muscles relaxed, and they never could when the little terror was around. She pushed her red hood and a tangle of curls out of her face. His mother sent her a withering glance, as if Scarlet were as disgusting as a mole, as offensive as a swarm of maggots on the woman's pristine kitchen counters. Without a word, she turned and left the room. It wasn't long before a different shadow filled the doorway, a handsome man wearing a black, long-sleeved jacket. A thaumaturge. Scarlet was almost happy to see him. "She was captured during my battle with Lynn Cinder. This girl was one of her accomplices." "The battle in which you failed to either eradicate or apprehend the cyborg?" Sybil's nostrils flared as she paced in between Scarlet and the lavishly carved marble throne. She was wearing a pristine new coat and moving with an awkward stiffness, no doubt a result of the gunshot wound. "That is correct, my queen." "As I thought. Go on." Sybil clasped her hands behind her back, knuckles whitening. "Unfortunately, our software technicians have had no success in tracking the Rampion, using either the pod chip or the decom chip that I confiscated. Therefore, the primary purpose of this interrogation is to ascertain what information our prisoner might have that will be useful in our ongoing search for the cyborg." Queen Levana nodded. Scarlet, kneeling in the center of the stone and glass throne room, had a very good view of the Queen, and though part of her wanted to look away, it was difficult. The Lunar Queen was as beautiful as she'd always been told, more even. Scarlet suspected there had been a time when men would have fought wars to possess a woman of such beauty. These days, Emperor Kai was being forced to marry her in order to stop a war. In her famished, delirious, mind-weary state, Scarlet almost laughed at the irony. She barely swallowed it back down. The Queen noticed the twitch of her lips and frowned. Pulse quickening, Scarlet cast her eyes around the throne room. Though she had been forced to kneel, they had not put her in any restraints. With the Queen herself present, plus a handful of guards and a total of 10 thaumaturges, Sybil Mira plus 3 in red and 6 in black, she supposed they hadn't been too concerned that she might try to escape. On top of that, the velvet-draped chairs to either side of the throne were filled with at least 50, well, Scarlet didn't know who they were, jurors, the lunar media, aristocrats. All she knew was that they looked ridiculous. Clothing that twinkled and floated and glowed. Faces painted to look like solar systems and rainbow prisons and wild animals. Brightly colored hair that curled and wisped, defying gravity in order to create massive, elaborate structures. Some of the wigs even housed caged songbirds, though they were being remarkably quiet. With that thought, It occurred to Scarlet that these were all probably glamours that she was looking at. These Lunars could be wearing potato sacks for all she knew. Sybil Mira's heels tapped against the hard floor, drawing Scarlet's attention back to her. "How long had you been a part of Lynn Cinder's rebellion prior to your capture?" She stared up at the thaumaturge, her throat sore from days of screaming. She considered saying nothing, her gaze flicked to the Queen. "How long?" said Sybil, her tone already growing impatient. But no, Scarlet did not care to remain silent. They were going to kill her, that much was obvious. She was not so naive that she couldn't see her own mortality closing in around her. After all, there were bloodstains on the throne room floor, streaking toward the wall opposite the Queen's throne. Or where a wall should have been, but it was instead an enormous open window and a ledge that jutted out, leading to nowhere. They were fairly high up, 3 or 4 stories at least. Scarlet didn't know what was beyond that ledge, but she guessed it made for a convenient way to dispose of the bodies. Sybil grabbed her by the chin. "I suggest you answer the question." Scarlet clenched her teeth. Yes, she would answer. When would she ever be given such an audience again? When Sybil released her, she turned her attention back to the Queen. "I joined Cinder on the night your special operatives attacked," she said, her voice hoarse but strong. "It was also the night you killed my grandmother." Queen Levana had no reaction. "You probably have no idea who my grandmother was, who I am." "Is it relevant to these proceedings?" asked Sybil, sounding annoyed that Scarlet had already hijacked her interrogation. "Oh yes, incredibly relevant." Levana settled her cheek against her knuckles, looking bored. "Her name was Michelle Benoit." Nothing. "She served 28 years in the European military as a pilot. She received a medal once for piloting a mission here, to Luna, for diplomatic discussions." A slight narrowing of the eyes. "Many years later, a man that she had met on Luna showed up at her doorstep with a very interesting parcel. A little girl, almost dead, but not quite." A puckering around the lips. "For years, my grandmother kept that little girl hidden, kept her alive, and she ultimately paid for that with her life. That was the night that I joined Lynn Cinder. That was the night that I joined the side of the true Queen of—" Her tongue froze, her jaws and throat icing over, but her lips still managed a smug smile. She'd already said more than she thought Levana would allow, and the fury in the Queen's eyes made it worthwhile. The onlookers were rustling softly, no one daring to talk, even as they cast confused glances at one another across the room. Sybil Mira had gone pale as she looked from Scarlet to the Queen. "I apologize for the prisoner's outburst, my Queen. Would you like me to continue questioning her in private?" "That won't be necessary." Queen Levana's voice was lyrical and calm, as if Scarlet's words hadn't bothered her in the slightest. But Scarlet knew it was a ruse. She'd seen the flash of murder in the Queen's eyes. "You may continue with your questions, Sybil. However, we are scheduled to depart for Earth tonight, and I would hate to be delayed. Perhaps your prisoner could use a bit more motivation to stay focused on the answers we're interested in." "I agree, Your Majesty." Sybil nodded to one of the royal guards that flanked the doors. Moments later, a platform was wheeled into the throne room, and the audience seemed to perk up. Scarlet gulped. On the platform was a large block of ebony wood, intricately carved on all sides with scores of people prostrating themselves before a man in long, flowing robes, who wore a crescent moon as if it were a crown. On top of the block, set amid hundreds of hatch marks, was a silver hatchet. Scarlet was pulled to her feet by 2 guards and dragged onto the platform. Letting out a slow breath, she lifted her chin, trying to stifle her mounting fear. "Tell me," said Sybil, passing behind her. "Where is Cinder now?" Scarlet held the Queen's stare. "I don't know." A beat before her own hand betrayed her, reaching out and wrapping around the silver handle. Her throat tightened. "Where is she?" Scarlet gritted her teeth. "I don't know." Her hand yanked the blade from the wood. "You must have talked about the possibility of an emergency landing. A safe place to hide, should you need to. Tell me. Speculate, if you must. Where would she have gone?" "I have no idea." Scarlet's other hand slammed onto the top of the block, fingers splayed out against the dark wood. She gasped at her own sudden movements, finally tearing her gaze away from the Queen to look at her traitorous limb. "Perhaps an easier question, then." Scarlet jumped. Sybil was right behind her now, whispering against her ear. "Which finger do you value the least?" Scarlet squeezed her eyes shut. She tried to clear her thoughts, to be logical. She tried to not be afraid. "I was only their pilot," she said. "None of them had any clue how to fly a spaceship. If they tried to go back to Earth, they would have crashed." Sybil's footsteps retreated, but Scarlet's hand remained stretched against the block, the hatchet still hovering in the air. "My guard was an accomplished pilot, and he was quite alive when we abandoned the ship. Assume that Cinder brainwashed him into piloting the ship for her." Sybil came to stand where Scarlet could see her again. "Where, then, would she have had him go?" "I don't know. Maybe you should ask him." A slow, pleased smile climbed over the thaumaturge's face. "We'll start with the smallest finger, then." Scarlet's arm reared back, and she flinched, turning her face away as if not looking would keep it from happening. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed beside the block of wood, but her arms stayed strong, inflexible, the only parts of her that weren't trembling. Her grip on the hatchet tightened, prepared to swing. "My queen?" The entire room seemed to inhale at the words, so softly spoken that Scarlet wasn't sure she'd really heard them. After a long, long moment, the Queen snapped. "What?" "May I have her?" The words were faint and slow, as if the question were a maze that needed to be traversed carefully. "She would make a lovely pet." Pulse thundering in her ears, Scarlet dared to open her eyes. The hatchet glinted in the corner of her vision. "You may have her when we are done with her," said the Queen, sounding not at all pleased at the interruption. "But then she'll be broken. They're never any fun when you give them to me broken." The room began to titter mockingly. A bead of sweat fell into Scarlet's eyes, stinging. "If she were my pet," continued the lilting voice, "I could practice on her. She must be easy to control. Maybe I would start to get better if I had such a pretty earthen to play with." The tittering stopped. The frail voice became even quieter, barely a murmur, that still carried like a gunshot in the otherwise silent room. "Father would have given her to me." Scarlet tried to blink the salt from her eyes. Her breaths were ragged from the strain of trying to take back control of her arms and failing. "I said that you may have her, and you may," said the Queen, speaking harshly, as if to an annoying child. "But what you don't seem to understand is that when a queen threatens repercussions against someone who has wronged her, she must follow through on those threats. If she does not, she is inviting anarchy to her doorstep. Do you want anarchy, princess?" Dizzy with fear, with nausea, with hunger, Scarlet managed to raise her head. The Queen was looking at someone seated beside her, but the world was blurring, and Scarlet couldn't see who it was. She heard her, though, the lovely voice cutting through her.
"No, my queen."
"Precisely." Levana turned back to Sybil and nodded. Scarlet didn't have a moment to prepare herself before the hatchet dropped. Book 4. When Rapunzel saw the prince, she fell over him and began to weep, and her tears dropped into his eyes. Chapter 43. Cress stood to the side of the lab table, clutching a port screen as Dr. Erland held a strange tool beside Thorne's face, sending a thin beam of light into his pupils. The doctor grunted and bobbed his head in comprehension. "Mm-hmm," he drawled, changing the tool's setting so that a green light clicked on near the bottom. "Mm-hmm," he said again, switching to the other eye. Cress leaned closer, but she couldn't see anything that would warrant such thoughtful humming. The tool in the doctor's hand made a few clicking sounds, and he took the port screen out of Cress's hand. He nodded at it before handing it back to her. She looked down at the screen, where the strange tool was transferring a jumble of incomprehensible diagnoses. "Mm-hmm." "Would you stop mm-hmming and tell me what's wrong with them?" said Thorne. "Patience," said the doctor. "The optic system is delicate, and an incorrect diagnosis could be catastrophic." Thorne crossed his arms. The doctor changed the settings on his tool again and completed another scan of Thorne's eyes. "Indeed," he said. "Severe optic nerve damage, likely as a result of traumatic head injury. My hypothesis is that when you hit your head during the fall, internal bleeding in your skull caused a sudden pressure buildup against the optic nerve and—" Thorne waved, bumping the doctor's tool away from him. "Can you fix them?" Dr. Erland huffed and set the tool down on the counter that ran the length of the Rampian's med bay. "Of course I can," he said, sounding insulted. "The first step will be to collect some bone marrow from the iliac crest portion of your pelvic bone. From that, I can harvest your hematopedic stem cells, which we can use to create a solution that can be externally applied to your optic system. Over time, the stem cells will replace your damaged retinal ganglion cells and provide cellular bridges among the disconnected—" Fine, I get it," said Thorne, covering his ears. "Please, never say that word again." Dr. Erland raised an eyebrow. "Cellular? Hematopedic? Ganglion?" "The last one." Thorne grimaced. "Blech." The doctor scowled. "Are you squeamish, Mr. Thorne?" "Eye stuff weirds me out, as does any surgery regarding the pelvic bone. You can knock me out for that part, right?" He lay back on the exam table. "Do it fast." "A localized numbing agent will suffice," said Dr. Erland. "I even happen to have something that should work in my kit. However, while we can harvest the bone marrow today, I don't have the instruments necessary to separate the stem cells or create the injection solution." Thorne slowly sat up again. "So, you can't fix me?" "Not without a proper lab." Thorne scratched his jaw. "All right, what if we skipped the whole stem cells injection solution thing and just swapped my eyeballs out for some cyborg prosthesis instead? I've been thinking how handy X-ray vision could be, and I have to admit the idea has kind of grown on me." You're right," said Dr. Erland, eyeing Thorne over the frames of his glasses. "That would be much simpler." "Really?" "No." Thorne's mouth twisted into a frown. "At least now we know what's wrong," said Cress, "and that it can be fixed. We'll figure something out." The doctor glanced at her, then turned away and set about organizing the medbay's cabinets with the equipment they'd taken from his hotel. He seemed to be making an attempt to hide any emotions aside from his professional curiosity, but Cress got the impression that he didn't care much for Thorne. His feelings toward her, on the other hand, were a mystery. She didn't think he'd met her eye once since they'd left the hotel, and she suspected he was ashamed about the whole purchasing lunar shells for their blood thing, which he had every reason to be ashamed of. Although they were on the same side now, she hadn't yet forgiven him for how he'd treated her, and countless others, like cattle at an auction. Not that she'd ever seen a cattle auction. If she were honest with herself, she had uncertain opinions about most of the crew of the Rampion. After seeing Wolf snap in the hotel, Cress had done her best to steer clear of him when she could. His temper and the knowledge of what his kind were capable of made the hair prickle on her neck every time his vivid green eyes met hers. It didn't help that Wolf hadn't spoken a word since they'd left Africa. While they'd all discussed the danger of staying in orbit before Cress could reinstate her systems for keeping them unobserved, Wolf had crouched solitary in a corner of the cockpit, staring empty-eyed at the pilot's seat. When Cinder had suggested they go somewhere that was in reach of New Beijing while they figured out the next phase of their plan, Wolf had paced back and forth in the galley, cradling a can of tomatoes. When they had finally descended into the desolate wasteland of the Commonwealth's northern Siberian regions, Wolf had lain on his side on the lower bunk bed of one of the crew quarters, his face buried in a pillow. Cress had assumed it was his bed until Thorne informed her it had been Scarlet's. She pitied him, of course. Anyone could see that he was devastated at Scarlet's loss, but she feared him more. Wolf's presence was like a ticking bomb that could explode at any moment. Then there was Jason Clay, Sybil's one-time guard who spent most of his time in smug silence. When he did talk, he tended to say something rude or prickly. Plus, while he may have joined their side now, Cress couldn't help but think of all the times he had brought Mistress Sybil to her satellite, how many years he'd known about her captivity and done nothing to help her. And then there was the escort droid, with her "Master this" and "Master that" and "Would you like me to wash your feet and give you a nice foot rub, Master?"
"Captain!"
Cress bristled at the girly squeal, followed by a blur of blue that fluttered into the medbay and slammed into Thorne, nearly knocking him off the lab table. He grunted. "What?"
"I love it," said the escort. "I absolutely love it. It's the best present anyone has ever given me, and you're the best captain in the whole wide galaxy. Thank you, thank you, thank you!"
The android took to smothering Thorne's face in kisses, ignoring his struggles to back away on the table. Cress pressed her fingers into the port screen until her arms began to shake. "Aiko, let him breathe," said Cinder, appearing in the doorway.
"Right, sorry."
The android grabbed Thorne's cheeks and planted one more adamant kiss on his mouth before pulling away. Cress's jaw began to ache from grinding her teeth. "Aiko?" said Thorne.
"In the flesh! How do I look?"
She struck a pose for Thorne, then immediately started to laugh.
"Oops. Well, you'll just have to take my word for it that I am gorgeous. Plus, I checked the manufacturer's catalog and I can upgrade to 40 different eye colors. I kind of like the metallic gold ones, but we'll see. Trends are so fleeting, you know."
Beginning to relax, Thorne smiled. "I'm glad you like her, but if you're here, who's running the ship?"
"I just switched out the personality chips," said Cinder. "Darla didn't seem to care one way or the other. Something about whatever would please my master." Cinder pretended to gag. "I also undid some of her programming. Hopefully she won't be feeling too concerned about law-breaking after this." "Just how I like my ships," said Thorne. "Darla, are you up there?" "Ready to serve, Captain Thorne," said a new voice in the speakers overhead, strangely robotic compared with Aiko's hyperactive tones. "I am pleased to act as your new auto-control system and will strive to ensure the safety and comfort of my crew." Thorne beamed. "Ooh, I'm going to like her." "When you're done with your examination," said Cinder, listing her head toward the door, "come out to the cargo bay. We have a lot we need to discuss." Within minutes, the crew of the Rampion had assembled in the cargo bay. Aiko sat cross-legged in the middle of the floor, mesmerized by the sight of her own bare toes. Dr. Erland had wheeled out the small desk chair from the med bay to sit on. Cress didn't think his old age and short legs would have allowed him to get up on one of the storage crates unassisted.
Wolf leaned against the door to the cockpit, shoulders hunched, hands tucked into his pockets, and dark circles beneath his eyes. Opposite him, Jason stood against the wall beside the corridor that led to the crew quarters and the galley, turned sideways as if he could only be bothered to give Cinder half his attention. Cress led Thorne to one of the large storage crates, hoping it wasn't obvious that she was putting as much distance between herself and Wolf as she could. Clearing her throat, Cinder came to stand before them, in front of the large netscreen embedded into the cargo bay wall. "The royal wedding is in 4 days," she started, "and I hope, that we're all in agreement that we cannot allow Levana to become the Commonwealth's empress. Her coronation would be a legally binding position that couldn't be easily undone. And giving her that sort of power, well, you know." She scuffed her boots against the metal floor. "Our plan before had been to interrupt the wedding and attempt to publicly dethrone Levana while she was here on Earth. But Dr. Erland has convinced me that it won't make a difference. It might keep her from being empress for now, but as long as the people of Luna still call her their queen, she will continue to harass Earth however she can. So I believe the only way for us to truly rid ourselves of Levana is to go to Luna and persuade the people to rebel against her, and crown a new monarch." She seemed to hesitate, her eyes flashing toward Jason before she continued. "And I think, if we can pull it off, I know a way to get us up there, without being seen." Thorne tapped his cane against the plastic crate. "All right, Miss Cryptic, what's the new plan, then?" Glancing around the room, Cinder tipped up her chin. "It starts with kidnapping the groom." Thorne stopped tapping his cane and the room fell quiet. Pressing her lips, Cress dared to scan the faces of the rest of the crew, but everyone seemed perplexed. Aiko's hand shot into the air. "Yes, Aiko?"
"That is the best idea ever! Count me in."
Some of the tension started to dissipate, and Cinder even chuckled. "I hope you all feel that way because I need your help for this to work. We need supplies still, and wedding invitations, and costumes." She shook her head, clearing the dazed look that had entered her eyes. "But right now, I think our biggest problem will be locating Kai once we're inside. I haven't been able to find out anything about a tracking ID for him. The Royal Guard seems to have done too good a job at keeping any stalkers or assassins at bay." Cress leaned forward. "Why not use the Tan Kaoru number?" They all swiveled their attentions toward her, and Cress immediately shrank back. "What's that?" said Cinder.
"It's, Emperor Kaito's tracking number, 008-917-5004. The net profile shows up as a palace guard named Tan Kaoru, but he's just a foil. It's really the ID that the royal security team uses to track His Majesty. I've been using it to confirm his location for ages."
"Really? How did you ever figure that out?" Face burning, Cress opened her mouth, realized it was going to be a really long, tedious explanation, and closed it again. "Doesn't matter," said Cinder, rubbing her temple. "If you're sure it's him."
"I am."
"So, great. Number 008... Aiko, did you get that?"
"Got it."
"Thanks, Cress." She exhaled. Cinder rubbed her hands together. "So here's what I had in mind. Cress, you're in charge of disabling the palace security system. Wolf, you'll cover her." Cress's head flew up, gaze clashing with Wolf's. She shriveled against Thorne's side. The last thing she wanted was to be paired with Wolf. Sure, Cinder and Thorne seemed to trust him, but how much could they really know about a man who had nearly strangled Cinder in that hotel, who had howled like a wild animal, who had been created for the purpose of killing humans in the most horrific, senseless way? But nobody seemed to notice her fear, or if they did, they ignored it. "Meanwhile," Cinder continued, "Aiko and I will track down Kai and get him to come back with us. We meet on one of the rooftops, and Jason picks us up and flies us out before they realize what's going on. At least, that's the idea." She tucked a strand of hair behind an ear. It does leave one more major problem, though. I won't be able to sneak in as a guest, or even a member of the staff. I'm too recognizable. So, how do I get into the palace without being noticed?
I could go without you,
suggested Aiko. Cinder shook her head. Kai doesn't know you. If we're going to get him to trust us, I think it has to be me. Jason scoffed, the first sound he'd made, but Cinder ignored him. Cress bit her lip as the others started making suggestions. But could she disguise herself as a member of the media? Scale the back walls? Hide in an enormous bouquet of flowers? Already red with embarrassment, Cress forced her mouth to open.
What about...
She trailed off as everyone turned to her. What? Said Cinder.
What about the escape tunnels?
Escape tunnels? She pulled on her hair, wishing there was more of it to toy with, to twist and knot and take out her fluttering nerves on. But it was short now, short and light and freeing, and everyone was still staring at her. Goosebumps raced down her arms.
The ones that run beneath the palace. When they built it after the war, they had the tunnels put in to connect with fallout shelters and safe houses, in case of another attack.
Cinder glanced at the net screen. None of the blueprints I've seen have said anything about escape tunnels.
They wouldn't be very safe if everyone knew about them.
But how did you... Cinder paused. Never mind. Are you sure they're still there?
Of course they are.
I don't suppose you remember where any of them go?
Of course I do.
She wiped her clammy palms on her sides. Excellent. Cinder looked on the verge of relaxing. So, before we get into the details, are there any How long before we're on Luna? Said Wolf, his voice gruff from misuse. Cress gulped. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he could tear them all to pieces without a second thought. Then she realized that there was a subtext to his question, one that everyone else had probably picked up on immediately. Scarlet. He really wanted to know how long before he could go after Scarlet. A couple of weeks, at least, said Cinder. Her voice had gone quiet, apologetic. Maybe as many as 3. Jaw tightening, Wolf turned his head away. Otherwise, he remained motionless, a brooding shadow in the corner. Thorne raised a finger and Cinder went rigid again. Yes? Doesn't New Beijing Palace have its own medical labs? Say, medical labs that might have magical blindness-curing machines in them? Cinder narrowed her eyes. You're not coming. It's too risky, and you would just be in the way. Thorne grinned, unperturbed. Think about it, Cinder. When Cress takes out that security system, every guard in that palace is going to run to one of 2 places, to the security control center to see what's going on, or to wherever their precious emperor is, to make sure he's safe and sound. Unless there was another, even more obvious disturbance happening somewhere else in the palace. He cupped his chin. A big disturbance. Far, far away from you guys. Like, say, in the medical labs? Nodding her hands in her lap, Cress swiveled her attention between Thorne and Cinder, wondering what sort of disturbance he had in mind. For her part, Cinder looked torn. She kept opening her mouth before slamming it shut again. She did not seem happy to be contemplating Thorne's idea. I have a question, too. Cress jumped and turned to peer over her shoulder at Jason. He looked supremely bored, one elbow propped against the wall and his hand buried in his hair, as if he were about to fall asleep standing up, but his blue eyes were sharp as he stared at Cinder. Let's say you manage to pull this off. Not that I really think you will. Cinder folded her arms. You do understand that once Levana realizes what you've done, she's not going to sit around waiting to see what you do next, right? The ceasefire will be over. I do understand that, said Cinder, her tone heavy as she pulled her gaze away from Jason, meeting each of the others in turn. If we succeed, we'll be starting a war. Chapter 44. The morning of the wedding arrived. Cinder was a wreck of frazzled thoughts and skittish nerves, but at the center of it was a strange sense of calm. Before the sun set again, she would know the outcome of all their planning and preparations. Either they would succeed today, or they would all become prisoners of Queen Levana. Or they'd be dead. She tried not to think of that as she showered and dressed and ate a meager breakfast of stale crackers and almond butter. It was all her churning stomach could handle. The sun had just showed itself over the frosted Siberian tundra when they piled into the remaining pod ship, 7 people crammed into a space meant for 5, to embark on the 40-minute low-elevation flight to New Beijing. No one complained. The Rampion was far too large to hide. At least the pod ship would be able to blend in with all the other pod ships in a city suddenly swarming with foreign spacecraft. The ride was torturously and mostly silent, punctuated only by Aiko's and Thorne's occasional chatter. Cinder spent the ride switching between news feeds covering the royal wedding and the ongoing coverage of the rebellion in Farafra. The townspeople had given up their control of the military personnel as soon as reinforcements arrived. Rather than attempt to arrest and transport hundreds of civilians, the Commonwealth military, with permission from the African government, put the entire city into armed lockdown until they could all be thoroughly questioned and charged. The citizens were being treated as traitors to the Earthen Union for helping Lynn Cinder, Dmitri Erland, and Carswell Thorne, although the news kept reporting that the government was willing to be lenient with anyone who came forward with information about the fugitives and their ship. So far, not one of the citizens of Farafra seemed to be cooperating. Cinder wondered if the lunar townspeople were being treated the same as the Earthens, or if they were just waiting to be sent back to Luna for their real trial. To date, no journalist had mentioned that many of the rebels were lunar. Cinder suspected the government was trying to keep that little fact quiet, to avoid mass panic in neighboring towns, or even all over the world, which would surely come once Earthens realized how easy it was for lunars to blend in with them. Cinder could still remember when she'd believed there weren't any lunars on Earth, and how horrified she'd been when Dr. Erland had told her she was wrong. Her reaction seemed ridiculously naive now. As New Beijing came into view, Cinder sent the news feeds away. The buildings at the city's center were grand and imposing, like willowy sculptures of chrome and glass reaching toward the sky. Cinder was caught off guard by a sudden ache that hit her. Homesickness. A homesickness she'd been too busy to recognize until that moment. The palace stood regally beneath the morning sun, high on its watchful cliff, but they veered away from it. Jason followed Cinder's direction toward downtown, eventually mixing with clusters of hovers and, she was glad to see, multiple pod ships as well. Cinder's stop was first, 2 blocks away from the Phoenix Tower apartments. She took in a deep breath as she disembarked. Though autumn would be sweeping in fast over the next few weeks, New Beijing was still in summer's grip, and the day was starting off cloudless and warm. The temperature was just a click above comfortable, but not stifling with humidity as it had been the last time Cinder was in the city. "If you don't see me at the checkpoint in 10 minutes," she said, "loop the block a few times and come back." Jason nodded without looking at her.
"If you get the chance," said Aiko, "give Audrey a big kick in the rump for me, with the metal foot."
Cinder laughed, though the sound was awkward. Then they were gone, leaving her alone on a street she'd walked 1,000 times. She'd already called up her glamour, but it was difficult to focus, so she kept her head down anyway as she made her way to the apartments she had once called home. It was strange to be alone, after weeks of being surrounded by friends and allies, but she was glad that no one else was joining her for this stage of the plan. It seemed weirdly important to distance herself from the girl she'd been when she lived in this apartment, and the idea of her new friends meeting her ex-stepfamily made her cringe. Her shirt was already sticking to her back as she approached the apartment's main entrance. She waited until another resident came through, unlocking the doors with their embedded ID chip, and slipped in behind them. A familiar dread settled over her as she crossed the small lobby, a feeling that had once seemed normal. But this time, she also felt a sense of purpose as she entered the elevator. She was no longer the unwanted cyborg orphan who did as she was told and skittered off to her basement workroom to avoid Audrey's bitter glares. She was free. She was in control. She didn't belong to Audrey anymore. For perhaps the first time, she stepped out of the elevator with her head high. The hallway was empty except for a mangy gray cat cleaning himself. Cinder came to apartment 1820, squared her shoulders, and knocked. Footsteps padded on the other side of the door, and she focused on her glamour. Cinder had chosen to take on the appearance of one of the officials she'd seen standing behind Kai at the last press conference. Middle-aged, slightly pudgy, with gray-flecked black hair and a too-small-for-her-face nose. She mimicked her exactly, down to the blue-gray business suit and sensible tan shoes. The door opened and a cloud of stale, hot air swept into the hallway. Audrey stood before her, tying a belt around her silk bathrobe. She almost always wore her bathrobe when she was at home, but this was not the same one Cinder was familiar with. Her hair was pulled back, and she wasn't yet wearing any makeup. There was a fine sheen of sweat on her face. Cinder expected her body to recoil under her stepmother's inspection, but it didn't. Rather, as she looked at Audrey, she felt only a detached coldness. This was just a woman with an invitation to the royal wedding. This was just another task to cross off the list. "Yes," said Audrey, skeptical gaze swooping over her. Cinder the palace official bowed. "Good morning. Is Lynn Audrey Gea at home?" "I am Lynn Audrey." "A pleasure. I apologize for disturbing you at such an early hour," said Cinder, launching into her practice speech. "I am a member of the Royal Wedding Planning Committee, and I understand you were promised 2 invitations to the nuptials between His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Kaito, and Her Lunar Majesty, Queen Levana. As you are one of our distinguished civilian guests, I am honored to personally deliver your invitations for tonight's ceremony." She held out 2 pieces of paper, in reality, disposable napkin scraps, but to Audrey's eye, 2 finely crafted, hand-pressed paper envelopes. At least, she hoped that's what Audrey was seeing. The closest Cinder had yet to come to changing the perception of an inanimate object was her own prosthetic hand, and she wasn't sure if that counted. Audrey frowned at the napkins, but it quickly turned into a patient smile, no doubt because she now believed she was talking to someone from the palace. "There must be some mistake," she said. "We received our invitations last week." Cinder feigned surprise and withdrew the napkins. "How peculiar. Would you mind if I took a look at those invitations so I can make sure some mishap hasn't occurred?" Audrey's grin tightened, but she stepped aside and ushered Cinder into the apartment. "Of course. Please come in. Can I offer you some tea?" "Thank you, no. We'll just clear up this confusion, and I won't intrude any more on your time." She followed Audrey into the living room. "I must apologize for the heat," said Audrey, grabbing a fan off a small side table and flicking it before her face. "The air has been broken for a week now, and the maintenance here is completely incompetent. I used to have a servant to assist with these things, a cyborg ward my husband took in, but... well, it doesn't matter now. Good riddance." Cinder bristled. Servant? But she ignored the comment as her gaze traveled over the room. It hadn't changed much, with the exception of the items displayed on the mantel of the holographic fireplace. Belongings that had held such prominent position before. Lynn Garen's award plaques and alternating digital photos of Pearl and Peony had been crammed together at the mantel's far edge. Now, at its center, stood a beautiful porcelain jar, painted with pink and white peonies, and set atop a carved mahogany base. Cinder sucked in a breath. Not a jar. An urn, A cremation urn. Her mouth went dry. She heard Audrey padding across the living room, but her focus was pinned to that urn, and who would be inside it? Of their own accord, her feet began to move toward the mantel and Peony's remains. Her funeral had come and gone, and Cinder had not been there. Audrey and Pearl had wept, had no doubt invited every person from Peony's classes, every person from this apartment building, every distant relative who had barely known her, who had probably griped about having to send the expected sympathy card and flowers. But Cinder hadn't been there. "My daughter," said Audrey. Cinder gasped and pulled away. She hadn't realized that her fingers were brushing against a painted flower until Audrey had spoken. "Gone only recently of letomosis," Audrey continued, as if Cinder had asked. "She was only 13. There was a sadness in her voice. True sadness. It was perhaps the one thing they had ever had in common. "I'm sorry," Cinder whispered, grateful that in her distraction some instinct had maintained her glamour. She forced herself to focus before her eyes started trying to make tears. They would fail, she was incapable of crying. But the effort sometimes gave her a headache that wouldn't go away for hours, and now was not the time for mourning. She had a wedding to stop. "Do you have children?" Audrey asked. No, I don't," said Cinder, having no idea if the palace official she was impersonating did or not. "I have one other daughter, 17 years old. It was not very long ago that all I could think of was finding her a nice, wealthy husband. Daughters are expensive, you know, and a mother wants to give them everything. But now, I can't stand the thought of her leaving me too." She sighed and tore her gaze away from the urn. "But listen to me, carrying on, when you must have so many other places to be today. Here are the invitations we received." Cinder took them carefully, glad to change the subject. Now that she was seeing a real invitation up close, she changed the glamour she'd made up for the napkins. The paper was a little stiffer, slightly more ivory with gold embossed letters and a flourishing script on one side and traditional second-era kanji on the other. "Interesting," said Cinder, opening the top invitation. She faked a laugh, hoping it didn't sound as painful as it was. "Ah, these are the invitations for Lin Zheng and his wife. Your addresses must have gotten switched in our database. How silly!" Audrey cocked her head. "Are you sure? When they arrived, I was certain. See for yourself." Cinder angled the paper so Audrey could see what wasn't there, what Cinder told her to see, what Cinder told her to believe. "Goodness, so it is," said Audrey. Cinder handed Audrey the napkins and watched as her stepmother handled them as though they were the most precious items in the world. "Well then," she said, her voice barely warbling, "I'll see myself out. I hope you'll enjoy the ceremony." Audrey dropped the napkins into her robe's pocket. "Thank you for taking the time to deliver these yourself. His Imperial Majesty certainly is a gracious host." "We are lucky to have him," Cinder meandered into the hallway. As her hand landed on the door, she realized with a jolt that this could be the last time she ever saw her stepmother. The very last time, if she could dare to hope. She attempted to smother the temptation that roiled inside her at the thought. But she still found herself turning back to face Audrey. "I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say to you." But all the common sense in the world could not convince her of those words. "I don't mean to pry," she started again, clearing her throat. "But you mentioned a cyborg before. You wouldn't happen to be the guardian of Lin Cinder?" Audrey's kindness fell away. "I was, unfortunately. Thank the stars that's all behind us now." Against all her reasoning, Cinder stepped back into the apartment, blocking the doorway. "But she grew up here. Didn't you ever feel that she could have been a part of your family? Didn't you ever think of her as a daughter?" Audrey huffed, fanning herself again. You didn't know the girl. Always ungrateful. Always thinking she was so much better than us because of her additions. Cyborgs are like that, you know. So self-important. It was awful for us living with her. A cyborg and a lunar, although we didn't know it until her mortifying spectacle at the ball. She tightened her belt. And now she's soiled our family name. I have to ask that you not judge us by her. I did all I could to help the girl, but she was unredeemable from the start. Cinder's fingers twitched, a familiar taste of rebellion. She ached to toss off her glamour, to yell and scream, to force Audrey to see her, the real her, just once. Not the ungrateful, self-important little girl that Audrey thought she was, but the orphan who had always just wanted a family, who had only wanted to belong somewhere. But even as she thought this, a darker yearning climbed up her spine. She wanted Audrey to be sorry for how she treated Cinder like a piece of property, for how she had taken Cinder's prosthetic foot and forced her to hobble around like a broken doll, for how she had taunted Cinder again and again for her inability to cry, her inability to love, her inability to ever be human. She found herself reaching out with her mind, detecting the waves of bioelectricity that shimmered off the surface of Audrey's skin. Before she could rein in the anger that roiled through her, Cinder pressed every ounce of guilt and remorse and shame into her stepmother's thick skull, twisting her emotions so rashly that Audrey gasped and stumbled, her side slamming into the wall. "But didn't you ever wonder how hard it must have been?" Cinder said through her teeth. A headache was coming on fast, throbbing against her dry eyes. "Didn't you ever feel guilty over the way she was treated? Didn't you ever think that maybe you could have loved her, if only you'd taken the time to talk to her, to understand her?" Audrey groaned and pressed one hand to her stomach, like the years of guilt had been eating away at her, slowly making her sick. Cinder grimaced and began to ease up on the attack of emotions. When Audrey met her gaze again, there were tears watering her eyes. Her breath was ragged. "Sometimes," Audrey said, her tone weak. "Sometimes I do think that maybe she was misunderstood. She was so young when we adopted her. She must have been afraid, and my darling Peony always seemed so fond of her, and sometimes I think, if things had been different, with Garen and our finances, perhaps she could have belonged here. You understand, if only she had been normal." The last word struck Cinder between her ribs, and she flinched, releasing the small strands of guilt. Audrey shuddered, swiping her robe's sleeve across her eyes. It made no difference. Audrey could be filled with all the guilt in the world, but in her own mind the blame would always be with Cinder, because Cinder couldn't have just been normal. I'm so sorry," said Audrey, pinching the bridge of her nose. She'd gone pale. The tears were gone. "I don't know what came over me. Ever since I lost my daughter, sometimes my mind just—" She turned her focus back up to Cinder. "Please, don't misunderstand me. Lynn Cinder, she's a lying, manipulative girl. I hope they catch her. I would do anything to make sure she can't ruin anyone else the way she ruined me and my family." Cinder nodded. "I understand, Lynn Gere," she whispered. "I completely understand." Curling her fingers around the invitations she'd come for, Cinder ducked back out of the apartment. The headache was splitting against her skull now, making it hard to focus on anything other than putting each foot in front of the other. She managed to maintain a flimsy grip on the glamour, not sure if Audrey was still watching her, until she stepped into the elevator at the end of the corridor. She froze. On the back wall of the elevator was a mirror. She stared back at her own reflection as the doors slipped shut behind her. Her heart started to pound. Thankfully, no one else was in the elevator to witness her, because she lost her hold on the glamour immediately, gaping into her own brown eyes and, for the first time, felt horrified of who she saw in that reflection. Because what she'd done to Audrey, twisting her emotions against her, forcing her to feel guilt and shame for no other reason than Cinder's own terrible curiosity, her own burning desire for retaliation? It was something Levana would have done. Chapter 45. Aiko blew kisses and waved, a fluttery, five-fingered wave, as the pod ship coasted off the road and merged with the morning traffic. It was not a far walk to the warehouse, but she could feel her internal processor humming with excitement the whole way. By her calculation, she would be arriving at the warehouse by 07:25. The delivery hour, filled with the palace's order of 60 escorts, was set to depart from the warehouse at 07:32. Half of the escorts would be dropped off at the catering office by 07:58. The rest would be delivered to the florist at 08:43, to be taken to the palace along with the human staff. Aiko expected that she would be inside the palace by no later than 09:50. The industrial district was mostly deserted. Much of the city, and perhaps the whole world, had taken this as a holiday in order to watch the royal wedding. No one was around to notice Aiko as she strutted down the alley toward the warehouse or hopped blithely over the chain-link fence into the yard where 5 delivery ships were backed up to the warehouse loading docks. She was dressed simply in black slacks and a white blouse. She was still a little disappointed that she couldn't wear a fancy ball gown, but she felt stunning in her own way. She couldn't wait for Emperor Kai to see her. The thought put an extra bounce in her step as she rounded the front of the first ship and darted up the stairs into the loading dock. The sight before her made her pause and almost crash face first into her perfectly shaped nose. The warehouse was filled with escort droids, mostly girls, of all different skin tones and hair colors. Most were unclothed, sitting on the ground with their arms wrapped compactly around their knees and their heads tucked down. There were well over 200 androids lined up in neat rows. Some had packing tape and protective tissue wrapped around their limbs to protect them during shipping. Some had been loaded onto pallets and settled onto plastic crates. Packing foam and cardboard littered the floor around them. On the wall to Aiko's left, there were 3 stories of metal shelving filled with the packing crates, all labeled with the escort's makes and models and special features. "Is this all of them?" said a man. Aiko ducked behind the wall of the warehouse before inching forward and peering around the door jamb. She spotted 60 androids, 45 female and 15 male, all standing in neat rows. They were all dressed in identical black pants and blush-toned silk tops, simple mandarin-collared dress shirts for the men, and elegant wraps for the women that tied at the waists and draped kimono-style on their arms. Each girl had her hair pulled into a tight bun with an orchid tucked into the side. "Checking off the order now," said a woman who was marching between the rows and making notations on a port screen. "The order form specified a petite model of make 618, not the medium." "I know, but our last petite got shipped out last week. I cleared the change with the palace on Thursday." The woman tapped something into the port. 59, 60. "That's all of them." "Great, let's load them up. Can't let them be late for their royal mission." The man pulled up the massive rolling door, opening the bay to one of the delivery ships, as the woman began making her way through the androids again, opening a panel in each of their necks, their postures softened. "Enter single file," ordered the man. "Squeeze in tight. It'll be a close fit." The androids marched one by one into the ship. There was no way Aiko could get all the way over there without being noticed, and her different clothes would make it clear that she didn't belong. The idea that they could mistake her for a rogue android and send her out for reprogramming made her wiring quiver. Keeping low, she slinked along the wall, away from the 2 employees, and ducked beneath the first tower of industrial shelving. Hidden behind the crates, she made her way toward the rows of escort droids that were waiting to be packaged up. Reaching the last row, she crouched down behind an android and felt for the latch on her neck. Aiko glanced up to see that half of the rental escort droids had already settled into the ship. Humming to herself, she turned the android on. The processor whirred, and her head raised. This one had white blonde hair tipped with fluorescent green that hung to her waist. Aiko brushed her hair off her shoulder and whispered, "I command you to stand up, scream, and run for the exit." The girl launched to her feet almost before Aiko finished speaking. She started to scream, a spine-chilling, ear-bleeding sound. Aiko threw herself to the ground behind the row of still-seated and oblivious androids and adjusted the volume on her audio processor. But it was too late. The android had already stopped screaming and was now running full speed for the exit, knocking her statue-like brethren over as she passed. Aiko heard the two employees' cries of shock, and then their footsteps pounding as they chased after the android. As soon as they jumped down to the loading yard, Aiko bounced up and scurried through the rows of androids. The rental escort said nothing, only blinked at her lazily as she pushed her way into their midst.
Sorry, don't mind me, coming through." "Oh, why, hello there."
This to a particularly handsome Kai look-alike droid, which had no more reaction than any of the others.
"Or not,"
she muttered, brushing past him.
"Pardon me. A little space, please."
By the time the two workers had returned, winded and ranting about faulty personality chips and those imbeciles up in programming, Aiko had settled comfortably in the back of the ship, squeezed between two of her distant cousins and finding it difficult not to grin like a lunatic. As it turned out, being human was every bit as much fun as she'd always thought it would be. It was easy to grasp why the government of 126 years ago had chosen this spot for the royal family's safe house. It was less than 10 miles from the city of New Beijing, but they were separated by such jagged cliffs that it seemed as though they had entered another country entirely. The house itself was built in a valley carved out with overgrown rice terraces, though Cinder doubted any rice had been cultivated there in generations, giving the house a sense of abandonment. Jason settled the pod ship beside the farmhouse, and they stepped out onto a patch of land still soggy from heavy summer rains. The world was silent around them, and the air perfumed with fall grasses and wildflowers. "I hope the girl was right," said Jason, moving toward the house. Despite its boarded-up windows, it appeared well-maintained. Cinder suspected that a crew was responsible for checking on it a couple of times a year, to patch roof tiles and ensure that the power generation wasn't malfunctioning, so that if a catastrophe ever did occur, it would still be a safe place for the Emperor to retire to. It was probably monitored, too, but she hoped that today, of all days, the country's security division would have their hands full elsewhere. "One way to find out," she said, walking around the side of the house, where iron doors rested over a cellar entryway. If Cress was right, these doors didn't lead to a dank storage cellar at all, but to a tunnel that would run beneath the cliffs and lead them straight into the palace sublevels. Cinder pried open the doors and whipped her built-in flashlight around the stairs. The light caught on cobwebs and concrete and an old-fashioned switch that would light up the tunnel beneath, at least for a little distance. "This seems to be it," she said, glancing back at the group. Thorne, blindfolded, was resting his elbow on a scowling Dr. Erland. It was going to be a long walk. "All right," she said. "Jason, come back with the Rampion and circle the city until you get my comm." "I know." "And keep an eye out for anything suspicious. If you detect anything at all, keep flying and wait for us to contact you again." "I know." "If everything goes as planned, we'll be at the palace landing pad by 1800, but if something goes wrong, we might have to come back here, or through one of the escape tunnels to the other safe—" "Cinder," said Thorne. "He knows." She glared at him and wanted to argue, but going over their escape plan one more time wasn't going to do anything but remind her of all the things that could go wrong. Jason did know. They'd discussed the matter into the ground, and everyone was all too aware of how easily this plan could fall apart without him. Without any of them. "Fine. Let's go." Chapter 46. Cress studied herself in the full-length dressing room mirror and almost began to cry. She had somehow, some way, become a character in an opera. Her skin had sloughed off the last of the sunburn, leaving the tiniest kiss of sun on her complexion. Aiko had cropped her hair so that it framed her face in pretty golden waves, and though they'd had no makeup aboard the ship, Aiko had also taught her to pinch her cheeks and nibble on her lips until they flushed a nice, pinkish color. She was, against her better judgment, beginning to warm to Aiko. At least she wasn't as bad as that Darla had been. And though Cress herself had been the one to place the rush purchase at the designer boutique, using a hacked financial account, she hadn't entirely believed this was at all happening before this moment. She was going to a royal wedding, in a gown of raw silk and chiffon, dyed deep royal blue to match her eyes, Aiko's suggestion. The bodice was snug, and the skirt so full she wasn't entirely sure she could walk without tripping. The shoes were simple, form-fitting flats. Though she and Aiko had discussed an array of fancy heels at length, Cinder had reminded them that Cress may have to run for her life at some point during the day's events, and practicality had won out.
"Bristol May, what do you think?"
asked the attendant as she finished with the last button on Cress's back.
"It's perfect, thank you."
The girl preened.
"We are thrilled that you chose us for your royal wedding debut. We could not be more honored."
She scooped Cress's hair away from her ears.
"Do you have your jewelry with you, to see how it looks all put together?"
Cress tugged awkwardly at her earlobe.
"Oh, no, that's all right. I, have to pick it up on the way, to the palace."
Though a flicker of confusion crossed the girl's face, she merely bowed her head and shuffled out of the dressing room.
"Are you ready for your husband to see you?"
Cress flinched.
"I suppose."
She followed the attendant out of the dressing room and into a luxuriously furnished sitting area, where she spotted her new husband. Wolf was scowling at a mirror and trying to pat down his unkempt hair. He wore an impeccably fitted tuxedo with a classic white bow tie and pressed lapels. He caught Cress's eye in the reflection, and she couldn't help but stand a little straighter, but though his gaze skimmed over her, he had no reaction whatsoever. Deflated, Cress clasped her hands.
"You look great, sweetheart."
He did, in fact, look like a romance hero, all muscles and edges and chiseled bone structure. He also looked miserable. Suddenly nervous, Cress gave a little twirl, displaying her full regalia. Wolf only gave her a crisp nod. "The hover is waiting." She let her hands drop to her sides, resigned to the fact that Wolf would dress for his role, but he would not play it.
"Right. You have the invitations?"
He patted his breast pocket. "Let's get this over with." In the delivery ship, traveling from the warehouse to the caterer, Aiko had found it all too easy to command another android to switch clothes so that she could fit in with the rest of them in their staff uniforms, as long as no one was too put off by her blue hair braids, which had now been pulled into a neat bun. She had departed the ship with the first group of rental androids at the catering office, so that, when her body double was later discovered wearing the wrong clothes at the florist, Aiko would be long gone. And who would ever suspect her? She was just another brainless, obedient android. But that was the hard part. Standing in perfect unison with the others, blinking precisely 10 times a minute, keeping quiet while the human catering staff chatted excitedly about maybe seeing the Emperor himself and ruminated over how terrifying it would be if Queen Levana wasn't pleased with the food. Aiko was forced to bite her tongue, allowing her programmed instincts, the instincts she'd spent her life trying to keep buried while she learned about humor and sarcasm and affection, to keep her expressionless. From there, they had been herded into a large hover. Though it wasn't a far distance, The trip was made longer as the hover rounded to the back of the palace, near the research and laboratory facilities and, of course, the staff entrance. Aiko sensed the chatter of the catering staff grow more nervous as the hover began to slow. She heard some gates being opened, and then the hover came to a gradual stop, and the staff began to file into a commercial loading dock. It was not the fancy entryway that Aiko had always envisioned entering the palace through, but she tried not to let her disappointment show as she fell into line behind her stiff cohorts. 2 women were standing by the delivery entrance. One, wearing a jewel-toned sari, was notating something on her port screen, while the other scanned ID chips, ensuring that the staff had been pre-approved to work at this crucial event. When she'd finished with the humans, she ordered the escort droids into 2 single-file lines. Aiko slipped into the back as they were ushered inside. They were marched through the drab service halls, their shoes clicking in perfect synchronization. Aiko kept careful track of their progress, counting doors and comparing it with the blueprint that had been downloaded to her memory. The kitchen was precisely where she expected it, and even more massive in person than it had appeared on screen, with 8 industrial-size ovens, countless burners, and 3 counters that ran the length of the room where dozens of chefs were chopping, kneading, whisking, and measuring as they prepared to feed 1,200 of the galaxy's most honored guests. The woman in the sari pulled a man in a chef's coat aside. "The androids!" she yelled over the din, gesturing to Aiko and the others. "Where do you want them?" He scanned the line, his attention briefly snagging on Aiko's blue hair. Evidently, he determined that it wasn't in his job description to care, and he let his gaze slide past her. "Leave them there for now. We'll send them out with the regular staff during the first course. All they have to do is carry a tray and smile. Think they can handle it?" "We've been ensured that their programming is immaculate. It would be best if they could focus on our lunar guests. I want them alert in case anything untoward happens." He shrugged. "No one on my staff wants anything to do with the Lunars." The man returned to his work, organizing gold trays at different workstations, and the woman left without another look at the androids. Aiko stood very, very still, and she was very, very well behaved. And she waited. And waited. And tried to imagine what was happening with Cinder and Cress and the others. None of the kitchen staff paid them any attention other than to shoot them the occasional glare for taking up too much space in the overcrowded kitchens. Aiko waited until she was confident no one was looking before she inched her hand behind the escort beside her. The android didn't even twitch as Aiko sought out the latch on her neck, opened it, and ran her fingers over the control panel. She pushed up a switch. "Now accepting input commands," said the android, in a voice that was not quite human, not quite robot. Aiko dropped her hand to the side and scanned the nearby chefs. The kitchen was too loud. No one had heard. "Follow me." Then, when she was again sure no one was watching, she ducked into the nearest corridor. The android followed like a trained pet. Aiko took them down 2 hallways, listening for voices or footsteps, but finding these lesser-used areas abandoned. As expected, all available staff was preparing for the ceremony and the reception, no doubt measuring the distance between plates and soup spoons at that very moment. When they reached a maintenance closet, Aiko ushered the escort droid inside. "I want you to know that I hold nothing against you," she said by way of introduction. "I understand that it isn't your fault your programmer had so little imagination." The escort droid held her gaze with empty eyes. "In another life, we could have been sisters, and I feel it's important to acknowledge that." A blank stare. A blink every 6 seconds. "But as it stands, I'm a part of an important mission right now, and I cannot be swayed from my goal by my sympathy for androids who are less advanced than myself." Nothing. "All right, then." Aiko held out her hands. "I need your clothes." Chapter 47.
Cress dug her fingers into the hover's seat, leaning into the window until her breath fogged against the glass. She couldn't open her eyes wide enough, not when there was so much to see, not when she could barely take it all in. The city of New Beijing was endless. To the east, a cluster of skyscrapers rose up out of the earth, silver and glass and sparkling orange under the late afternoon sun. Beyond the city center were warehouses and arenas, parks and suburbs, rolling on and on. Cress was glad for the distraction of all the new sights, the buildings, the people. Otherwise, she thought she would be sick. She gasped as the palace came into view atop its cliff, recognizing it from countless pictures and vids. Still, it was so different in real life. Even more magnificent and imposing. She splayed her fingers on the window, framing it in her vision. She could make out a line of vehicles and a mass of people outside the gates, winding down the cliffside and into the city below. Wolf also had his fierce eyes focused on the approaching palace, but she could sense no amount of awe from him, only impatience. His knee wouldn't stop bouncing, and his fingers kept flexing and tightening. Watching him was making her nervous. He'd been so subdued back at the Rampion, so impossibly motionless. She wondered if this burst of energy was the first sign that the bomb inside him had started to tick. Or maybe he was just anxious, like she was. Maybe he was tracing over their plan in his mind. Or maybe he was thinking about that girl, Scarlet. Cress was sad that she hadn't met her. It was as if the crew of the Rampion were missing a vital piece, and Cress didn't understand how she fit. She tried to think of the things she knew about Scarlet Benoit. She'd researched her a little when Cinder and Thorne had landed the ship on her grandmother's farm, but not very much. At the time, she'd had no idea that Scarlet had joined them. And Cress had only spoken with her once, when the whole crew had contacted her and asked for her help. She'd seemed nice enough, but Cress had been so focused on Thorne she could hardly remember anything other than curly red hair. Fidgeting with the straps of her dress, she glanced at Wolf again, catching him in an attempt to loosen his bow tie. "Can I ask you a question?" His eyes swept over her. "It's not about hacking security systems, is it?" She blinked. "Of course not." "Then fine." She smothered her skirt around her knees. "This Scarlet. You're in love with her, aren't you?" He froze, becoming stone still. As the hover climbed the hill to the palace, his shoulders sank, and he returned his gaze to the window. "She's my alpha," he murmured, with a haunting sadness in his voice. Alpha. Cress leaned forward, propping her elbows on her knees. "Like the star?" "What star?" She stiffened, instantly embarrassed, and scooted back from him again. "Oh, in a constellation, the brightest star is called the Alpha. I thought maybe you meant that she's, like, your brightest star." Looking away, she knotted her hands in her lap, aware that she was blushing furiously now, and this beast of a man was about to realize what an over-romantic sap she was. But instead of sneering or laughing, Wolf sighed. "Yes," he said, his gaze climbing up to the full moon that had emerged over the city. "Exactly like that." With a quick twist to her heart, Cress's fear of him began to subside. She'd been right back at the boutique. He was like the hero of a romance story, and he was trying to rescue his beloved, his Alpha. Cress had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep her imagination from skittering away with her. This wasn't some silly story. Scarlet Benoit was a prisoner on Luna. It was very likely that she was already dead. It was a thought that settled heavy in Cress's gut as the hover pulled in front of the palace gates. A greeter opened the door, and thousands of voices crowded in around them. With a shudder, Cress gave the greeter her hand as she'd seen girls do on the net dramas.
Her heel hit the tiled drive, and she was suddenly surrounded. Crowds of journalists and onlookers, both peaceful and angry, flocked around the courtyard, snapping photos, calling out questions, holding up signs that urged the Emperor not to go through with this. Cress ducked her head, wanting to crawl back into the hover and hide from the piercing lights and throbbing chatter. The world began to spin. Oh, Spades. She was going to faint. Miss, are you well?" Her throat went dry. Blood rushed through her ears, and she was drowning, suffocating. Then a firm grip was on her elbow, drawing her away from the courtier. She stumbled, but Wolf put his iron-solid arm around her waist and squeezed her against him, forcing her to match his strides. Beside him, she felt as small and frail as a bird. But there was also a sense of protection. She focused on that, and within moments, a comforting dream slipped around her. She was a famous net drama actress making a big debut, and Wolf was her bodyguard. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. She simply had to hold her head high and be brave and be graceful and be confident. Her fine ball gown became a costume. The media became her adoring fans. Her spine straightened, millimeter by trembling millimeter, as the tingling darkness began to recede from her vision. "All right," Wolf murmured. "I am a famous actress," she whispered back. She dared not look up at him, afraid it would ruin the spell her imagination had cast. After a moment, his grip loosened. The noise of the crowd behind them faded away, replaced with the calm serenity of bubbling streams and the whisper of bamboo in the palace gardens. Cress stared straight ahead at the looming entrance, flanked by crimson pergolas. 2 more courtiers waited at the top of the steps. Wolf produced the 2 embossed invitations. Cress was perfectly still as the scanner light flickered over the tiny chip that was embedded in the paper. She and Wolf wouldn't have fit the roles of Lynn Audrey and her daughter, but it had been child's play to change the ID profiles coded on each chip. According to the port screen, Wolf was now Mr. Samhain Bristol, Parliament representative from Toronto, East Canada Province, UK, and she was his young wife. The actual Mr. Bristol was, to Cress's knowledge, still safe at home and unaware that he had a body double negating the political point he was trying to make by not attending the royal wedding. Cress hoped it would stay that way. She released a breath as the courtier returned the invitation to Wolf without a hint of hesitation. "We are so pleased that you could join us after all, Bristol Darren," he said. "Please proceed to the ballroom, where you will be escorted to your seats." By the time he finished, he was already reaching for the invitations of the couple behind them. Wolf guided her forward, and if he was sharing any of her anxiety, he didn't show it. The main corridor was lined with palace guards in fine red coats and tasseled epaulets. Cress recognized a painted screen on one wall, mountains standing over misty clouds and a crane-filled lake. Her gaze instinctively flitted up to one of the ornate chandeliers that lined the corridor. And, though it was too small for her to see, she knew that one of the Queen's cameras was there, watching them, even now. Though she doubted the Queen or Sybil or anyone who could possibly have recognized Cress was bothering to watch the surveillance feeds at that moment, she nevertheless turned her head away and started laughing as if Wolf had made a joke. He frowned at her. "These chandeliers are extraordinary, aren't they?" she said, putting as much lightness into her tone as she could. Wolf's expression remained unfazed, and, after a blank moment, he shook his head and resumed his steady pace toward the ballroom. They found themselves on a landing that swooped down a grand staircase and opened up into an enormous, beautiful room. The mere size of it reminded her of the desert's expansiveness, and she was overwhelmed by the same awe and dizziness she'd had before. She was glad they weren't the only ones lingering at the top of the stairs and watching as the crowd drifted in and filled up rows of plush seats beneath them. There was at least an hour before the ceremony would officially begin, and many of the guests were using the time to mingle and take in the beauty of it all. Many pillars throughout the room were carved with gold-tinted dragons, and the walls were filled with so many bouquets of flowers, some as tall as Cress, that it was like the gardens had begun to grow wild inside. Half a dozen bird cages stood beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, displaying doves and mockingbirds and sparrows, which sang a chaotic melody that rivaled the beauty of the orchestra. Cress turned to face Wolf so that, should anyone look at them, it would seem as though they were in deep conversation. He bent his head toward her to complete the masquerade, though his focus was on the nearest guard. "You don't suppose we should mingle, do you?" He screwed up his nose. "I think we'd better not." Glancing around, he held his elbow toward her. "But perhaps we could go sympathize with some caged birds." Chapter 48. After passing through the dank cellar, Cinder was glad to discover the escape tunnel was, well, fit for an emperor. The floor was tiled and the walls were smooth concrete, with dim light bulbs set every 20 steps. They could walk without fear of Thorne tripping on jagged rocks. Nevertheless, they were making painfully slow progress, and more than once Cinder considered leaving them behind. Thorne did a decent job of keeping up, but Dr. Erlon's age, combined with his short legs, made his pace feel like an agonizing crawl. If she didn't think it would offend him, she would have offered him a piggyback ride. She kept reminding herself that they had planned for this. They were right on schedule. It would all be fine. She told herself again and again. Eventually, she began to notice signs that they were approaching the palace. Stockrooms filled with non-perishable goods and jugs of water and rice wine. Power generators that sat silent and unused. Large rooms empty but for enormous round tables and uncomfortable-looking chairs, black netscreens and switch panels and processors. Not state-of-the-art, but new enough that it was clear these escape tunnels would be ready for use if they were ever needed. Should the royal family ever need to go into hiding, they would be able to stay down here for a long time. And not just the royal family. Cinder realized as they trudged on, passing more stockrooms and hallways that branched in every direction. This was a labyrinth. It seemed that there was enough space for the entire government to come live down here, or at least everyone who worked in the palace. "We're almost there," she said, tracking their position through satellite navigation and the map on her retina display. "Wait, where are we going again? It's been so long since we left the ship, I can't remember." "Very funny, Thorne." She glanced back. Thorne was walking with one palm on the wall, and Dr. Erland was using his cane. She wondered how long it had been since Thorne had given it to him, and how long it had been since the doctor's breathless wheezing had begun in earnest. She'd hardly noticed it, too preoccupied with the plan that filled up her head. Now, seeing beads of sweat on the doctor's brow, dripping down from the brim of his hat, she paused. "Are you all right?" "Dreamy," he breathed, his head lowered. "Just holding on to a comet's tail. Stardust and sand dunes and... Why is it so blasted hot in here?" Cinder rubbed the back of her neck. "Right, we made good time," she lied. "Maybe we should rest for a minute?" The doctor shook his head. "No, my crescent moon is up there. We stick to the plan." Thorne inched toward them, looking equally perplexed. "Isn't it a full moon tonight?" "Doctor, you're not having hallucinations, are you?" Dr. Erland narrowed his blue eyes at her. "Go, I'm right behind. I'm better already." Part of her wanted to argue, but she couldn't deny that there wasn't a whole lot of time to waste, even if he wanted to. "Fine. Thorne?" He shrugged and swung his hand toward her. "Lead the way." Cinder double-checked the map and moved forward, waiting for one of the corridor offshoots to line up with the instructions Cress had given her. When she spotted a stairwell curling up out of view, she slowed down and checked their location with the palace blueprint. "I think this is it. Thorne, watch your step." "Doctor?" "Heartily good, thank you," he said, gripping his side. Bracing herself, Cinder started to climb. The stairs wrapped upward, the lights from below fading into shadows and, eventually, so much darkness that she turned on her flashlight again. The wall was smooth and undecorated but for a metal handrail. Cinder estimated that she'd trekked up 3 stories worth of steps before she came to a door. It was big enough for 4 people to walk through side by side, made of thick, reinforced steel. As expected, there were no hinges and no handle on this side. A failsafe in case anyone discovered the entrance into the safety tunnel and tried to sneak into the palace. This door was only meant to be opened from the inside. Gripping the handrail, Cinder raised her other fist and tapped out a melody. Then she waited, wondering if she'd been loud enough, wondering if they were too soon, wondering if they were too late and the plan had already fallen apart. But then she heard a noise, a thunking deadbolt, a grinding lock mechanism, the squeak of unused hinges. Aiko stood before her, beaming and holding a pile of neatly folded clothes.
"Welcome to New Beijing Palace."
Though he didn't want to admit it out loud, Thorne was sad to be splitting up from Cinder and going forth with only the grumpy, wheezing doctor to act as his guide. So far, he hadn't sensed a whole lot of warmth coming off the old man, who didn't seem to think that fixing Thorne's blindness was a big priority, not to mention the crazy babble he'd been spouting down the tunnels. Nevertheless, here they were, in the palace, heading toward the labs where they would find the equipment necessary to do all the weird pseudoscience optical repair stuff the doctor had talked about. Alone. Just the 2 of them. "This way," said the doctor, and Thorne adjusted his direction, keeping one hand on the wall. He missed the cane, but he could hear it clacking up ahead of him, and the doctor seemed to need it more. Thorne really, really hoped the doctor wasn't about to keel over. That would ruin so many things about this day. "See anybody?" Thorne asked. "Don't ask stupid questions." Thorne scowled, but kept his mouth shut. It was as they'd hoped. No one would expect a palace break-in from the top-secret escape tunnels. So while all the guard power was being kept at the palace gates and around the ballroom, he and the doctor should have the lab wing all to themselves. At least, until it was time to draw some attention away from Cinder and Cress. The surface of the wall changed beneath his fingers, from a warm, papery texture to something cool and smooth. He heard a door open. "Here," said the doctor. "More stairs." "Why not take the elevator?" "It's android-operated. Would require an authorized ID chip." Thorne gripped the handrail and followed the doctor up. And up. The doctor had to stop twice to catch his breath, and Thorne waited, trying to be patient, all the while wondering what Cress was doing. If she would be ready when the time came. He didn't dwell on it. She was with Wolf. She would be fine. Finally, the doctor pushed open another door, a short distance across hard, slick floors, the new hum of lights overhead. "Cozy Lab 6D. This is where I met the princess, you know." Lab 6D. Right. I've had good success meeting princesses in research labs myself. His nose wrinkled. The room smelled of hospitals. Sterile and cold and medicinal. "There's a lab table about 4 steps ahead of you. Lie down." "Really? You don't want to take a break, catch your breath?" "We don't have time." Gulping, Thorne inched forward until his hand smacked a padded table. He sought out the edge before lifting himself onto it. Tissue paper crinkled beneath him. "But isn't this the part where you shove sharp objects into my pelvic bone? Maybe we don't want to rush." "Are you nervous?" "Yes, terribly so, yes." The doctor snorted. "Just like you, to finally show a bit of humanity beneath the arrogance. And of course, it's only a concern for yourself. I'm hardly surprised." Wouldn't you be a little concerned in this situation? My eyesight, my pelvis, my country, my princess, my daughter. What daughter? What are you even talking about? The doctor harumphed, and Thorne could hear him banging through drawers. I suppose your eyesight was lost while attempting to rescue Crescent from that satellite. For that alone, I suppose I do owe you. Thorne scratched his cheek. I suppose you do? Did she tell you, by chance, how long she'd been imprisoned? Cress? 7 years in the satellite. 7 years? Yeah. Before that, I guess she was kept with a bunch of other shells in some volcanic dormitories or something. I don't remember. That thaumaturge had been collecting blood samples from them, but Cress didn't seem to know why. A cabinet door slammed shut, followed by silence. Doctor? Collecting blood samples? From shells. Weird, right? But at least she wasn't subjected to any bizarre genetic tampering like Wolf. Thorne shook his head. I'm not sure about those lunar scientists. They seem to be doing a lot of crazy stuff up there. Another silence, before more rustling. Thorne heard a chair or a table being wheeled toward him. They must have been using shell blood to develop the antidote, the doctor mused. But the timing doesn't make sense. She was taken before Letamosis even broke out here on Earth, before it was known to exist. Thorne tilted his ear toward the doctor as his rambling faded off. What now? Unless... What now? Oh, stars. That's why they wanted them. The poor children. My poor sweet crescent moon. Thorne settled his chin on his palm. Never mind. You finish your nonsensical ramblings and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Another rumble of wheels on the hard floor. You do not deserve her, you know, the doctor said, with a new edge to his tone. I'm sure Wait. What? I hope she comes to her senses soon, because I see how she looks at you, and I do not care for it, not one bit. Who are we talking about? Something clattered as the doctor dropped what Thorne assumed were medical tools onto a metal tray. It doesn't matter now. Lie down. Pause 1 second, and be honest. Thorne held up a finger. Are you having a mental breakdown right now? The doctor huffed. Carswell Thorne, I may have just made a very important discovery that must be shared with Emperor Kaito and the other earthen leaders immediately. But that cannot happen until we have finished with this whole charade. Now, by my estimation, we have fewer than 5 minutes to extract the needed stem cells and divide them for the regeneration solution. I may not like you, but I am aware that we are on the same side, and we are both invested in seeing Cress and Cinder leave this palace today alive. Now, are you going to trust me or not? Thorne considered the question for probably longer than the doctor wanted him to, before he sighed and lay back on the table. Ready when you are. But first, don't forget to... I haven't forgotten. Activating Letamosis outbreak alarm. Now. Thorne heard the soft pad of fingertips on a net screen, and then a blaring siren screamed through the halls. Chapter 49. Cress was getting antsy. The royal nuptials were slated to begin in a mere 27 minutes, and as far as she could tell, all guards and security personnel were still very much at their stations. On top of that, she and Wolf were running out of ways to make themselves inconspicuous without having to relocate their seats. So far, they'd each nibbled at the prawn hors d'oeuvres being waiter passed, Cress 1, Wolf 6, taken turns excusing themselves to pretend to use the washroom while really trying to discern if any of the guards appeared concerned about a potential security breach, and 3 times Cress had had to laugh dreamily and hold Wolf's hand in order to get some loitering female admirer to mosey on. It was the most impressive acting she'd ever done, because touching Wolf made her uneasy, and it was difficult to imagine him making any jokes.
Maybe we should start thinking of a plan B, Cress murmured when she noticed that the symphony had begun replaying their set.
Already done, said Wolf.
She peered up at him. Really? What is it?
We continue on to the security center as planned. I just have to knock out a lot more guards between here and there.
She chewed on her lip, not terribly enthusiastic with Plan B. Then,
there, look.
She followed his gesture. 2 guards were speaking with their heads lowered. One had badges indicating a significantly higher rank. He pointed down a corridor in the direction of the research wing. Well, it was really in the direction of just about anything, but Cress hoped he was talking about a disturbance in the research wing. That would mean that the others had made it inside and raised the alarms. A second later, the 2 guards left the ballroom.
Do you think they've done it?
Cress said.
Time to find out.
Wolf offered her his elbow, and together they meandered out into the main corridor. The remaining guards paid them no attention as they turned down a connecting hallway. Cress kept repeating the instructions that she'd memorized. Take the 4th hallway on the right, past the courtyard with the tortoise fountain, then the second left. Her heart began to pound fervently in her chest. Twice they were stopped by palace staff, and twice they asked for directions like confused, slightly drunk wedding guests, and had to backtrack to a safe hiding place before Wolf deemed it safe to move again. But no alarm was raised, and no guards came for them. Cress knew they had already been captured on countless cameras set through the palace, but she and Wolf wouldn't be recognizable like Cinder or Thorne or Dr. Erland, and even if they did raise suspicions, she hoped everyone would be too distracted by the emergency in the research labs to care. Still, the farther they got from the ballroom, the less likely it was that anyone would buy their innocence act. She was grateful when Wolf's pace picked up. Cinder and Aiko would be waiting on them now, and they were running out of time. They reached a sky bridge that locked together 2 of the palace's towers. The glass floor showed a peaceful stream bubbling underneath, amid lush grasses and heavy-headed chrysanthemums. Past the bridge, they found themselves in a circular lobby, with empty seating arrangements carved from dark wood, statues of mythical creatures circling the perimeter, and a jungle of potted bamboos and orchids giving the room a heady scent. Recognizing the space, Cress marched to a 3-foot carving of a luck dragon and spun it around on its pedestal to face the wall. "Lunar camera in the left eye," she explained, then hurried toward the elevators. A white android stood in the center of the elevator bank, with its pronged grippers folded in front of its abdomen. It flashed a blue sensor over them. "I apologize for the inconvenience," it said in a perfect monotone meant to convey a diplomatic lack of bias. "We are experiencing a level 1 security breach and all elevators have been temporarily shut down. Please enjoy a hot cup of tea while we wait for clearance." One of its prongs gestured to an alcove where a machine held a fine porcelain teapot, steaming at its spout, and an assortment of leaves and spices. "Do you have security override capabilities?" Cress asked the android. "I do, but only on official code or—" Cress crouched down and swiveled the android away from her. "Don't suppose you have a screwdriver or something we can use to open the control panel?" "A palace official with sufficient clearance." Wolf stooped over her, dug his fingernails into the groove, and snapped the whole panel off in his fist. "Could override a level 1 security breach. I apologize for the continued inconvenience, but I have to ask that you—" Wolf pulled the port screen that the doctor had given him out of his pocket and passed it to Cress. She yanked out a connector cable and plugged it into the android, stopping the automatic diagnostic scan before it could begin. She began a manual search for the security override settings. "Stop tampering with official government property. Tampering with a royal android could result in a fine of up to 5,000 univs and 6 months of identity confirmed. Royal Advisor Con Torin. Security override complete. Awaiting instructions."
"Elevator to main floor," said Cress. "Proceed to elevator A." Cress ejected the cable. Wolf pulled her to her feet as the nearest doors opened and tugged her inside. Her heart was thumping as the elevator descended. She imagined those doors opening again onto an army of guards, their guns aimed and ready. She figured that by now, they were no doubt being watched. Thorne's distraction could only count for so much, and there were 2 cameras in each elevator in the palace. The only question was how long it would take any guards to reach them once they figured out where they were heading. The elevator came to a stop. The doors hesitated for too long, and her pulse fluttered wildly until they opened onto an empty hallway. She released a long-held breath. This floor of the palace was mostly business space, used for diplomatic meetings and the offices of a multitude of government officials. She recognized bits and pieces of it. The name plaque on that desk, the painting on that wall. In her head, Cress was back in her satellite, even as she and Wolf jogged through the carpeted corridor. She was seeing Wolf and herself through the cameras along the ceilings. She was picturing how the 2 of them would have looked to her from up there, always disconnected and uninvolved and watching. As they rounded a corner, she imagined herself clicking to another feed. As they passed one camera, she pictured it changing from their front view to their backs. They reached the next elevator bank without issue, though this one had no watchful android. She tapped the elevator key, but it remained blank. The words, "Elevators temporarily down due to Level 1 breach," were scrolled across its screen in red text. Cress scowled and dug her fingernails around the frame. Surely there was a way to get clearance in the event that someone important enough needed to get past, but without a designated android. She was grabbed by the elbow and hauled back. She yelped, thinking for a moment a guard had captured her, but it was only Wolf, pulling her toward an alcove. "Stairs," he said, yanking open a door. As it shut behind them, Cress heard the sounds of boots clomping in the distance. Her heart leaped into her throat, and she glanced at Wolf to see if he'd heard. But before she could speak, he swept her over one shoulder and was jumping over the stairs, leaping down to the landing in a single bound. She squealed, but then clamped her hand over her mouth to rein in her sudden terror. Down, down, down. Finally, they passed a plaque labeled Sub-Level D, Maintenance/Security. This time, when Wolf set her down and pushed open the door, it felt as if they were no longer inside the palace at all. The walls were plain white, the floors dull concrete gray. The stairwell had spilled them into a small lobby, with the elevator off to their left, and a cluttered desk in front of them. Behind the desk was a room fully enclosed in tinted glass, where an empty chair sat before a bank of 3 dozen screens showing security footage within the palace and the surrounding property. 4 of the screens were flashing security breach warnings. And then there was the guard, aiming a gun at them. "Stay where you are! Put your hands where I can see them!" Cress shakily moved to follow his command, but before her fingertips could even brush her hair, Wolf had shoved her out of the way. She cried out and fell to the ground. Her dress ripped somewhere in the lining, and a gunshot echoed off the concrete. She screamed and covered her head. "Cress, get up, now!" Pulling her arms away, she saw that the guard was unconscious and slumped against his desk. Bending down, Wolf kicked the gun away, then slid the guard toward the glass door and held his wrist over the ID scanner. A light flickered green. "Come on, there were more guards right behind us." Trembling, Cress pushed herself off the floor and followed Wolf into the security control room. Chapter 50. "Am I wearing this right?" Cinder said, fidgeting with the belted wraparound blouse that had 3 different ties that were supposed to lace together in some mysterious fashion.
"Yes, it's fine," said Aiko. "Would you stop moving your head?"
She slapped her hands on Cinder's ears to hold her head still. Cinder shifted from foot to foot, trying to calm her racing thoughts while Aiko twisted her hair into a pinching bun that made her scalp throb. It seemed as if it had been hours since Thorne and Dr. Erland had left them, though the clock counting the seconds in her head claimed it had been less than 17 minutes. In one corner of her vision was a news feed hosting its own countdown. the countdown to the start of the royal wedding. Cinder shut her eyes and tried to will away another bout of nausea. She'd never been so nervous in her entire life. And it wasn't just the waiting, or the knowledge that so many things could go wrong, or the terror that she could be caught and returned to prison at any minute. What really terrified her, what really made her nerves hum, was knowing that she was going to see Kai again, face to face, looking into his eyes for the first time since she'd fallen in the palace gardens. At the time, his expression was so filled with shock and betrayal, her heart had split in two, especially when not an hour before she had stood dripping wet at the top of the ballroom stairs, and Kai had looked up at her and smiled. Smiled. The two expressions could not have been more different, and they'd both been directed at her. She didn't know what to expect when he saw her now, and the uncertainty was terrifying.
"Cinder, are you watching the news?"
She refocused on the news broadcaster who was reporting word of a temporary delay to the ceremony. They were being told that all was well and the ceremony would begin shortly, but that the security team was taking extra precautions. That's it. Let's go. Only once they peered down the service corridor in each direction, confirming both that no one was around and that the pale lights on the nearest ceiling cameras were off, did Cinder begin to appreciate the extent of her vulnerability. She was the most wanted criminal in the world, returning to the scene of her crime. But there was no changing her mind now. She sent the news broadcast away, pulling the palace blueprint over her vision instead. "Locating now," she said, using her internal positioning system to mark where she and Aiko stood, before inputting the tracker code for Emperor Kai that Cress had given them. She held her breath while it searched, and searched. And then, there he was, a green dot in the North Tower, 14th floor, the sitting room connected to his personal chambers. He was pacing. She shivered. She was so close to him, after being a galaxy apart. Got him. She kept to hallways that she expected to be unoccupied. She found herself continuously glancing at the cameras on the ceilings, but not one of them moved, or flashed, or indicated that it was turned on, and slowly Cinder's paranoia began to fade. Cress had done it. She'd shut down the security system. Then they rounded a corner into the elevator bank of the North Tower, and Cinder crashed into a woman. She stumbled back. "Oh, sorry." The woman eyed Cinder. She was a member of the staff, dressed in the same blush-toned top and black pants that they were. Cinder called up her glamour, turning her cyborg hand into a human one and giving her complexion the same flawless tone as an escort's. She flashed a smile that she hoped hid her surprise and bowed. It took a few heartbeats more to realize why she was so startled. Not because they'd run into someone here in the hallway, but because she hadn't sensed this woman around the corner. It was a feeling so subtle, she'd hardly known she was doing it before, reaching out with her consciousness and lightly touching on the bioelectricity that shimmered off every human being. She'd gotten used to feeling Thorne and Wolf and Jason and Dr. Erland when they were nearby, their presence like a shadow in her subconscious. It was instinctual, no more difficult than breathing. But this woman was a blank slate to her. Like Cress, a shell. Like Aiko. "My apologies," said the woman, returning Cinder's bow. "This wing of the palace is off-limits to anyone without a crown-issued pass. I must ask you to leave."
"We have a pass," said Aiko, smiling brightly. "We've been asked to check with His Imperial Majesty to see if he requires any refreshments while we wait for the ceremony to begin." She made to step around the woman, but a palm shot out and pressed against her sternum. The woman's serene gaze, though, remained on Cinder. "You are Lynn Cinder," she said. "You are a wanted fugitive. I am required to alert authorities." Sorry, but this is a bad time for me." Stepping back,
Cinder raised her prosthetic hand and fired a tranquilizer dart at the woman's thigh. It clanged, the tip catching briefly in the fabric of her pants before it fell to the floor. That was all the confirmation she needed. Cinder clenched her jaw and swung for the side of the woman's head, but the woman ducked and whipped a leg up, her foot catching Cinder in the side. She grunted and stumbled away, her back crashing into a wall. With an impassive expression, the woman leaped after her, aiming an elbow for Cinder's nose. Cinder barely blocked, using the momentum to spin around, locking her elbow around the woman's neck. The woman bucked her hips, sending Cinder tumbling over her head. She landed on her back, her vision spotty. "Aiko, she's a—" She heard a click, and the fighting stalled around her. Cinder moaned. "An android."
"I noticed," said Aiko, holding up a control panel studded with snapped wires. "Are you all right?"
Aiko crouched beside Cinder, her expression a perfect model of concern. Though she was still panting, Cinder found herself smiling. "You're the most human android I've ever known."
"I know."
Aiko scooped a hand beneath Cinder and helped her sit up.
"Your hair is a mess, by the way. Honestly, Cinder, can't you look presentable for more than 5 minutes?
Cinder braced herself on Aiko and climbed to her feet. "I'm a mechanic," she said, an automatic response. She glanced at the woman whose arms had fallen limp at her sides and whose eyes were staring emptily toward the elevators. Shaking her head to clear it, Cinder tapped the elevator call button. The screen flashed twice with a warning about a Level 1 security breach, before turning green. The nearest elevator opened. Somewhere, many floors underneath the palace, Cress had just given her clearance. Together, she and Aiko dragged the android into the elevator and left her in a corner. Cinder's hands were shaking so hard with adrenaline she almost pushed the button for the wrong floor. As the door shut, she pulled the last few bobby pins out of her hair and instead whipped it into a quick, messy ponytail. 5 minutes of being presentable had been plenty enough. In her head, she narrowed her focus down to those 2 separate dots, merging ever closer. Herself, gliding up between the tower floors, and Kai. Something was wrong. Thaumaturge Sybil Mira could sense it in the way the earthen guards were acting, and how there were too many whispers and hands resting on gun hilts. As she followed behind Queen Levana, Sybil found herself growing tense. Her queen would not be happy should anything go wrong. She glanced sideways at Thaumaturge Amory. His eyes met hers. He'd noticed it too. She looked ahead to her queen, who was wearing red and gold, traditional Commonwealth wedding colors. Her head was draped in a sheer veil, and the long train of her gown had been embroidered with the ornate tails of the dragon and phoenix motif that converged in the front. The fabric billowed like a sail as she walked. Her posture suggested poise and confidence, as it always did. Had she noticed anything yet? Even if she had, she may only attribute it to her presence, and how the weak earthens would simultaneously ogle and cower from her. But Sybil knew it was more than that. The hair prickled on her neck. They were nearly to the main corridor when a guard stepped in front of their escorts. Her Majesty came to a stop, her skirt settling at her feet. Amory stopped as well, but Sybil continued forward to place herself at Her Majesty's side, taking care not to favor her uninjured leg. She may have been forced to tell the Queen about her failure in capturing Lynn Cinder, but she'd so far managed to avoid the embarrassing fact that she was shot during the fight. By her own guard, no less. "My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty," the earthen guard began with a quick bow. Sybil glowered, and with a twitch of her fingers, the guard dropped to one knee. He grunted. "You will show my queen proper respect when addressing her," Sybil said, slipping her hands into her sleeves. It took a moment for the guard to recover from his shock. She did not allow him to stand or even raise his head from its lowered, respectful position, and finally he cleared his throat and proceeded,
his voice more strained than before. "Your Majesty, we are experiencing an unanticipated malfunction of our security systems. We've determined that for your safety and the safety of Emperor Kaito, we must delay the ceremony." He paused to inhale. "We are optimistic that the delay will be short. However, I'm afraid I must ask you to return to your quarters. We will inform you immediately once this matter is cleared and we can proceed with the ceremony." A drop of sweat traced down his neck. "Your escorts will happily return you to—" "What sort of malfunction?" asked the Queen. "I'm afraid I can't divulge any details at this point, but we are working to correct the—" "That is not an acceptable answer to my Queen's reasonable question," said Sybil. "You have suggested that my Queen may be in danger. I demand to know what details you have of the situation, so that I may personally see to her safety. We will not be kept ignorant on these matters. Now, what sort of malfunction are you experiencing?" She could see his jaw flexing, his eyes fixed on the ground before the Queen's feet. Sybil doubted he was high-ranking enough to answer the question, but his fear was working against his resolve. The two lower-ranked guards that had accompanied him didn't move or fidget, and yet their rigid posture hinted at their own discomfort. Perhaps she should prostrate them all. "A manual one," the guard said finally. "Our security system has been shut down, which can only be done at the central control room." "And that is within the palace?" "Yes, Thaumaturge Mira." "You're telling me that your malfunction is truly a security breach?" "It is a possibility we are considering. Our #1 priority is the safety of our guests. Again, I must ask that you return to your quarters, Your Majesty." Sybil laughed. "The palace may have been infiltrated. You can't keep someone away from your own security mainframe, and yet you think we'll be safe in the guest quarters?" "That's enough, Sybil." Sybil froze and glanced at her Queen. Her long, pale fingers were interlaced over her skirt, but Sybil guessed that beneath the veil her eyes would be sharp as needles. "My Queen." "I am sure these men are well aware of the importance of this wedding ceremony, and the global repercussions that could follow should anything prevent this marriage from taking place. Aren't you, gentlemen?" The guard said nothing. The kneeling man was beginning to tremble. Sybil could guess that his neck was aching from holding his head at such an awkward position. 2 steps clicked on the floor to Her Majesty's other side. "My Queen asked you a question," said Amory, his voice both calm and menacing, like the roll of distant thunder. The guard cleared his throat. "We have no desire to delay or prevent this wedding, Your Majesty. We only wish to resolve the problem swiftly, so that the ceremony can continue as soon as possible." "See that you do," said the Queen. "Sybil, Amory, let us return to our chambers and allow these men to fulfill their responsibilities without toiling over us." She began to turn before pausing. Her veil swished past her elbows. "Please, do send word immediately as to the safety of my groom. I will be in fits until I know he is well." "Yes, Your Majesty," said the guard. "We will be instating extra protection outside your chambers, as well as His Majesty's, until this is resolved." Sybil waited until they were pacing away, following behind their escorts and guards, before she released her hold on the man. She wondered if those guards had any imagination for the wrath they would incur if this interruption wasn't resolved. The delay itself, though, was not what made Sybil anxious. It was what, or who, could have caused such a delay. Though Levana refused to even speak about the escaped cyborg, other than to rail about the inadequacies of the Earthen military, Sybil had deduced what her Queen would not say outright. It had been easy to extract her hostage's implications during the interrogation, and the red-headed girl had not been lying. Lynn Cinder, the cyborg, was truly Princess Celine.
Sybil had seen the girl's glamour at the ball. More telling, she had seen Her Majesty's reaction to it. Her lost niece was the only person in the galaxy who could have caused such an uproar. And the idea that Princess Celine was out there, evading her, taunting her, would be driving the Queen mad. So far, the girl had proven herself to be remarkably resourceful, escaping from New Beijing, evading authorities in both Paris and that little African village, even managing to get away from her. Could it be that she was behind this? Would she be so reckless as to try to stop the Queen's wedding? If so, perhaps Sybil had not been giving her enough credit. A palace breach, a security malfunction, a disabled She almost missed a step. She was not one for clumsiness, and Amory noticed. She didn't return his stare. Her thoughts were already racing. It was not possible. She was jumping to conclusions. She reached into her sleeve for the miniature port screen that lived in its own small pocket and pulled up the surveillance feed for New Beijing Palace. All the cameras and trackers she'd painstakingly installed throughout the palace over countless dreary diplomatic meetings and discussions. Unable to establish link, she gnashed her teeth. Not only had the palace's security been tampered with, their own surveillance system was down. The entire system. It didn't seem possible, but she knew Crescent's work when she saw it. She tucked the port away. "My Queen," the group halted. "I would like to request permission to investigate this security breach myself." One of the guards fidgeted. "I do apologize, but we've been ordered to return all of you to—" Sybil twisted the bioelectricity around his head, and the guard fell silent with a strangled gasp. "I was not asking your permission." After a moment, Levana gave a single nod, the curtain of material barely shifting. "Granted." She bowed. "And Sybil, should you find these perpetrators, I order their immediate deaths. I cannot be bothered with trivial arrests and trials on my wedding day." "Of course, my Queen." Chapter 51. Kai laughed, a rough sound that bordered on hyperventilating. He couldn't tell if this unexpected turn of events was terrible or very, very funny. "The palace security has been compromised? What exactly does that mean?" "The Royal Guard hasn't had time to document an official report, Your Majesty," said Thorne, "but we do know that all security cameras and scanners, including weapon scanners, have malfunctioned. Or at least that your guards are unable to access their feeds at this time." "How long have they been shut down?" "Almost 11 minutes. Kai paced to the window. He caught sight of a groom in his reflection. A white silk shirt split by a red sash that hung from his shoulder. It made him think of blood every time he saw it. He'd spent the past hour pacing around his private chambers and avoiding his reflection as much as possible. "Do you think Levana has anything to do with it?" "It seems out of character for her to do anything that could upset today's ceremony." Kai strung his fingers through his hair. Priya would have a fit when she saw him, after those specialty stylists had spent 40 minutes adjusting every last hair on his head. "Your Majesty, I might ask that you move away from the window." He turned around, surprised at the concern in Thorne's voice. "Why?" "We have to assume that this breach constitutes a threat to your safety, but we can't guess where that threat might come from." "You think someone's going to try and assassinate me through a window on the 14th floor?" "We don't know what to think, but I don't want to take unnecessary risks until we have more information. The captain of the guard should be here shortly. I'm sure he has a plan in place for such circumstances. We may be forced to evacuate or go into lockdown mode." Kai drew away from the window. Lockdown mode? He hadn't known such a thing existed.
Are we canceling the ceremony? He asked, hardly daring to hope. Thorne sighed. Not officially, not yet. That course of action is a last resort. Queen Levana and her court have been confined to their quarters and, if necessary, will be escorted to a remote location. The ceremony is temporarily delayed, until we can ensure your safety and the safety of the Queen. Kai briefly perched on the edge of one of the carved wood chairs, but, too anxious to sit, bounced back to his feet and resumed pacing. She's going to be furious. You might want to warn whoever has to break the news to her. I suspect everyone is well aware. Kai shook his head, baffled. For weeks he'd lived in a mental fog, caught between misery and apprehension, fear and nerves, and the constant desperate hopes that lingered in his head. Hope that there was a way out. Hope that the wedding day would never come. Hope that Princess Celine had been found and that, somehow, she would change everything. And now, this. There was no way it was a coincidence. Someone had purposefully hacked the palace security system. Who was capable of that? And what did they want to do? Simply stop the wedding? There were plenty of people in the world who didn't want this wedding to take place, after all. Or were their motivations more dangerous? Maybe even sinister? He peered up at Thorne. I know you don't like it when I talk about conspiracies, but come on! Thorne exhaled a long, painful-sounding breath. Your Majesty, this time, we may be in agreement. Someone knocked, startling them both. Normally, a speaker in the wall would have announced the arrival of whoever was on the other side. But that must have been a part of the failed system. Which made Kai question, shouldn't there have been a backup system? Or had that too been compromised? Thorne moved toward the door first. Announce yourself. Tajmi Priya, requesting to speak with His Majesty. Kai massaged his neck as Thorne unbolted and opened the door. Priya stood stiffly before them, even more put together than usual in an emerald and silver sari. Any news? Asked Kai. Priya's expression was dazed, bordering on fearful. Kai braced himself for the worst, although he didn't know what the worst could be. But instead of speaking, Priya shut her eyes and collapsed, crumpling onto the carpet. Kai gasped and dropped down beside her. On her other side, Thorne lifted her wrist, checking for a pulse. What's wrong with her? Kai asked, before his eyes snagged on a small dart jutting from Priya's back. What? She'll be fine. Kai froze, looked up, at black pants and a silk top, and Cinder. His heart lurched into his throat. She wore the same uniform as the wedding staff. Her hair was a mess, as it always was. She wasn't wearing gloves. She looked flustered. Another girl entered behind her and shut the door. She was a little taller, with light brown skin and blue hair, though Kai couldn't spare her more than a cursory glance. Because Cinder was there. Cinder. Unable to lift his jaw, Kai pushed himself to his feet. Thorne stood too and stepped around Priya, trying to inch his way in between them like a shield, but Kai hardly noticed. Cinder held his gaze. It seemed as if maybe she was waiting for something, bracing herself. Despite the fact that her metal hand had some sort of dangerous-looking appendage jutting from one of the fingers, she looked almost bashful. The silence was unbearable, but Kai couldn't think of a single thing to say. Finally, Cinder gulped. I'm sorry. I had to. She gestured at the unconscious wedding coordinator, then waved her hand like shaking it off. But she'll be fine, I swear. Maybe a little nauseous when she comes to, but otherwise... And your android? Nancy, right? I had to disable her. And her backup processor. But any mechanic can return her to defaults in about 6 seconds, so... She rubbed anxiously at her wrist. Oh, and we ran into your captain of the guard in the hallway?
and a few other guards, and I may have scared him, and he's, unconscious also. But really, they'll all be just fine, I swear." Her lips twitched into a brief, nervous smile. Hello again, by the way." "Ugh," said the other girl, rolling her eyes. "That was painful." Cinder shot her a glare, but then the girl took a single step toward Kai and dipped into a graceful bow. "Your Imperial Majesty, it is such a pleasure to see you again." He said nothing. Cinder said nothing. Thorne, half positioned between Kai and Cinder, said nothing. Finally, the girl lifted her head. "Any time now, Cinder." Cinder jumped. "Right, sorry." She took a tentative step forward and looked about to speak again, but Kai finally found his voice. "Are you insane?" Cinder paused. Are you? Queen Levana is in this palace. She'll kill you." She blinked. "Yes, I know." "Which is why we need to stop wasting time," the girl muttered under her breath. Kai frowned at her. "Who are you?" She brightened.
"Oh, I'm Aiko. You may not remember me, but we met at the market that day you brought in the android. Only I was about this tall," she held her hand at hip height, "and shaped kind of like an enormous pear and significantly more pale."
She batted her eyelashes. Kai returned his attention to Cinder. "She's right," said Cinder. "We need to leave now, and you're coming with us." "I'm what?" "He will do no such thing," said Thorne. He started to move toward Cinder, but then his foot stalled midair and reversed. Suddenly, he was stepping over Priya, walking backward until the backs of his knees hit a settee, and he sank down onto the cushion. Kai gaped at him, beginning to think this was all some bizarre anxiety dream. "I'm sorry," said Cinder, holding up her cyborg hand. "But I have one more tranquilizer, and if you try to interfere, I'm afraid I'll have to use it on you." Thorne glared at her, putting as much seething hatred into the look as Kai had ever seen. "Kai, I need to remove your ID chip." He faced her again and felt, for the first time, a twinge of fear. Something clicked, and he glanced down to see her ejecting a short knife from one of her fingers. She was cyborg. This he'd almost gotten used to. But she was also lunar, and while he'd known that for just as long, he'd never before seen her act lunar. Not so blatantly, not until now. Cinder took a step toward him. He took a step back. She paused, hurt flickering in her eyes. "Kai? You shouldn't have come back here." She licked her lips. "I know how this must look, but I'm asking you to trust me. I can't let you marry her." He let out an abrupt laugh. The wedding. He'd almost forgotten about it, and he was the one in groom's clothes. "It's not your decision to make. I'm making it anyway." She moved forward again, and with another step back, Kai found himself pressed against a small table. Cinder's gaze dipped down, and her eyes widened. Kai followed the look. Her foot was on the table, the child-size foot that had fallen off on the garden steps, its plating dented and the joints packed with dirt. He'd taken it out of his office when the security team had done the sweep for Levana's spy equipment. His ears grew hot, and he felt as if he'd just been caught hoarding something strange and overtly intimate, something that didn't belong to him. "You, he gestured half-heartedly. "You dropped that." Cinder peeled her attention away from the foot and met his gaze, speechless. He couldn't begin to guess what she was thinking. He didn't even know what it meant that he'd kept it. The other girl, Aiko, cupped her chin with both hands. "This is so much better than a net drama." Cinder briefly lowered her gaze to compose herself, then held her hand toward him. "Please, Kai, we don't have much time. I need your wrist." Her voice was gentle and kind, and somehow that gave him greater pause than anything. Lunars, always so convincingly gentle, so deviously kind. Shaking his head,
He pressed his vulnerable wrist against his side. Cinder, look. I don't know what you're doing here. I want to believe you have good intentions, but I don't know anything about you. You lied to me about everything. I never lied to you. Cinder stole another look at the foot. I maybe didn't tell you the whole truth, but can you blame me? He frowned. Of course I can blame you. You had plenty of opportunities to tell me the truth. The words seemed to surprise her, until she fisted her hands on her hips. Right. And what if I'd said, oh, sure, Your Highness, I'd love to go to the ball with you, but first you should probably know that I'm cyborg. And then what? Kai looked away. You never would have talked to me again, she answered for him. You would have been mortified. So you were just going to keep it hidden forever? Forever? Cinder waved her arm toward the window. You are the emperor of an entire country. There was never going to be a forever. He was surprised how much the words stung. She was right. There wasn't room for such absurdity between them. An emperor? A cyborg? Her words shouldn't have hurt at all. What about being lunar? He said. When was that going to come up? Cinder huffed, and he could tell she was growing exasperated. We don't have time for this. How many times did you manipulate me? How much of it was just brainwashing? Her jaw fell open, as if she were appalled that he could even suggest it. Then a fire stoked behind her eyes. Why? Are you worried that you may have had actual feelings for a lowly cyborg? I'm just trying to figure out what was real and who this person is. He gestured from her head to her toes. One day, you're fixing port screens at the market. The next, you're breaking out of a high-security prison. And now, you disabled my palace security, you're waving a knife at me, and you're threatening to tranquilize my chief advisor if you don't get what you want. What am I supposed to think? I don't even know whose side you're on. Cinder clenched her fists, but as his angry words settled, her eyes caught on something over his shoulder. The enormous picture window overlooking the Eastern Commonwealth. Her expression became distant, calculating. She took another step toward him. Kai flinched. I'm on my side, she said, and if you want what's best for the Commonwealth and this entire planet, you'd better be on my side too. She held out her hand, palm up. Now, give me your wrist. He curled his fingers. My responsibility is here. I have a country to protect. I'm not running away from that. And I'm certainly not running away with you. He tried to lift his chin, though it was difficult when Cinder's glare was making him feel about as important as a grain of salt. Really? She drawled. You'd rather take your chances with her? At least I know when she's manipulating me. Newsflash, I have never manipulated you. And I hope I never have to. But you aren't the only one with responsibilities, and an entire country of people who are relying on you. So I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you are coming with me. And you're just going to have to figure out whether or not you can trust me when we're not so pressed for time. Then she raised her hand and shot him. Chapter 52. Within seconds of the dart hitting Kai's chest, his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed into cinder. The advisor yelped and stood, but Aiko intercepted him, pressing the man back as Cinder eased Kai's unconscious body onto the floor. For a moment, she was paralyzed, her mind reeling from the things she'd just said, at what she'd just done. Cinder, are you all right? Said Aiko. Fine, she muttered, trembling as she propped Kai against the table and pulled out the dart. He's going to hate me when he wakes up, but I'm fine. She couldn't help glancing up again, at the big picture window hung with heavy silk drapes, at her own reflection looking back at her, at the girl with one metal hand wearing the uniform of a servant. She let out a slow, head-clearing breath and pulled Kai's hand toward her. What are you going to do to him? Cinder paused long enough to look over at the advisor. His face was red with fury. We're taking him somewhere safe, she said. Somewhere Levana can't get to him. And you think there won't be repercussions for that? Not only for you, but for everyone on this planet. Don't you realize that we are in the middle of a war? We're not in the middle of a war. We're at the very beginning. She fixed her gaze on him. And I'm going to put an end to it.
She can put an end to it, said Aiko. We have a plan, and His Majesty will be safe with us.
Strangely embarrassed by Aiko's confidence, Cinder refocused on Kai's wrist. She'd cut out so many ID chips in the past weeks, she was almost used to it, though the first incision still reminded her of Peony's limp hand and blue fingertips. Every time. A thick drop of blood welled up on his skin, and Cinder instinctively tilted his arm so that it would roll down his fingers without soiling his white shirt. He believes that you've found the lost Princess Celine. She paused and, after a beat, glanced up at Aiko, then at the advisor. What? Is it true? Have you found her? Gulping, she refocused on Kai's wrist, waited until her hands stopped trembling before she removed the small chip from his flesh. Yes, she said, her voice wary as she fished some clean bandages from her calf compartment and wrapped them around the wound. She's with us. Then you also believe she can make a difference. Her teeth clenched, but she forced herself to relax as she secured the bandages. She will make a difference. The people of Luna are going to rally around her. She's going to reclaim her throne. Retracting the knife blade, she met the advisor's glare again. But if this wedding goes through, it won't matter. No revolution on Luna is going to nullify a marriage and a coronation. If you give her this power, there's nothing I or anyone can do to take it from her. And I know that you're smart enough to see the repercussions of that. With a sigh, Cinder rolled down her pant leg again and stood up. I understand that you have no reason to trust me, but I'm going to ask you to anyway. I promise no harm will come to Kai while he's with us. She was met with silence and a simmering glare. She nodded. Fair enough. Aiko? Aiko stooped and grabbed Kai's elbow. Together, they hauled him up, an arm over each of their shoulders. They dragged him 4, 5 steps toward the door. He has another chip. They paused. The advisor, still seated on the couch, still glaring, sneered, as if irritated with himself. What do you mean? There is a second tracking device embedded behind his right ear, in case anyone ever tried to kidnap him. Allowing Aiko to take the brunt of Kai's weight, Cinder tentatively reached for his drooping head. She brushed his hair out of the way and pressed her fingers into the indent between his spine and skull. Something small and hard rested against the bone. She nodded at the advisor. Thank you, she said, ejecting the knife again. He grunted. If anything happens to him, Lin Mei, I will hunt you down and kill you myself. A drop of sweat snaked its way down Cress's spine, but her hands were too busy to swipe at it. Her fingers flashed over the screens, skimming along lists and coding, triple-checking her work. The closed-circuit security system was down, including all cameras, scanners, identity-encoded software, and alarms. Both backup systems were disabled, and she could find no evidence of a third backup waiting to rise up and ruin all her hard work as soon as she turned away. The connection to the lunar spyware had been severed. She'd ensured that all digital locks in the North Tower were disabled, along with any doors in between this security control center and the research facility wing. She'd been extra diligent about disrupting the radar technology embedded in the rooftops' decorative Killen sculptures, so they wouldn't detect the Rampians' approach. All of the elevators were at a standstill, except the single elevator in the North Tower that was still stationed on the 14th floor, waiting for Cinder and Aiko to make their escape, which was taking forever. She inched her fingers away from the master screen and looked up. The dozens of screens surrounding her had gone black, but for the repeating gray text, System error. That's it, she sat back. I think that's it. No one was around to hear her. The glass wall separating her from Wolf and the rest of Sublevel D was soundproof, bulletproof, and probably many other types of proof that she didn't even know about. She pushed herself away from the desk. Wolf was out in the small lobby, leaning against the wall by the stairwell door. At some point, he'd removed his tuxedo jacket and bow tie, unbuttoned his collar, and rolled up his sleeves. His hair was no longer neat and tidy, but sticking up at odd angles. He looked bored. At his feet, scattered across the lobby floor, were at least 30 palace guards. He met Cress's gaze just as the door to the stairwell burst open and a guard charged through, gun raised. Cress screamed, but Wolf just grabbed the guard's arm, bent it behind his back, and targeted a precise hit to the side of his neck. The guard crumpled and Wolf slid him neatly onto the pile of his peers. Then he held his palms toward Cress, as if to ask what was taking so long. Right, she murmured to herself, heart thumping. She inspected the screen with the elevator status reports one more time and saw that only one elevator was moving. Descending from the 14th floor in the North Tower. A smile trickled her lips, but was restrained behind the avalanche of anxiety. Leaning over the control panel, she attached her port screen to the main input console and set the timer. Dr. Erland watched the small screen on the machine's panel as it spit out a stream of data, documenting the stability of Thorne's stem cells, each step of the automated procedure, and the details of the chemical reaction that was happening on a cellular level inside the tiny plastic vial fitted into place. It was taking ages, but they weren't in any rush. Not yet. Behind him, Thorne was sitting on the lab table, kicking his heels against the side. The data stream lit up. Solution complete. Review parameters below. He made a quick scan of said parameters before allowing himself to feel pleased. Ejecting the vial, he reached for an eyedropper on the counter. Finished. Thorne pulled the blindfold down around his neck. Just like that? Your immune system will have to do the rest. We need to saturate your eyes 4 times a day for a week or so. Your vision should start returning after 6 or 7 days, but it will be gradual. Your body is practically engineering a new optical nerve, which doesn't happen overnight. Now, can you be a big boy and do the drops yourself? Thorne frowned. Really? You want us to come all this way just so I can stab myself in the eye? Sighing, the doctor dipped the dropper into the vial. Fine. Tilt your head back and keep your eyes open. 3 drops in each side. He reached forward, the clear solution bubbling up at the tip of the dropper and hovering over Thorne's wide-open eyes. But then, Dr. Erland's attention caught on a bruise on the inside of his wrist. He froze and twisted his hand around to examine it. The bruise had formed around a dark red splotch, like blood puddled beneath the surface of his papery skin. His stomach dropped. Suddenly shaking, he inched away from Thorne and set the vial and the dropper on the counter. Thorne lowered his chin. What's wrong? Nothing, Dr. Erland murmured as he reached for a drawer and pulled out a face mask, snapping it on over his mouth and nose. Just double-checking something. He grabbed a sterilizer wash and wiped down the vial and the eyedropper, then wrapped them up in a cloth. He was feeling weak already, but that was no doubt all in his head. Even with the mutated disease, victims still survived anywhere from 24 to 48 hours after showing symptoms. At least. But he was an old man, and he'd been overexerting himself all day, with the walk through the escape tunnels and rushing through the palace. His immune system may already be strained. He glanced at Thorne, who had begun to whistle to himself. I need to take a blood sample. Thorne groaned. Please don't tell me something got messed up. No, just taking precautions. Your arm, please. Thorne didn't look happy about it, but he rolled up his sleeve nevertheless.
It was a quick test, one Dr. Erland had done 1,000 times, drawing the blood and running it through the diagnostic module to check for leishmaniasis-carrying pathogens. Yet he found himself distracted by the warmth of his breaths as they caught inside the face mask. Thorne. And, if he returned with the others, Cinder. And his crescent moon. He gripped the side of the counter to keep his hands from shaking. Why hadn't he told her the truth before? He assumed they would have time. He'd believed there would be years after Selene was crowned and Levana was gone. Years to tell her the truth, to embrace her, to tell her how much he loved her, to apologize again and again for ever letting her go. He stared down at the bruise-like rash. Only a single bruise so far. It wasn't spreading, at least not on his arms, but his analytical brain, having seen this same rash on the wrists of so many victims, had already set a timer ticking. He was going to die. The module dinged, making him jump. Leishmaniasis results? Negative. He shut his eyes in relief. "How's everything going over there, Doctor?" He cleared his throat. I've determined it would be best to let the stem cell solution sit for a few hours. You can apply the drops when you're back on the ship." He picked up a stylus and began to type a message into the port screen. "I'll put the instructions on this port screen, just in case." "Instructions for who?" His gut twisted as he wrote. "I won't be returning with you." There was silence, punctuated by the tapping of the stylus and his own breaths, suddenly labored. "What are you talking about?" "I'm too old. I'll just slow you down. When the others arrive, I want you to go on without me." "Don't be stupid. We have a plan. We're sticking to it." "No. You'll be leaving me behind." "Why, so Levana can get her hands on you and torture you for information? Great idea." "She won't have time to torture me. I'm already dying." The words pinched something inside him, and suddenly his spectacles were steaming up. There wasn't time. After all these years, there was never enough time. "What are you talking about?" He didn't respond until he'd finished typing into the port screen. Shoving the stylus behind his ear, he walked over to the door and peered through the small window into the laboratory corridor. Outside, dozens of guards had crowded into the hallway, stretching out in each direction with their guns raised. "All is indeed going according to plan," he muttered. A hand landed on his shoulder, and he pulled away so fast he nearly collapsed into the counter. "Don't touch me!" "What is going on?" said Thorne, growing impatient. Ducking around him, Dr. Erland paced to the other end of the room. "There is a quarantine room attached to this lab facility. I'll be quarantining myself. Don't worry, no one will dare come in to question me." He removed his spectacles and rubbed the lenses on his shirt. "I've just diagnosed myself with leishmaniasis." Thorne launched himself away, as if he'd been burned, planting his back against the wall so that there couldn't have been any more space between them. Cursing, he wiped the palm that had touched the doctor on his pants. "Don't worry, your results are negative. There's a very slim chance that you've caught it in the last 2 minutes." He slid his spectacles back on. "Your stem cell solution is on the counter to your left, wrapped in a cloth. There is a port screen beside it. Give them to Cress. She can help you." His voice clogged, and he felt for the keypad. The code hadn't changed since he'd left. As he pulled open the door, the lights in the quarantine flickered on. The window that divided the room was one way, so that the patients couldn't see the technicians while they were running tests. He had never been on that side of the glass before. "Carswell Thorne?" Glancing back, he saw that Thorne was still plastered against the wall, but the fear had left his expression, replaced with determination and sympathy. "Yes. Thank you for keeping her safe in the desert." He knit his brows. "Although you still don't deserve her." Before Thorne could respond, Dr. Erland stepped into the quarantine and shut himself in. His captivity was instant. airtight and suffocating and final. Chapter 53. She was glad that Wolf seemed to have memorized the palace blueprint better than she had, because with all this running up and down stairwells, around corners, and down countless corridors, Cress was completely lost. Wolf, however, hadn't shown a moment's hesitation as they ran down the abandoned halls. Perfect timing, Wolf muttered under his breath, as they swung around another corner. He grabbed Cress's elbow and yanked her back before she could collide with Cinder and Aiko and the unconscious man hanging between them.
"Well, hello there, strangers," said Aiko.
Wolf nodded, first at Cinder, then the unconscious Emperor. "I thought that might be his cologne. Need help?" Neither Cinder nor Aiko objected when he stooped down and swung Kai over one shoulder. If Cress hadn't been panicked and flustered and running on 8 quarts of throbbing adrenaline, she would have been much more impressed. "Labs are this way," Cinder said, taking the lead. Cress picked up her skirt and hurried after her. "Any surprises?"
"Not so far," Cress answered. "You?"
Cinder shook her head as they darted across the sky bridge into the research wing. "Not really, just a lot of this." A palace guard appeared in front of them, gripping his gun. "Stop right—" The word became a strangled gasp as his face went blank. His hands fell slack at his sides, the gun dropping to the floor. Cress gasped, but Cinder pulled her around his dazed form without breaking pace. "Wow," said Cress between her panting. "Good thing you've been practicing, right?" "I wish that were the reason it's so easy," she said, shaking her head as they rounded another corner. "With Wolf, at least there was some struggle, some effort involved, but with Earthens, it's too easy." She gulped. "If she becomes Empress, Earth doesn't stand a chance." They arrived at an elevator bank, and Cress punched in the override code. "Well then," she said, flashing a weary smile, "good thing she's not going to be Empress." There seemed to be a mutual sigh as they crowded into the elevator. Cress's nerves were sparkling like a million electrodes. Sweat was soaking into the back of her expensive dress. She was frazzled from all the running and the stairs and the panic, but at least they'd had a brief moment to pause and breathe and prepare themselves for what came next. Cress couldn't help sneaking a curious glance at the man draped over Wolf's shoulder. The Emperor. Of all the times she'd imagined meeting him, after years of spying on him and his father, she'd never imagined their first meeting would be quite like this. Wolf stiffened as the elevator began to slow. "There's a lot of them out there." "We knew there would be," said Cinder. "Thorne and the doctor had better be ready." Cress shifted back, happy to keep Cinder and Wolf between her and whatever awaited them in the hall. Aiko bent toward her.
"That dress looks amazing on you," she said. "Cinder, doesn't she look amazing?"
Cinder sighed as the elevator came to a full stop. "Aiko, after this, we're going to start working on occasion appropriateness." The door slid open, and dozens of palace guards in red and gold uniforms stood before them. "And not an android among them," Cinder muttered. "Kai and I are going to have a long talk about palace security." She marched into the corridor. "You," she ordered without gesturing to anyone in particular as far as Cress could tell, "are now our personal guard. Form a barrier." 8 guards shuffled forward and, in robotic unison, formed a wall between them and their peers. Confusion flashed through the eyes of the others. Cinder held her palm out, and one of the guards set a gun into it, handle first. She aimed it at Kai's head, her expression the picture of cold neutrality. "If anyone thinks of getting in our way, your emperor is dead. Now move." With their 8 personal guards acting as a protective bubble around them, Cress found herself being herded along with the others toward the lab rooms. When they reached the 6th door, Cinder knocked, using the special rhythm they'd devised. The door swung open a beat later. Thorne was flushed and scowling. He had his cane in one hand, a cloth bundle in the other, and his blindfold still on. "Doctor's not coming," he said. A hesitation before Cinder said, "What do you mean he's not coming?"
He gestured toward the back of the lab, and they all pushed inside, leaving Cinder's brainwashed puppets to linger, baffled, in the hallway. A window was set into the wall, showing a sterile quarantine room. The doctor was seated on top of a lab table, his head hanging down, his fingers fidgeting with his hat. With a growl, Cinder marched up to the window and pounded on it with her fist. The doctor lifted his head, messy gray hair sticking out in all directions. Grabbing a microphone from the desk, Cinder pushed a button and screamed, "We don't have time for this! Get out here!" The doctor only smiled, sadly. "Cinder," said Thorne, his tone heavy in a way Cress had rarely heard. "He has the plague." Cress's stomach dropped as Cinder reeled back from the window. The doctor smoothed down his hair. "Has everyone made it back safely?" he asked, his voice coming through some speaker in the wall. It took Cinder a moment, but then she stammered, "Yes, everyone but you." A hand landed on Cress's head. She gasped and recoiled, but Thorne was already wrapping his arm around her shoulders and squeezing her against him. "Just checking it was you," he whispered. She blinked up at his profile. The hours they'd spent apart suddenly felt like days, and she realized it could as easily have been him that was being left behind, instead of the doctor. She dug herself further into his embrace. "I am sorry," said Dr. Erland, the words crisply spoken, like he'd been waiting to say them. He looked more fragile than ever, sitting on the lab table, his face carved with wrinkles. "Miss Lynn, Mr. Wolf," he sighed. "Crescent." Her eyes widened. No one had called her that since Sybil. How had he even known? It was a common name on Luna. Perhaps it was a lucky guess. "I've hurt you all in some way, been at least partially responsible for some tragedy in your lives. I am sorry." Cress gulped, feeling a twinge of regret in the base of her stomach. The doctor still wore a bruise on his jaw from where she'd hit him. "I've made some important discoveries," said the doctor. "How much time can you spare?" Cinder's hand tightened around the microphone. "Jason's ETA is in 6 minutes. That will have to suffice." The sorrow on the old man's face hardened. "Is His Majesty with you?" "He's unconscious," said Cinder. His eyebrows lifted almost imperceptibly. "I see. Would you be so kind as to pass on a message to him?" Before Cinder could respond, the doctor pulled on his hat and inhaled a deep breath. "This plague is not a random tragedy. It is biological warfare." "What?" Cinder planted her hands on the desk. "What do you mean?" "The Lunar Crown has been using antibodies found in the blood of the ungifted to manufacture an antidote for the last 16 years, and perhaps much longer. But 16 years ago, lethimosis didn't even exist, unless it, too, had been manufactured in a lunar laboratory. Lunars wanted to weaken Earth and to create a dependency on their antidote." He patted his chest, as if looking for something in his pocket, but then seemed to realize it was missing. "Right. I've indicated my findings on the port screen that is now in Mr. Thorne's possession. Please give it to His Majesty when he is recovered. Earth should know that this war did not start with the recent attacks. This war has been going on beneath our noses for over a decade, and I do fear Earth is losing." The silence that followed was suffocating. Cinder leaned down into the microphone. "We're not going to lose." "I believe you, Miss Lynn." The doctor's breath shuddered. "Now, would Cress come closer, please?" Cress stiffened. She pressed against Thorne's side as the others all looked at her, and it was only his gentle nudge that unstuck her feet. She crept toward the window that divided them from the quarantine room. Only now, as she came to stand before the microphone, did she realize it was a one-way window. She could see the doctor,
but on the other side he was probably looking at a reflection of himself. Cinder cleared her throat, not taking her curious gaze off Cress. "She's here." A pathetic smile tried to climb up the doctor's lips, but failed. "Crescent. My crescent moon." "How do you know my full name?" she asked, too confused to recognize the harshness of her tone. But the doctor did not seem fazed, even as his lips began to tremble. "Because I named you." She shivered, clawing her hands into the folds of her skirt. "I want you to know that it nearly killed me when I lost you, and I have thought of you every day." His gaze hovered somewhere near the base of the window. "I always wanted to be a father, even as a young man, but I was recruited into the Crown's team of scientists immediately following my education. Such an honor, you know. My career became everything, and there was no time for a family. I was already in my 40s when I married. My wife, another scientist, whom I'd known for many years and never thought I liked very much until she decided that she liked me. She was not much younger than me, and the years passed, and I'd given up hope until, one day, she was pregnant." A chill slipped down Cress's spine. It felt like listening to an old, sad tale, one that she was removed from, one that she felt she knew the ending to, but denial kept a distance between her and the doctor's words. "We did all the right things. We decorated a nursery, we planned a celebration, and sometimes at night she would sing an old lullaby, one that I'd forgotten over the years, and we decided to call you our little crescent moon." His voice broke on the last word, and he slumped over, scratching at his hat. Cress gulped. The window, the sterile room, the man with a dark blue rash, all began to blur in front of her. "Then you were born, and you were a shell." His words slurred. "And Sybil came, and I begged her not to take you, but there was nothing. She wouldn't, and I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead, and all along you were... If I'd known, Crescent, if I'd known, I never would have left. I would have found a way to save you. I'm so sorry for everything." He hid his face as sobs racked his body. Pressing her lips together, Cress shook her head, wanting to deny it all, but how could she, when he knew her name, and she had his eyes, and... A tear slipped past her eyelashes, rolling hot down her cheek. Her father was alive. Her father was dying. Her father was here, in front of her, almost in arm's reach. But he would be left here to die, and she would never see him again. Cool metal brushed against her wrist, and Cress jumped. "I'm so sorry," Cinder said, retracting her hand. "But we have to leave. Dr. Erland—" "I know. Yes, I know." He swiped hastily to clear his face. When he lifted his head, his cheeks were flushed, his eyes glassy. He looked as weak and frail as a broken bird. "I'm so sorry. This is how... Oh, please be careful. Please be safe. My crescent moon, I love you. I do love you." Her lungs hiccuped as more tears dripped off her jaw, dotting her silk skirt. She opened her mouth, but no words came. "I love you. I love you too." Words that had been so easy in daydreams and now seemed impossible. She believed him, but she didn't know him. She didn't know if she loved him back. "Cress," said Cinder, tightening her grip. "I'm sorry, but we have to go." She nodded dumbly. "Goodbye," she said, the only words that would come, as she was dragged away from the window. On the other side of the glass, the doctor sobbed. He did not look up again, but he raised a shaking hand in farewell. The tips of his fingers were shriveled and blue. Chapter 54. They abandoned their entourage of guards in the elevator on the top floors. No one cared that it would be too easy to deduce where they were heading. Hopefully, by the time anyone snapped out of Cinder's brainwashing, they'd be long gone. The research wing's emergency service elevator was kept on its own, in an alcove tucked away from the rest of the wing. It was their final obstacle, and Cress had taken care to ensure it would be functioning properly when they arrived. She stumbled ahead of them to punch in the code, emotionally drained. It felt as if her brain were churning through sludge, and it took her a moment to remember the code at all. The elevator opened and they crowded inside. No one spoke, whether out of respect for Dr. Erland or out of a tenuous hope that they were so close, so very close. The doors opened onto the roof. Dusk was climbing over the city, glistening off the palace windows and coating the landing pad in purple shadows. And the rampion was there. Its ramp lowered toward them. Cress laughed, an abrupt, delirious laugh that felt like it was being ripped out of her throat. Aiko let out a victorious whoop and ran for the ramp, screaming, "We did it!" Thorne's grip tightened on Cress's arm. "He's here. He's here," she whispered back. Wolf alone slowed down, baring his teeth. Kai was still draped over his shoulder. "Jason, ready for takeoff! Now!" Cinder yelled toward the ship. "Where—" Her words fell short, and she slowed, then stopped altogether. Cress gasped and locked her hands around Thorne's arm, holding him back. A figure appeared at the top of the cargo bay ramp. Her white coat and long sleeves made her look like a ghost haunting their ship, blocking their way to freedom. Cress's instincts screamed at her to run, to hide, to get as far away from Mistress Sybil as she could. But when she glanced behind her, she saw that the thaumaturge wasn't alone. Half a dozen lunar guards had crowded in behind them, blocking off their path to the elevator. The elevator that wouldn't have worked anyway. She'd programmed it to shut down once they reached the rooftop so that no one could follow them. It wouldn't work again until the timer she'd set on the security mainframe ticked down and the system rebooted itself. Which meant they had no place to run, no place to hide. They were 40 steps from their ship, and they were trapped. Cinder's momentary elation evaporated as she looked up at the thaumaturge. She should have sensed her immediately, her and the guards, before she'd even stepped off the elevator. But she'd been so distracted with the sensation of success. She'd gotten cocky, and now they were surrounded. "What a lovely reunion," said Sybil, her sleeves snapping in the rooftop wind. "Had I known you were all going to come to me, I wouldn't have wasted half as much energy attempting to find you." Cinder tried to keep her focus on Sybil as she took stock of her allies. Wolf was slightly in front of her, snarling as he set Kai on the ground. Though he wasn't showing any pain, she could see a small spot of blood on Wolf's dress shirt. His stitches must have come undone, reopening the wound. Aiko wasn't far from him, the only one of them not panting. Cress and Thorne were to Cinder's left. Thorne had a cane and, she thought, he might still have his gun, too. But he and Wolf could easily become liabilities, weapons to be toyed with by the thaumaturge, unlike Cress and Aiko, who couldn't be controlled. "How many?" Thorne asked. "Mistress Sybil in front of us," said Cress, "and 6 lunar guards behind." After the slightest hesitation, Thorne nodded. "I accept those odds." "So charming," said Sybil, tilting her head. "My little protégé has been embraced by cyborgs and androids and criminals, the scum of earthen society. Quite fitting for a useless shell." From the corner of her eye, Cinder noticed Thorne easing himself as a shield between Cress and the thaumaturge. But it was Cress who lifted her chin, with a look more confident than Cinder had ever seen on her. "You mean the useless shell that just disconnected the link to all your palace surveillance equipment?" Sybil clicked her tongue. "Arrogance doesn't suit you, dear. What do I care if the connection has been severed? Soon, this palace will be the home of Queen Levana. She nodded. Guards, leave His Majesty and the special operative unharmed. Kill the rest. Cinder heard the thunk of boots, the rustle of uniforms, the click of guns being released from their holsters. She opened her thoughts to them. 6 lunar men, 6 royal guards who, just like Jason, had been trained to keep their minds open, trained to be puppets. She sought out the electric pulses around them. In unison, all 6 guards turned toward the edge of the rooftop and threw their guns as hard as they could. 6 handguns sailed out of sight, clattering somewhere on the tiled rooftops below. Sybil let out a screech of laughter, the most unrestrained Cinder had ever witnessed from her. You have learned a few things since we last saw each other, haven't you? Sybil paced down the ramp. Not that controlling a handful of guards is any impressive feat. Her gaze flickered to Wolf. Abandoning the guards, Cinder reached out for him instead, bracing herself for the sharp burst of pain inside her head that happened every time she took control of Wolf. But the pain didn't come. Wolf's mind was already closed to her, as if someone had locked his writhing energy up in a vault. Then he swiveled toward Cinder, his face contorting with a feral hunger. Cursing, Cinder took half a step back. Her memory flashed to all the duels inside the cargo bay, and then Wolf launched himself at her. Ducking, Cinder held her hands toward his abdomen and used his momentum to flip him over her head. He landed lithely on his feet and spun back, aiming a right hook for her jaw. Cinder deflected with her metal fist, but the force drove her off balance and she fell onto the hard asphalt of the landing pad. Planting both hands on the ground, she drove her heel up toward Wolf, catching him in the side, his wounded side. She hated herself for it, but he grunted in pain and stumbled half a step back. She sprang back to her feet. She was already panting. Warnings flooded her retina display. Wolf licked his lips as he prepared to charge for her a second time, revealing the glint of his sharp teeth. Smothering her panic, Cinder tried to reach for him again. If only she could break Sybil's mental hold. If only she'd gotten to him first. She searched for some flicker of the wolf she knew was encased inside all that fury and bloodlust, some vulnerable spot in his mind. She was so distracted by her attempts to dislodge Sybil's control that she didn't notice the roundhouse kick until it had crashed into the side of her head and sent her reeling halfway across the platform. She lay on her side, dizzy, white sparks flashing in her vision, and her left arm burning from skidding across the ground. Breath wouldn't come into her lungs. She couldn't lift her head. Programming diagnostics were going berserk, and it took her a moment to remember how to send them away so she could focus. As her vision cleared, she noticed shapes moving against the twilit sky. People in shadows, fighting, brawling. The hazy images were eventually coupled with grunts of pain. The guards had attacked. Thorne had gotten a knife from somewhere. Cress was wildly swinging his cane, and Aiko was using her metal and silicon limbs as best she could to defend herself. But Thorne was blind, and Aiko wasn't programmed with fighting skills, and as soon as one of the guards grabbed the cane out of Cress's hands, she fell to her knees, paralyzed, cowering behind her arms. As Cinder watched, a guard caught Thorne's wrist and yanked it behind his back. He cried out. The knife fell. Another guard landed a punch to his stomach. Then Cinder heard a growl. Wolf was crouched, ready to come at her again. Cinder resisted the urge to close her eyes and brace for impact, instead letting a slow breath out through her nose. She urged her muscles to relax with it. Your mind and body have to work together. For a moment, it was like being two people at once. Her eyes were open, focused on Wolf as he lunged for her, and her body, loose and relaxed, instinctively rolled away before she bounced back to her feet. At the same time, her lunar gift sought out the pulses of energy around her, targeted the 6 guards, and wrapped so tightly around them it was like clasping them in enormous metal fists. There was a jolt of surprise from the guards. 1 crashed to his knees, 2 fell onto their sides, convulsing. Cinder dodged another punch, blocked another kick. Her instincts yearned to use the knife inside her finger, but she refused. Wolf wasn't the enemy. She landed an uppercut to his jaw. her first solid strike as those words infiltrated her brain. Wolf isn't the enemy. A blur of blue caught her eye. Aiko jumped onto Wolf's back with a battle cry, wrapping her legs around his waist. Her arms surrounded his head, trying to blind or suffocate or distract him any way she could. She was successful for 2.3 seconds before Wolf reached behind him, grabbed hold of her head, and twisted with such force the skin ripped around her throat. The wiring along her upper spine popped and sparked. Aiko slipped off him, crumpling to the ground. Her legs were twisted awkwardly beneath her. The external plating that protected her collar structure was peeled back on one side, revealing disconnected wires and a torn muscle pad, already leaking thick yellow silicone down her shoulder. Cinder stumbled and crashed to her knees, staring at the crooked form. Her internal audio latched onto that awful sound and began replaying it over and over, that same brutal snap. That same heavy thud as Aiko's body hit the ground. Her stomach heaved once, but she kept it down as she peeled her gaze away from Aiko and looked, not at Wolf, but at Sybil. The thaumaturge was standing at the base of the ramp now. Her beautiful face was pinched in concentration. In her distant thoughts, Cinder could tell that the guards were picking themselves off the ground, rounding on her friends again. Snarling, she ignored them all. She ignored Wolf. Sybil was the enemy. Wolf turned back to face her. His feet pounded on the pavement, but Cinder was too focused on the bioelectricity rolling off Sybil to care. Sybil's energy was twisted and arrogant and proud, and Cinder had just slipped into the cracks of her thoughts when the impact came. Wolf crashed into her, knocking her over, but Cinder barely felt it. While Wolf pinned her to the ground, Cinder was working her way around Sybil's gift, becoming intimately acquainted with how the energy rippled along her limbs and fingers, how it was so different from the way the same energy churned and throbbed inside her brain. As Wolf revealed his sharp canines, Cinder discovered where Sybil's gift was boiling hot in her attempts to control Wolf, leaving the rest of her brain cool and vulnerable. When Wolf lowered his fangs toward Cinder's unprotected throat, Cinder seized Sybil's mind and attacked. Chapter 55. Crack. Cress glanced up just as Aiko slid off Wolf's back, landing broken and mangled on the hard ground. A shudder tore through her. Even from this distance she could see the torn flesh and sparking wires. What was that? She returned her attention to Thorne. She was still kneeling beside him, trying to steady him as best she could. He'd taken a hard punch to his stomach that had knocked the wind from him, but at least he was breathing and talking again. "I think we just lost Aiko," she said. "Can you stand?" Thorne groaned, still clasping one hand to his stomach. "Yeah," he said, sounding none too convinced. Something shuffled. Glancing up, Cress squeaked and dug her fingers into Thorne's arms. The guards, having been paralyzed and empty-faced for the past few moments, were twitching. One of them groaned. Beside her, Thorne pulled himself to his feet. "There, better," he said, though he was still grimacing. "Do you see my cane anywhere, or my knife?" She spotted a cane behind one of the guards, whose furious gaze was no longer empty or harmless. "Cress." "Guards are up again," she said. Thorne flinched. "All 6 of them?" She glanced over her shoulder. "And Cinder's on the ground. She might be unconscious, and Wolf's still under Sybil's control, and I think he's going to—" She squeezed Thorne's arm, horrified at the sight of Wolf pinning Cinder to the ground. She wanted to look away, but couldn't, like being stuck in a bad dream. "That all sounds very dire," said Thorne. Shivering, she pressed her back against him, wondering how her death was going to come. Her skull crushed against the concrete, her neck snapped like Aiko's. "I guess it's time." While Cress's thoughts continued to churn through the horrible things that could happen to her, she felt herself being suddenly spun around and dipped backwards, a supportive arm scooping beneath her back. She yelped and caught herself on Thorne's shoulder. Then, he was kissing her. The battle became a hurricane, with them caught in the eye. his arms cradling her against the wind, her skirt billowing around his legs, his lips gentle but coaxing, as if they had all the time in the world. Warmth overtook her, and Cress closed her eyes. She thought her arms wanted to wrap around his neck, but her whole body was vibrating and dizzy, and she could barely keep her fingers clutched around the fabric of his shirt. She had just finished melting when she was suddenly righted again. The world flipped. Thorne spun, embracing her against his chest with one arm, while the other reached for his waist. Cress heard the gunshot and screamed, pressing herself against him, before she realized that Thorne was the one who had fired. A guard grunted. Another guard grabbed Thorne by the collar, and he turned, elbowing the guard in the jaw. "Cress, do me a favor." He twirled her around so that her back was against him. She was beginning to feel like a satellite being constantly spun out of orbit, but she had no time to think as Thorne settled his arm around her shoulder. "Make sure I don't shoot anyone we like." He fired again, and the bullet clipped a guard's bicep. The guard barely flinched and lunged toward them. Gasping, Cress wrapped her hands around Thorne's and aimed. He fired again, this time hitting the guard in the chest. He stumbled backward and fell. Cress swiveled, pulling Thorne's hand toward the next guard. Another shot to the chest. A third shot hit the next guard's shoulder. She aimed for the fourth. Click, click. Thorne cursed. "Well, that was fun while it lasted." The guard laughed. He was tall and made of muscle, with orange-red hair that swept nearly straight up, and he was the only guard that Cress recognized. She'd seen him on the surveillance footage before, usually along with the rest of the Queen's entourage, which meant he was probably the highest-ranking guard among them. "If it's all right with you," he said, "I'll be killing you now." "Aren't you a gentleman?" Thorne said, pulling Cress behind him and raising his fists. A scream split through the wind. Not just a scream, but a scream made up of pain and delirium, torture and agony. Cress and Thorne both ducked and covered their ears. And at first, Cress was terrified that it was Cinder. But when she looked, Mistress Sybil had fallen on the ground and was twitching and digging her nails into her scalp. The scream went on and on as she twisted and flailed, craning her head so fast it smacked against the asphalt, then curling up on herself like a fetus, searching for relief that wasn't coming. Cinder still appeared unconscious, with Wolf hovering over her, but then he whipped his head like a bedraggled dog and sprang away from Cinder with wild, remorseful eyes. Cinder stayed corpse-like on the ground. "Stop!" the red-haired guard yelled. He grabbed Cress, yanking her away from Thorne and wrapping one hand around her throat. She screamed and clawed at his wrists, but he didn't seem to notice. "I said stop, or I'll crush her throat!" Though he was yelling, he could hardly be heard over Sybil, and either Cinder didn't hear him or she didn't care. Or she couldn't stop. Cress tried to kick behind her, but her legs were too short, and already darkness was encroaching on her vision. Crack. The guard's fist loosened, and he toppled over, unconscious. Cress stumbled away from him, rubbing her neck. Spinning around, she saw Thorne holding his cane like a club. "I found my cane," he said, tossing it once with a twirl and trying to catch the other end, but missing. The cane clattered to the floor. Thorne flinched. "Are you all right?" She gulped, ignoring how it burned in her throat. Yes. Good." Thorne picked up the cane again. "Now, what in the name of spades is all the screaming about?" "I don't know. Cinder's doing something to Mistress Sybil. Something with her gift." "Well, it's annoying and we're running out of time. Come on." One of the guards they'd shot reached out for Cress's ankle as she passed, but she kicked at him as they ran for Cinder. Wolf was shaking her, but she wasn't responding. Behind them, Sybil's screams tapered into uncontrollable blubbering as she convulsed on the ground. "Maybe Cinder has to be rebooted," said Thorne, after Cress had described the situation as well as she could. "That happened once before. Here." He reached beneath Cinder's head, and Cress heard a click. Cinder's eyes popped open, and her hand snapped around Thorne's wrist. Crying out, he fell over onto the ground. Sybil's sobs dwindled to whimpering. "Don't open my control panel," she said, releasing Thorne. She shut the plate in her head. "Then stop going comatose on me." He stood up. Can we go now, before the entire Commonwealth military shows up?
Cinder sat up, blinking.
Aiko. Right. Wolf, could you get the android, please, and the Emperor? I trust he's still around here somewhere.
The Emperor. In the chaos, Cress had forgotten all about him.
Sirens.
Cress looked at Wolf. His head was cocked to one side.
Heading this direction.
Which means the military won't be far behind, said Cinder. I take it there's no sign of Jason? No one responded. There had been no sign of their gateway pilot since the fight had started. Cress licked her lips. Had he betrayed them? Had he told Sybil about their plan? Figures, said Cinder. Thorne, you're with me in the cockpit. Jason and I practiced takeoffs. Once. You can help jog my memory. Together, they hurried to carry Aiko's broken body and Kai, still unconscious, into the cargo bay. Then, they heard laughter. High, strained laughter that dropped ice down Cress's spine. Sybil was struggling to stand. She made it to her feet and took a couple wobbling steps before falling back down to one knee. She laughed again and bunched her fists into her long, unruly hair. Cress was suddenly pushed aside as Wolf trudged down the ramp and grasped Sybil by the front of her white coat, yanking her toward him. Her eyes rolled back into her head. "Where is she?" he yelled. "Is she still alive?" Even from the top of the ramp, Cress could see the hatred burning in his eyes, overshadowed only by his need to know. To be given any sliver of hope that Scarlet was still out there, that he still had a chance to save her. But Sybil's head only collapsed to one side. What pretty birds," she said, before she was overcome with a fit of incoherent giggles. Wolf snarled, baring his teeth. For a moment his entire body was shaking, and Cress thought he was going to tear her throat out. But then he dropped Sybil to the ground. She fell hard, whimpered from the impact, and rolled onto her back. Then she started to laugh again, staring up at the sky. The sun was just setting, but the full moon had already risen high over the city's skyline. Turning away from her, Wolf marched up the ramp. He did not meet Cress's gaze as he passed her. Cress stared, bewildered, as Sybil raised both arms up toward the sky, cackling. The ramp started to rise, slowly blocking the sight of Sybil and the bleeding guards who were scattered around the rooftop. The roar of the engines soon drowned out both the mad laughter and the sirens blaring beyond the palace walls. Chapter 56. To anyone who would have seen her, Levana was a vision of serenity in her ethereal red wedding gown and the sheer gold veil that fell to her wrists. She sat on the settee in her guest quarters, posture perfect, her hands folded in her lap. Except they were not folded at all, but rather balled into angry fists. Each one held a wedding band, one that she had worn for far too many years, that she had once believed would bring her love and happiness, but had only ever brought her pain. The other was supposed to bring her not the love of a blind, selfish husband, but the love of an entire planet. She should have been wearing it now. Everything had been going so well. She had been moments away from walking down that aisle. Moments away. She should have been married. She should have been reciting the vows that would make her empress. When she found out who was responsible for this delay, she would torment their fragile mind until they were a drooling, pathetic idiot, terrified of the sight of their own hands. A knock cut through the fantasy. Levana shifted her eyes toward the door. "Enter." One of the guards entered first, escorting Khan Torin, the young emperor's annoying, perpetually present advisor. She glared at him through her gold veil, though she knew he couldn't see it. "Your illustrious majesty," he said, bowing deeply. The addition of a new adjective combined with the bow slightly lower than usual made the hair prickle on the back of her neck. "I must apologize most severely for the delay and for the news I have to impart to you. We have been forced, I'm afraid, to postpone the marriage ceremony." "I do beg your pardon,"
He straightened, but kept his gaze respectfully on the floor. "His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Kaito, has been kidnapped. He was taken from his personal quarters and smuggled onto an untraceable spaceship." Her fingers curled around the wedding bands. "By whom?" "Lynn Cinder, Your Majesty. The cyborg fugitive from the ball, along with multiple accomplices, it would appear." Lynn Cinder. Every time she heard the name, she wanted to spit. "I see," she said, finding it too wearisome to soften the hardness of her anger. "Am I to believe that you did not have any security measures in place for the attempt of such an assault?" "Our security was compromised." "Compromised?" "Yes, Your Majesty." She rose to her feet. The gown swished like a breeze around her hips. The advisor didn't flinch, although he should have. "You're telling me that this teenage girl has not only escaped from your prison and evaded capture by your highly trained military, but has now invaded your palace and the private quarters of the Emperor himself, kidnapped him, and again gotten away with it?" "Precisely correct, Your Majesty." "And what are you doing now to retrieve my groom?" "We have employed every police and military unit at our disposal." "Not good enough!" This time, he did flinch. Levana steadied her breathing. "The Commonwealth has failed too many times with regards to Lynn Cinder. Beginning now, I will employ my own resources and tactics in finding her. My guards will need to review all your security footage from the past 48 hours. The advisor clasped his hands behind his back. "We are happy to give you access to the security footage we have available. However, we are missing approximately 2 hours of footage that was compromised this afternoon by the security breach." She sneered. "Fine. Bring me what you do have." Thaumaturge Amory Park appeared in the doorway. "Your Majesty, if I may request a word with you, in private." "With pleasure." She waved a hand at Thorne. "You're dismissed, but note that the incompetence of your security team will not be ignored." With no argument and another low bow, the advisor left. As soon as he was gone, Levana whipped the veil off her head and threw it onto the settee. "The young emperor has been kidnapped, and from his own palace. Earthens are pathetic. It's amazing they haven't already become extinct." "I do not disagree, Your Majesty. I trust Mr. Khan did not inform you of this evening's other interesting development?" "What development?" Amory's eyes danced. "It appears that Dr. Sage Darnell is in this palace, trapped in a quarantine room in the research wing." "Sage Darnell?" She paused. "Daring to return after he assisted the escape of that wretched girl?" "No doubt they've been working together, although I've been led to believe that Dr. Darnell won't be around for much longer. It appears he's contracted an unusual strain of letomosis, one that seems to be much faster acting than the common strain, and, of course, he is lunar." Her pulse skipped. This did open up some interesting possibilities. "Take me to him," she said, sliding her true wedding ring back onto her finger. The other, that would cement her to Emperor Kaito, she left behind. "I must warn you," Amory said as she followed him into the corridor, "that the elevators throughout the palace are malfunctioning. We will be forced to take the stairs." "Earthens," she growled, lifting the hem of her skirt. It was like traversing an endless labyrinth, but finally they reached the research wing. A crowd of officials had gathered outside the lab, and Levana sneered to think that they'd intended to keep this from her, when Sage Darnell, like Lynn Cinder, was her problem to deal with, however it pleased her. As she entered the lab room, she slipped into the minds of the men and women around her, and impressed a strong need to be elsewhere. The room was cleared within seconds, but for her and Amory. It was a crisp, chemical-smelling room, all bright lights and hard edges, and on the other side of a tinted window, Dr. Sage Darnell was laid out on a lab table, holding a gray cap against his stomach. With the exception of the security footage that showed him helping Lynn Cinder escape from prison, Levana hadn't seen him since he'd disappeared over a decade ago. Once, he had been one of her most promising scientists, making grand advances in the development of her lupine soldiers on an almost monthly basis. But time had not been kind to him. His face had become worn and wrinkled. He was balding, and what was left of his hair was tufted and gray. And then there was the disease. His reptilian skin was covered in bruise-like blotches and a rash that was bubbling up like blisters, piling on top of each other. His fingertips had already begun to turn blue. No, he would not be around much longer. Levana floated toward the window. A light was on beside a microphone, indicating that communication was open between the two rooms. "My good Dr. Darnell, I did not think I would ever again have the pleasure." His eyes opened, still fervently blue behind his spectacles. His attention was locked on the ceiling, and though it occurred to Levana that this was no doubt a one-way window, it annoyed her that he wouldn't bother to face her. "Your Majesty," he said, his tone brittle, "I thought I might hear your voice one more time." Beside her, Amory checked a port screen at his belt and excused himself with a low bow. "I must say, I'm delighted with this irony. You left an honorable position on Luna to come to Earth and devote your last, withering years to finding a cure for this disease. A disease that I already have the antidote for. In fact, come to think of it, I might have some samples with me in the palace. I like to keep them on hand in the event something tragic should happen to my betrothed, or someone else necessary to my objectives. I could have the antidote brought to you, but I don't suppose I will." "Worry not, my queen. I would not take it from you, even if you did, now that I know what lengths you've gone to obtain it." "The lengths I've gone to, in order to cure a disease that, until this day, did not affect my own people? I do believe that's rather charitable of me, wouldn't you say?" He slowly sat up. His head fell to his chest as he tried to recapture his breath, winded from that small exertion. "I figured it out, my queen. I truly believed that all shells were killed when you took them from us. But that's not true. Are any of them killed? Or is it all just a show? A means of putting them into seclusion and harvesting their blood without anyone coming to look for them?" Her lashes fluttered. "You had a shell child once, didn't you? Remind me, was it a little boy or a little girl? Perhaps when I return home I can find them and tell them how small and pathetic their father was when he died, right before my eyes." "What is most interesting to me," the doctor said, scratching his ear and acting as if he hadn't heard her, "is that the first documented case of letomosis occurred 12 years ago, and yet you've been collecting antibodies for much longer than that. In fact, it would have been your sister who began the experiments, if my math is correct." Levana splayed her fingers on the counter. "You have reminded me why you were such a terrible loss for our team, Doctor." He swiped his arm across his damp forehead. His skin seemed translucent beneath the bright lights. "This disease is all your doing. You've manufactured death to bring Earth to its knees, so that when the time was right, you would be there to save them with your miraculous antidote. One that you'd had stashed away all along." "You give me too much credit. It was the team working beneath my parents that created the disease, and those beneath my sister who perfected the antidote. I simply implemented their research by determining a means of getting the disease down to Earth. By exposing Lunars to it and then sending them here, having no idea what they were carrying. Sending them to Earth? Absolutely not. I simply made sure that my security personnel looked the other way when they escaped. The last word held a bite. She wasn't fond of the idea that some of her people chose to run away from the paradise she'd given them. "It's biological warfare," Dr. Darnell coughed into his elbow, leaving spots of dark red. "And Earth has no idea." "And they will continue to have no idea, because I'm going to stand here and watch you die." He laughed shrilly. "You honestly think I would carry this secret to my grave?" A twinge of annoyance traipsed down her spine. The doctor's eyes were glazing over, but his smile was enormous as he studied the window. "This is a very large mirror I'm looking into. So impossible to hide from what I am, what I've become. My queen, you would not like to die in this room. I suspect you would tear off your own flesh if forced to stare at it for so long." She squeezed her hands into fists, digging her nails into the palms of her hands. "Your Majesty." Exhaling, she forced her hands to open. Her palms stung. Amory had returned with Jericho, her captain of the guard, looking as though he'd been in an impressive scuffle. Jericho bowed. "My queen, Thaumaturge Mira and I, along with 5 of my top marksmen, managed to surround Lynn Cinder and her companions on the emergency landing pad on this tower's rooftop." Hope warmed her chest. "And you got them? They haven't escaped after all?" "No, Your Majesty. We failed in our objective. 2 of my men are dead, and the other 3 severely injured. I myself was unconscious when the spacecraft escaped with the traitors and the Emperor Kaito aboard." Her fury began to claw at her spine again, desperate to be unleashed. "And where is Thaumaturge Mira?" He respectfully lowered his gaze. "Dead, Your Majesty. Lynn Cinder used her gift to torture her mind. I heard her screams myself. Those who were conscious have reported that, after the spacecraft departed, Thaumaturge Mira threw herself from the rooftop. Her body was found in the gardens." A mad giggling echoed through the room. Levana spun back as the doctor doubled over his knees, kicking his heels against the table. "She deserved it, the snake. After keeping my little golden bird locked up in her cage for so long." "Your Majesty," Levana faced Jericho again. "What?" "We've found one of Lynn Cinder's accomplices aboard their ship prior to the confrontation. Her new pilot, it would seem." Jericho gestured toward the hall. Footsteps clicked, and a moment later 2 men entered. Another guard escorting. Her smile was quick. "Dearest Sir Clay." Though his wrists were bound behind his back, he stood straight and proper and seemed as healthy as ever. He clearly hadn't been treated like a prisoner aboard Lynn Cinder's ship. "My queen," he dipped his head. She scraped her lunar gift over him, testing for signs of derision or rebellion, but there were none. He was as blank and malleable as ever. "My understanding is that you abandoned your thaumaturge in a pivotal battle in order to side with Lynn Cinder against the Lunar Crown. Your being here leads me to understand that you are also involved with the kidnapping of my betrothed. You are a traitor to myself and to my throne. How do you plead?" "Innocent, my queen." She laughed. "Of course you are. How can you plead thus?" He held her gaze without remorse. "During the battle aboard the spaceship, Thaumaturge Mira was consumed with the effort to control a lunar special operative who has joined the side of the rebels. With my own faculties open, Lynn Cinder forced me to comply with her will and fight against my thaumaturge, ultimately leading to her abandoning the ship and leaving me aboard.
Realizing this was an opportunity to ingratiate myself to the rebels, I have spent the past weeks acting as a spy with the intention of reporting weaknesses and strategies when I was finally able to return to my queen, who I am most honored to serve." She smirked. "No doubt your eagerness to return encompassed a desire to see your beloved princess as well." There, finally, the tiniest ripple of emotion before the lake was once again still as glass. "I live to serve all members of the Lunar royal family, my queen." She smoothed her fingers down her skirt. "How can I believe that you remain loyal to me when you are standing before me in chains, having been dragged from the enemy's own ship?" "I would hope my actions prove my loyalties. Had I wanted Cinder to succeed in her objectives, I would not have sent thaumaturge Mira a comm informing her where and when I would be arriving with that ship." Levana raked her gaze over Jason before glancing at Jericho. "Is this true?" "I can't say. Thaumaturge Mira did seem confident of the location when we went to intercept the traitors, but she didn't say anything about a comm, and she seemed furious when we found Jason in the cockpit. It was under her order that we took him into custody." "All due respect," said Jason. "I did shoot her during our last engagement, and the comm was sent anonymously. She may not have realized I was the one who'd sent the tip in the first place." Levana waved away the statement. "We will investigate further, Sir Clay, but as you claim to have been gathering information for weeks, tell me, what useful things have you learned about our enemies?" "I've learned that Cinder has the ability to control a lunar special operative," he said, reciting the information with as much emotion as an earthen android. "However, she is untrained and lacks focus. She shows no talent for simultaneously engaging in both mental and physical battles." "Interesting speculation," Levana mused. "In your estimation, would she have the mental focus required to torture an enemy, driving them to the brink of insanity?" "Absolutely not, Your Majesty." "Absolutely not. Well then, you are either much stupider than I ever suspected, or you are lying, as that is precisely what Cinder did today against my head thaumaturge herself." Another spike of emotion announced a sudden bout of nerves, but it was overshadowed by a loud thumping from the quarantine. "Of course he's lying," the doctor screeched, his voice breaking. He had managed to haul himself off the lab table and was now pounding on the glass with his palms, leaving smears of bloodied spittle. "She's capable of killing your head thaumaturge and all your guards and your entire court. She's Princess Celine, the true heir to the throne. She can kill you all, and she will kill you all. She's coming for you, my queen, and she will destroy you." Levana snarled. Shut up, you old man! Why won't you die already?" He was too busy gasping for breath to hear her. He collapsed to the ground, hands on his chest, his wheezing punctuated with hacking coughs. Jason Clay, when she turned back to him, was staring skeptically at the window, but within moments his eyes began to fill with comprehension. His lips twitched, like he was ready to laugh at a joke he just now understood. It was a rare show of emotion that only angered her more. "Take him away. He will undergo a full investigation on Luna." As Jason was marched back into the corridor, she faced Thaumaturge Park again, her hands fisted at her sides. "You are hereby promoted. Begin planning our departure immediately, and alert our research team to this new strain of letumosis. Also, initiate mobilizing procedures for our soldiers. Cinder is too afraid to face me herself. The people of Earth will suffer for her cowardice." "You understand that with the loss of Thaumaturge Mira's programmer, we are not able to transport our ships to Earth without notice." "What do I care if Earth sees them coming? I hope it gives them time to beg for mercy before we destroy them." Amory bowed. "I will see it done, Your Majesty." Levana glanced back to see that Dr. Sage Darnell was sprawled out on the floor, his body seizing between his coughs. She watched him writhe and jerk, her blood still boiling at his words. As far as the people of Luna and Earth knew, Celine had died 13 years ago. Levana was going to make sure it stayed that way. She was the rightful queen of Luna, of Earth, of the entire galaxy. No one would take that from her. Seething, she stepped closer, close enough that she could see the trail of tears left on the doctor's scourged face. "Sweet crescent moon," he whispered, his lips barely able to form the words. He began to shiver. "Up in the sky." He hummed a few bars of a song, a lullaby that seemed barely familiar. "You sing your song so sweetly after sunshine passes." The last word hovered unspoken as he stopped shuddering and lay still, his blue eyes staring upward like empty marbles. Chapter 57.
Satellite AR-817.3. Deflect tracker. Set alternating timer. And check. Which should just leave satellite AR-944.1. And that should do it.
Cress paused, breathed, and slowly lifted her fingers away from the cockpit's main screen, where she'd spent the last 3 hours ensuring that any satellites in their path would be conveniently turned away from them as they passed. As long as the Rampions' orbital path held, they shouldn't be detected. At least, not by satellite or radar. There was still the problem of visual sightings, and as the Eastern Commonwealth had announced 20 minutes ago that an enormous monetary reward would go to anyone who found the stolen Rampion, every ship between here and Mars would be on the lookout. They had to be prepared to run if anyone did spot them, which was made extra difficult now that they no longer had a trained pilot on board. At least, not one who could see. Thorne had managed to talk Cinder through the liftoff procedures, with vast amounts of help from the Rampion's new auto-control system, but it had been a rocky takeoff, followed by an immediate switch to neutral orbit. If they were faced with anything requiring more complicated maneuvers before Thorne got his eyesight back, they'd be in trouble. According to Cinder, they'd be in trouble even when he did have his eyesight back. Cress massaged her neck, attempting to get her thoughts to stop spinning. When she was in the middle of a hack, it tended to fill up her brain until her vision hummed with coding and mathematics, skipping ahead to each necessary task faster than she could complete them. It tended to leave her in a state of drained euphoria. But for now, at least the Rampion was safe. She turned her attention to a yellow light at the base of the screen that had been annoying her since she'd begun, but that she'd been too preoccupied to deal with. As expected, when she prompted the ejection, a small, shimmering decom chip popped out from the screen. The match to the chip that Sybil had taken from her satellite, cutting off any hope that Cress and Thorne had of contacting their friends. Friends. She squinted at the chip as she held it up, wondering if that was the right word. It felt like having friends, especially after they'd survived the mission together. But then, she didn't have anything to compare this friendship to. One thing she knew for sure, though, was that she no longer needed to be rescued. She looked around for something she could use to destroy the chip and caught the ghost of a reflection in the cockpit window. Thorne stood in the doorway, behind her, hands tucked into his pockets. She gasped and spun to face him, her full skirt twisting around the chair's base. Though it was dirty and torn in places, she hadn't had the time to change yet and wasn't entirely sure she wanted to. The gown made her feel like she was still living in a drama, and was perhaps keeping her from going into shock at all that had happened that day.
"You scared me."
Thorne flashed a moderately embarrassed grin. "Sorry?
"How long have you been standing there?"
He shrugged. "I was listening to you work. It's kind of relaxing. And I like it when you sing." She flushed. She didn't realize she'd been singing. Feeling his way forward, Thorne took the co-pilot's seat, setting the cane across his lap and kicking his boots up on the dash. "Are we invisible again?" "To radars, for now." She tucked some hair behind her ear. "Could I see your cane?" He raised an eyebrow but handed it to her without question. Cress dropped the decom chip to the ground and crushed it beneath the cane's tip. A shiver of empowerment ran through her. "What was that?" Thorne asked. "The decom chip you used to contact me before. We won't be needing it again." Seems like that was ages ago. Thorne ran his finger along the blindfold. I'm sorry that you didn't get to see much of Earth while we were down there, and now you're stuck up here again. I'm happy to be stuck up here. She twirled the cane absently between her palms. It's a great ship, far more spacious than the satellite, and much better company. I can't argue with that. Grinning, Thorne pulled a small bottle from his pocket. I came in here to ask if you would help me with this. These are the mystical eye drops the doctor made. We're supposed to put 3 to 4 drops in each eye twice a day. Or was it 2 drops 3 times? I don't remember. He wrote down the instructions on the port screen. Thorne unclipped the port from his belt and handed it to her. Cress propped the cane against the panel of instruments. He was probably worried you'd forget, after such a high stress. She trailed off, her eye catching on the port screen text. Thorne cocked his head. What's wrong? The port had opened to a screen containing instructions for the eye drops, and also a detailed account of why Dr. Erland believed the plague was a manufactured weapon being used as biological warfare. But at the top of all that, there's a tab labeled with my name. Not Cress. Crescent Moon Darnell. Oh, it was the doctor's port. Cress's fingers glided over the screen, and she'd opened the tab before her mind could decide whether it wanted to know what was in it or not. A DNA analysis, she said, and a paternity confirmation. Standing, she set the port on the control panel. Let's do your eye drops. Cress. He reached for her, his fingers gathering up the folds of her skirt. Are you all right? Not really. She looked down at him. Thorne had pulled the blindfold around his neck, revealing a faint tan line around his eyes. Gulping, Cress sank into the pilot's chair again. I should have told him I loved him. He was dying, and he was right there, and I knew I would never see him again, but I couldn't say it. Am I horrible? Of course not. He may have been your biological father, but you still barely knew him. How could you have loved him? Does it matter? He said he loved me. He was dying, and now he's gone, and I'll never— Cress, hey, stop it. Thorne swiveled his chair to face her. He found her wrists before sliding his hands down to intertwine with her fingers. You didn't do anything wrong. It all happened so fast, and there was nothing you could do. She bit her lip. He took my blood sample that first day in Farafra. She squeezed her eyes shut. He knew all this time, almost a whole week. Why didn't he tell me sooner? He probably wanted to wait for the right time. He didn't know he was going to die. He knew there was a chance we were all going to die. Her next breath shook inside her diaphragm, and as the tears started, she felt herself being pulled toward Thorne. He drew her into his lap, scooping one arm beneath her legs to keep the enormous skirt from tangling around her. Sobbing, Cress buried her face against his chest and let the tears come. She cried hard at first, the release pouring out of her all at once. But she almost felt guilty when, minutes later, the tears already started to dry up. Her sadness wasn't enough. Her mourning wasn't enough. But it was all she had. Thorne held her until the sound of his heartbeat became louder than the sound of her crying. He smoothed her hair back from her face, and though it was selfish, Cress was glad that he couldn't see her then, with her red face and puffy eyes and all the unladylike fluids she'd left on his shirt. Listen, Cress, he murmured against her hair once her breaths were almost stable. I'm not an expert by any means, but I know you didn't do anything wrong today. You shouldn't tell someone you love them unless you mean it. She sniffed. But I thought you said you've told lots of girls that you loved them. Which is exactly why I'm not an expert. Thing is, I didn't love any of them. I'm honestly not sure I would recognize real love if it was— She swiped the back of her hand over her damp cheeks. If it was what? Nothing. Clearing his throat, Thorne leaned his head against the back of the chair. Are you all right? Sniffing again, she nodded. I think so. I might still be in a little bit of shock. I think we all are, after today. Cress spotted the bottle of the eyedropper solution, beside the doctor's port screen. She didn't want to pry herself away from Thorne's arms, but she also didn't want to think about the doctor anymore. The secret he'd kept. The words she couldn't say. We should probably take care of these eye drops. When you're done shaking, Thorne said. I don't like shaking things near my eyes. She laughed weakly and went to pull herself from his lap. Thorne's arms tightened, but only for a moment before he let her go. She forced her guilt back inside. She wouldn't think about it right now. After reading the doctor's instructions, 3 drops in each eye, 4 times a day for 1 week, she unscrewed the top. Drawing the solution up into the dropper, she moved to stand behind Thorne's chair, her wrinkled gown swaying around her. Thorne propped his feet on the control panel again and tilted back until his face was turned up to the ceiling. She hadn't seen his eyes in days, but they were as blue as ever. Cress placed a hand on his brow to steady herself, and his cheek twitched. Here goes, she murmured, squeezing the dropper. He instinctively flinched and blinked, pushing the drops like tears down his temples. Cress brushed them away, unable to resist smoothing a strand of hair off his forehead. Her attention caught on his lips, and suddenly, self-conscious, she pulled her fingertips away. How does that feel? He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. Like I have water in my eyes? Then he chuckled wryly, opening them again. Maybe the solution is just water and the doctor was playing a practical joke on me. That would be awful, she said, twisting the cap back onto the solution. He wouldn't have done that. No, you're right. Not after what we went through to get it. He lifted his head from the back of the chair, tugging at the bandana knotted around his neck. Though, he did make it pretty clear that he didn't think too highly of me. If that's true, it's only because he didn't know you well enough yet. True, I would have charmed him eventually. She smiled. Of course you would have. In addition to showing him your many other fine qualities, she said, blushing as she set a reminder on the port screen to go off 4 times a day. But when she looked at Thorne again, his expression had become serious. Captain? His Adam's apple bobbed. Sitting up straighter, Thorne rubbed his palms together. I have to tell you something. Oh? Hope skittered through her veins as she claimed the pilot's seat again. The luxurious dress poofed around her. The rooftop. The kiss. Had he realized how much he loved her? What is it? Thorne pulled his feet off the control panel. Remember when we were in the desert, and I said I didn't want to hurt you because you were wrong about me? She knotted her fingers together. When you tried to deny how much of a hero you really are? She tried to put a hint of teasing into the statement, but her nerves were so jittery it came out as more of a frightened squeak. A hero. Exactly. Thorne rubbed a finger between the blindfold and his throat, loosening it. Here's the thing. That girl I stood up for when those jerks took her port screen? Kate Fallow? Right, Kate Fallow. Well, she was really good at math, and at the time I was failing. The anticipation fluttering through her body turned to ice. Wait, was this his confession? Something to do with Kate Fallow? He cleared his throat when she didn't say anything. I lost the fight and all, but she still let me copy her homework for a month. That's why I did it, not out of a misplaced desire to be heroic. But you said you had a crush on her. Cress. He smiled, but it looked strained. I had a crush on every girl. Believe me, it wasn't a big motivator. She squeezed back against the chair and pulled her knees to her chest. Why are you telling this to me now? I couldn't before. You were so certain that I was this other person, and I kind of liked that you saw me differently than anyone else. Part of me kept thinking that maybe you'd been right all along and it's everyone else who'd been wrong about me. That even I've been wrong about me. He shrugged. But even that was just my ego talking, wasn't it? And you deserve to know the truth. And you think my entire opinion of you was based on one incident that happened when you were 13 years old? His brow knitted. I'd thought I'd done a pretty good job of clarifying all those other incidents, but if you have more, by all means, let me ruin those for you, too. She bit her lip. The rooftop. The kiss. He'd kept his promise. He'd given her a kiss worth waiting for because she was about to die. They were both about to die. She knew it had been a risk, and probably a stupid one, and that was the choice he'd made, rather than let her die without experiencing that one perfect moment. She could think of nothing more heroic. So why wouldn't he mention it? Perhaps, more important, why couldn't she? No, she whispered finally. I guess I can't think of anything else. He nodded, though his expression was disappointed. So, given all this new information, you, probably don't think you're still in love with me, do you? She shrank into her chair, sure that if he could see her now, he would know. The truth would be evident in every angle of her face. She loved him more than ever. And not because she scoured file after file of reports and summaries and data and photographs. Not because he was the dreamy, untouchable Carswell Thorne that she'd imagined kissing on the banks of a starlit river while fireworks exploded overhead and violins played in the background. Now, he was the Carswell Thorne who had given her strength in the desert, who had come for her when she was kidnapped, who had kissed her when hope was lost and death was imminent. Thorne awkwardly scratched his ear. That's what I thought. I figured it was just the fever talking, anyway. Her heart twisted. Captain? He perked up. Yeah? She picked at the chiffon overlay of her skirt. Do you think it was destiny that brought us together? He squinted and, after a thoughtful moment, shook his head. No, I'm pretty sure it was Cinder. Why? I guess I have a confession, too. She pressed the skirt down around her legs, her face already burning. I had a crush on you before we even met, just from seeing you on the netscreens. I used to believe that you and I were destined to be together someday, and that we would have this great, epic romance. One eyebrow ticked upward. Wow. No pressure or anything. She squirmed. Her body was vibrating with nerves. I know, I'm sorry. I think you might be right, though. Maybe there isn't such a thing as fate. Maybe it's just the opportunities we're given and what we do with them. I'm beginning to think that maybe great epic romances don't just happen. We have to make them ourselves. Thorne shuffled his feet. You know, if it was a bad kiss, you could just say so. She stiffened. That's not at all what I... Wait, did you think it was a bad kiss? No, he said with an abrupt, clumsy laugh. I thought it was, He cleared his throat. But there were clearly a lot of expectations and a lot of pressure, and he squirmed in the chair. We were going to die, you know. I know, she squeezed her knees into her chest. And no, it wasn't... I didn't think it was a bad kiss. Oh, thank the stars. His head fell back against the chair. Because if I'd ruined that for you, I was going to feel like such a cad. Well, don't. It met every expectation. I suppose I should thank you? The discomfort melted from his features, and she was jealous as her blush stayed burning hot. Thorne held a hand out toward her, and it took every ounce of the courage she'd earned that day to tuck her hand into his. Believe me, Cress, the pleasure was all mine. Chapter 58. She dreamed that she was being chased by an enormous white wolf, its fangs bared and its eyes flashing beneath a full moon. She was running through crops thick with mud that sucked at her toes, her breath forming clouds of steam. Her throat stung. Her legs burned. She ran as fast as she could, but her body became heavier with every step. The shriveled leaves of sugar beets turned rotten and brittle under her. She spotted a house in the distance. Her house, the farmhouse her grandmother had raised her in, the windows beaming with warmth. The house was safety. The house was home. But it receded into the distance with each painful step. The air around her became thick with fog, and the house disappeared altogether, swallowed whole by the encroaching shadows. She tripped, landing on her hands and knees. She rolled over, scrambling and kicking at the ground. Mud clung to her clothes and hair. The coldness from the ground soaked into her bones. The wolf prowled closer. Its lean muscles moved gracefully under the coat of fur. It snarled, eyes lit with hunger. Her fingers fished around on the ground, searching for a weapon, anything. They struck something smooth and hard. She grasped it and pulled it from the squelching mud. An axe, its sharp blade glistening with moonlight. The wolf leaped, gaping jaws unhinged. Scarlet lifted the axe, bracing herself, swung. The blade cut clean through the beast, cutting it into 2 pieces from head to tail. Warm blood spattered over Scarlet's face as the 2 wolf halves landed on either side of her. Her stomach roiled. She was going to throw up. She dropped the axe and collapsed back on the ground. The mud squished around her ears. Overhead, the moon filled up the whole sky. Then, the wolf halves began to rustle. They gradually rose up, now only the soft outer pelt of the beast, shorn in 2. Scarlet could make out vague human-like shapes standing over her, each wearing half of the snow-white pelt. The fog cleared, and Wolf and her grand-mère were before her, holding their arms out, welcoming her home. Scarlet gasped. Her eyes flew open. She was met with the sight of steel bars, the earthy smell of ferns and moss, and the clatter of 1,000 birds, some trapped in their own elaborate cages, others flocked in the tree branches that entwined around the enormous beams supporting the glass ceiling. A wolf yipped, sounding both sorrowful and concerned. Scarlet forced herself onto an elbow so she could see the barred enclosure on the other side of the pathway. The white wolf was sitting there watching her. He howled, just a short, curious sound, not the haunting howls that Scarlet heard in her dreams. She imagined he was asking if she was all right. She might have been screaming or thrashing during the nightmare, and the wolf's pale yellow eyes blinked with worry. Scarlet tried to gulp, but her mouth was parched, her saliva too thick. She must be going crazy to be carrying on silent conversations with wolves. "He likes you." Gasping, Scarlet flipped onto her back. A stranger, a girl, was sitting cross-legged in her cage, so close Scarlet could have touched her. Scarlet tried to push herself away, but the action sent pain rippling through her bandaged hand. She hissed and fell back onto the ground. Her hand was the worst of it. The hatchet had taken her left pinky finger to the 2nd knuckle. She had not passed out, though she wished she would have. A lunar doctor had been waiting to bandage the wound, and had done it with such precision, Scarlet suspected it was a very common procedure. But then, there were also the scratches on her face and stomach from her time spent in the company of Master Charleston, and countless aches from sleeping on hard floors for, well, she'd lost count of how many nights. The girl's only reaction to Scarlet's grimace was a long, slow blink. Clearly the girl was not another prisoner, or pet, as the extravagantly dressed Lunars called Scarlet when they passed by her cage, giggling and pointing and making loud remarks on whether or not it was safe to feed the animals. The girl's clothing was the first indication of her status. A gauzy, silver-white dress that had settled around her shoulders and thighs like snowflakes might settle on a sleepy hillside. Her warm brown skin was flawless and healthy, her fingernails perfectly shaped and clean. Her eyes were bright, the color of melted caramel, but with hints of slate gray around her pupils. On top of all that, she had silky black hair that curled into perfect spirals, neatly framing her high cheekbones and ruby-red lips. She was the most beautiful human being Scarlet had ever seen. Yet, there was one anomaly. Or 3. The right side of the girl's face was marred by 3 scars that cut down her cheek from the corner of her eye to her jaw, like perpetual tears. Strangely, the flaws on her skin didn't reduce her beauty, but almost accentuated it. Almost compelled a person to stare at her longer, unable to peel their eyes away. It was with this thought that Scarlet realized it was a glamour, which meant this was another trick. Her expression changed from awestruck and blushing, she despised that she was actually blushing, to resentful. The girl blinked again, drawing attention to her impossibly long, impossibly thick eyelashes.
"Ryu and I are confused," she said. "Was it a very bad dream, or a very good one?"
Scarlet scowled. The dream had already begun to wisp away, as dreams do, but the question reignited the memory of Wolf and her grandmother before her, alive and safe, which was a cruel joke. Her grandmother was dead, and last she'd seen Wolf, he'd been under the control of a thaumaturge. "Who are you? And who's Ryu?" The girl smiled. It was both warm and conspiratorial, and it made Scarlet shiver. Stupid Lunars and their stupid glamours.
"Ryu's the wolf, silly. You've been neighbors for 4 days now, you know. I'm surprised he hasn't officially introduced himself."
Then she leaned forward, dropping her voice to a whisper as if she were about to share a closely guarded secret.
"As for me, I am your new best friend, but don't tell anyone, because they all think that I'm your master now and that you are my pet. They don't know that my pets are really my dearest friends. We shall fool them all, you and I."
Scarlet squinted at her. She recognized the girl's voice now, the way she danced through her sentences like each word had to be coaxed off her tongue. This was the girl who had spoken during Scarlet's interrogation. The girl reached for a strand of filthy hair that had fallen across Scarlet's cheek. Scarlet tensed.
"Your hair is like burning. Does it smell like smoke?"
Bending over, the girl pressed the hair against her nose and inhaled.
"Not at all. That's good. I wouldn't want you to catch fire."
The girl sat up just as suddenly, pulling a basket toward her that Scarlet hadn't noticed before. It looked like a picnic basket, lined with the same silvery material as her dress.
"I thought today we could play doctor and patient. You'll be the patient."
She removed a device from the basket and pressed it against Scarlet's forehead. It beeped, and she checked the small screen.
"You're not running a fever. Here, let me check your tonsils."
She held a thin piece of plastic toward Scarlet's mouth. Scarlet knocked her away with her uninjured hand and forced herself to sit up. "You're not a doctor?"
"No, that's why it's pretend. Aren't you having fun?"
"Fun? I've been mentally and physically tortured for days. I'm starving, I'm thirsty. I'm being kept in a cage in a zoo."
"Menagerie."
"And I hurt in places that I didn't know my body even had. And now some crazy person comes in here and is trying to act like we're good pals, playing a raucous game of make-believe? Well, no, sorry, I'm not having any fun, and I'm not buying whatever chummy trick you're trying to play on me." The girl's big eyes were blank, neither surprised nor offended by Scarlet's outburst. But then she glanced out towards the pathway that wound between the cages, overgrown with exotic flowers and trees to suggest some semblance of being in a lush jungle. A guard was standing at the pathway's bend, scowling. Scarlet recognized him. He was one of the guards that regularly brought her bread and water. He was the one who had grabbed her rear end the first time she'd been thrown into this cage. At the time, she'd been too exhausted to do anything more than stumble away from him, but if she ever had the chance, she would break every one of his fingers in retaliation.
"We're all right," the girl said, smiling brightly. "We're pretending that I cut off her hair and glued it to my head because I wanted to be a candlestick, and she didn't like that."
While she spoke, the guard's glare never left Scarlet, only narrowed in warning. After a long moment, he meandered away. When his footsteps had faded, the girl pulled the basket onto her lap and rifled through it.
"You shouldn't call me crazy. They don't like that."
Scarlet faced her again, her gaze dragging down the raised scar tissue on her cheek. "But you are crazy."
"I know."
She lifted a small box from the basket.
"Do you know how I know?"
Scarlet didn't answer.
"Because the palace walls have been bleeding for years, and no one else sees it."
She shrugged, as if this were a perfectly normal thing to say.
"No one believes me, but in some corridors the blood has gotten so thick there's nowhere safe to step. When I have to pass through those places, I leave a trail of bloody footprints for the rest of the day, and then I worry that the Queen's soldiers will follow the scent and eat me up while I'm sleeping. Some nights I don't sleep very well."
Her voice dropped to a haunted whisper, her eyes taking on a brittle luminescence.
"But if the blood was real, the servants would clean it up, don't you think?"
Scarlet shivered. This girl really was crazy.
"This is for you," she said, astoundingly bright once again. "Doctor's orders are to take 1 pill twice a day." She tilted toward Scarlet. "They wouldn't let me bring you real medication, of course, so it's just candy."
Then she winked, and Scarlet couldn't tell if the wink was to indicate that the box contained candy or not. "I'm not going to eat it." The girl lifted her head.
"Why not? It's a gift to cement our forever friendship."
She pulled the lid off the box, revealing 4 small candies nestled in a bed of spun sugar. They were round as marbles and bright glossy red.
"Sour apple petites, my personal favorites. Please, take one."
"What do you want from me?" Her lashes fluttered.
"I want us to be friends."
"And all your friendships are based on lies? Wait, of course they are. You're Lunar." For the first time, the girl deflated a little.
"I've only ever had 2 friends,"
she said, then glanced quickly at the wolf. Ryu had lain down, resting his head on his paws as he watched them.
"Other than the animals, of course. But one of my friends turned into ashes when we were very little. A pile of girl-shaped ashes. The other has gone missing, and I don't know if he'll ever come back."
A shudder ripped through her, so strong she nearly dropped the box. With goosebumps all around her arms, she set the box on the floor between them and picked mindlessly at her dress.
"But I asked the stars to send a sign that he was all right, and they sent me a shooting star across the sky. The next day was a trial like any trial, except the earthen girl standing before me had hair like a shooting star, and you'd seen him."
"Do you ever make sense?" The girl pressed her hands onto the ground and leaned forward until her nose was almost touching Scarlet's. Scarlet refused to pull away, though her brain hitched.
"Was he all right? When you saw him last? Sybil said he was still alive, that he may have been used to pilot that ship, but she didn't say if he'd been injured. Do you think he's safe?"
"I don't know what you're—" The girl pressed her fingertips against Scarlet's mouth.
"Jason Clay," she whispered. "Sybil's guard, with the blonde hair and beautiful eyes, and the rising sun in his smile. Please, tell me he's all right."
Scarlet blinked. The girl's fingers were still in her mouth, but it didn't matter. She was too baffled to speak. The battle aboard the Rampion was mostly a blur of screaming and gunshots in her memory, and her focus had been on the thaumaturge then. But she did vaguely recall another person there, a blonde-haired guard. But the rising sun in his smile? Please. She sneered. I remember 2 people trying to kill me, and my friends.
Yes, and Jason was one of them,
she said, evidently unconcerned with the whole killing part of Scarlet's statement. I guess so. There was a blonde guard. Glee spread over the girl's face. The look had the power to stop hearts and brighten rooms. But not to Scarlet.
And how did he look?
He looked like he was trying to kill me, but I'm sure my friends killed him first. That's usually what we do to people who work for your queen. The smile vanished and the girl shriveled away, tying her arms around her waist.
You don't mean that.
I do, and believe me, he deserved it. The girl was beginning to shake now, like she was on the verge of hyperventilating. Scarlet decided without much guilt that if that happened, she wouldn't do a thing about it. She wouldn't try to help her. She wouldn't call for the guard. This stranger was no friend. Across the aisle, the wolf had climbed onto all fours and was pawing at the base of his enclosure. He began to whimper. After a few moments, the girl managed to get herself under control. Sliding the lid back onto the candies, she settled them into her basket and stood, hunching in the small cage.
I see, she said. That will conclude this visit. I prescribe adequate rest and—
She sobbed and turned away, but paused before she could call for the guard. Slowly, stiffly, she turned back.
I wasn't lying about the walls that bleed. Some day soon, I fear the palace will be soaked through with blood, and all of Artemisia Lake will be so red, even the earthens will be able to see it.
I'm not interested in your delusions. A sharp, unexpected pain shot up through the arm that Scarlet was using to support herself, and she crumpled to the ground, waiting for the pinpricks of pain to fade. She glared up at the girl, angry at how weak and vulnerable she was, angry at the flash of a concern in the girl's eyes that seemed so honest. She snarled up at her. And I don't care for your mock sympathy either. Your glamour, your mind control. You people have built your entire culture on lies, and I want nothing to do with it. The girl stared at her for so long, Scarlet began to wish she hadn't said anything. But keeping her mouth shut had never been a great talent of hers. Then, finally, the girl tapped her knuckles against the bars. As the guard's footsteps padded down the pathway, she reached into the basket and retrieved the box again. She set it down at Scarlet's side, tucking it beside her so the guard wouldn't see.
I haven't used my glamour since I was 12 years old,
she whispered, gaze piercing, as if it were very important to her that Scarlet understand this.
Not since I was old enough to control it. That's why the visions come to me. That's why I'm going mad.
Behind her, the bolts of the cage door clunked open. Your Highness. She swiveled on her toes and ducked out of the cage, her head lowered so that her thick hair hid both her beauty and her scars. Your Highness. Stunned, Scarlet lay on the ground until her tongue began to turn to chalk from thirst. As far as she knew, there was only one lunar princess. Other than Cinder, of course. Princess Winter, the Queen's stepdaughter. The unspeakable beauty, the scars that, according to rumor, had been inflicted by the Queen herself. When she glanced back toward the wolf's cage, Ryu had wandered away, toward the back of his enclosure. He had been given much more space to prowl than Scarlet, perhaps 1/4 of an acre of dirt and grass, trees, and a fake fallen log that formed a quaint little den. Sighing, Scarlet looked back up at the glass ceiling, where she could see black sky and countless stars between the tree branches. Her stomach panged, a reminder that her one small meal had been devoured hours ago, and, unlike Ryu and the white stag that had lived in an enclosure farther down the aisle, and the albino peacock that sometimes wandered freely between them, Scarlet wouldn't get another meal until tomorrow. It took a long time of battling her weakened willpower, feeling the weight of the candies beside her. She had no reason to trust that girl. She didn't trust that girl. But after her stomach had begun to ache from hollowness and her head to spin with hunger, she gave up and pulled the lid off the box. She pulled out one of the candies. It was glass smooth beneath her teeth. The outer shell cracked easily, giving way to a warm, melty center that burst sweet and sour on her tongue. She moaned and let her head fall onto the hard floor. Nothing, not even her grandmother's prized tomatoes, had ever tasted so good. But then, as she was working her tongue around her gums, searching out any missed bits of the candy, a tingling began to warm her throat. It expanded outward, into her chest, and through her abdomen and along her limbs, all the way to her missing finger, leaving a trail of comfort in its wake. When it was gone, Scarlet realized that it had taken her pain with it. Chapter 59. It was like being drawn slowly from the serene darkness. The way one wakes up when they've been having a lovely dream and their subconscious is struggling to hold them there, just a little while longer. Then, with angry resignation, Kai was awake, his eyes wide open and staring up at unfamiliar slats, the underside of a bunk bed. He rubbed his eyes, thinking maybe he hadn't awoken entirely yet. His chest was throbbing and there was a nauseous twist in his stomach. He turned his head to the side and felt an ache in his neck. Reaching up, he discovered a bandage taped beneath his hairline. But his attention was already moving on, wandering around the room. There was a tiny desk and a utilitarian closet on the other side. Though the room was so small, he almost could have touched them from where he lay. A dim light had been left on beside the door. The walls were metal, and the slightly scratchy blanket he lay on was military brown. Pulse speeding up, he reached for the bunk overhead to keep himself from hitting his head as he swung his legs over the side. His feet landed on the uncarpeted floor with a thunk, and he was surprised to discover he was wearing shoes. Dress shoes, and dress slacks, and his wedding shirt and sash, now wrinkled and untucked. Great stars, the wedding. Mouth suddenly dry, Kai lurched out of the bed and stumbled toward the small window. He pressed his hands to either side. His stomach dropped in unison with his jaw. Great stars indeed. He'd never seen so many in all his life, and never so bright. It gave him a strange sensation of vertigo, like he should have been looking up into the night sky, but the gravity was all wrong. Where was the horizon to orient himself? A cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he pressed his cheek to the wall, trying to peer as far down as the small window would let him. And then, Earth. Kai shoved himself away from the wall. He nearly fell over, but caught himself on the upper mattress of the bunk. His heartbeat clanked and shuddered. Mysteries began to click together in his muddled brain. Cinder, a knife, the bandages on his wrist and neck, his tracking chips. Wasn't the chip in his neck supposed to be top secret? And a gun or something embedded in her hand, the lingering sting beside his sternum. Had she shot him? Raking a hand through his hair, he turned and wrenched open the door. He found himself in a narrow hallway, more brightly lit than the room had been. At the far end of it opened up into a kitchen of sorts. He could hear voices coming from the other direction. Pulling his shoulders back, he marched toward them. The hall opened into a huge metal room cluttered with plastic storage crates. Through a doorway, he saw the lights and instruments of a cockpit, and another breathtaking view of Earth. 2 people were seated in the cockpit chairs as he approached. "Where's Cinder?" They spun to face him, and the girl launched herself to her feet.
"Your Majesty!"
The man, a huge grin spreading over his face, was slower to stand, first grabbing a cane from against the wall. "Welcome aboard the Rampion, your majesticness. Captain Carswell Thorne, at your service." He bowed. Kai scowled. "Yeah, I recognize you." "You do? The man's smile grew wider, and he nudged the girl with his elbow. He recognizes me. Where's Cinder? The girl swayed nervously on her heels.
I believe she's in the pod ship dock, Your Majesty.
Kai turned and marched out toward the cargo bay and yelped. Another man was sitting cross-legged on top of a packing crate, shirtless, with a needle in one hand, a thread in his mouth, and a pile of bloodied bandages beside him. His torso was marred by numerous wounds and scars, both old and new. He had a black tattoo stamped on his left arm. Pulling the needle through a gash on his chest, he let the thread drop from his mouth and nodded. Your Majesty. Choking on his heart, Kai found himself anchored to the floor, expecting the man to leap at him and maul him to death at any moment. He hadn't yet seen one of the Queen's wolf soldiers in person, but he'd seen plenty of vids. He knew how fast they were, how deadly. But after an awkward, silent moment, the man simply returned his attention to his wound.
Your Majesty?
Starting, he whipped his gaze back to the blonde girl.
Would you like me to take you to the pod ship dock?
He forced his hands to unclench, reminding himself that he was the ruler of the Eastern Commonwealth and would behave accordingly, even among criminals and monsters. Thank you, he gasped. That would be appreciated. Cinder chewed on her lower lip while she twisted the wires together, fastening them with a wire connector. All right, try that. Aiko, flat on her back, cast her gaze downward, then tilted her head to the left. Her eyes brightened, and she tried to the right, daring to test the full range of motion. She beamed.
It works!
Cinder tapped her chin with the end of the fuse pullers. There's still a little bit of a bend in that third vertebrae, but there's nothing I can do about it now. We'll just have to wait until we can find a replacement piece. Try your fingers again. Aiko wiggled her fingers, then her toes. She lifted her legs until they were perpendicular to the floor, then kept going so that she was practically kissing her knees. Letting out a yelp of delight, she flipped forward, using the momentum to spring up onto her feet.
It works! It all works!
Aiko, knock it off! Cinder scrambled up beside her. I still need to— Before she could finish, Aiko pulled her against her bosom, squeezing and swaying and trembling with joy. An android, trembling with joy.
You're the best mechanic an android could ever ask for.
Say that again when you don't have an enormous gaping hole in your throat, Cinder said, prying herself out of the embrace. Aiko checked her reflection in the window of the pod ship and flinched. The paneling from the top of her throat to her sternum was flayed open to give Cinder access to her internal workings. Her central processor, wiring, and mobility mechanics were on full display.
Oh, yuck,
said Aiko, trying to cover the hole with both hands. I hate when my wiring is showing. I know the feeling. Cinder pulled a pair of pliers off the wall's magnetic strip. Come here. I'll see if I can bend some of that external paneling back into place. A lot of your skin fibers are beyond repair, so it's not going to be perfect, but it's all I can do right now. You might have to wear turtlenecks for a while. Sighing, Aiko came to stand beside Cinder. Figures that as soon as Captain Thorne brings home this marvelous body for me, those stupid lunars go and ruin everything. Cinder smirked. Stop talking for a minute while I do this. Aiko impatiently tapped her fingers against her hips, while Cinder warped the external paneling into something that resembled the shape of a clavicle. Behind her, the door hummed open. Here she is, Your Majesty. Cinder stiffened, the pliers still clamped onto Aiko's paneling. She heard footsteps, and then Aiko screeched and shoved Cinder and her tool away.
Don't let him see me this way!
She yelled, diving behind the pod ship. Gulping, Cinder tucked the pliers into her back pocket and slowly turned around. Kai's gaze was dark as it swooped over her, to the pod ship, and Aiko's legs beneath it, to the tool chests and power cords fastened to the walls, before landing on Cinder again. Cress and Thorne hovered curiously by the door. You're awake, she stammered. Then, realizing that was a stupid thing to say, she attempted to stand straighter. How do you feel?" "Kidnapped? How should I feel?" She rubbed her wrist, tempted to call up a glamour to disguise her cyborg hand, which was also stupid, of course. And, besides, it was something Levana would have done. "I was hoping you'd feel well-rested," she said, attempting a weak smile. She was met with no reaction. No smile, no chuckle, not even a flicker of humor. She pressed her lips together. "We need to talk," said Kai. Thorne let out a slow whistle. "No one ever likes to hear those words." Cinder glared at him. "Thorne, why don't you go give Aiko a tutorial with the cockpit controls?" "Excellent idea," Cress chirped, nudging Thorne back out the door. "Come on, Aiko." Aiko was still hiding, hugging herself self-consciously. "Is he looking?" Kai raised an eyebrow. "He's not looking," said Cinder. A hesitation. "Are you sure?" Cinder gestured exasperatedly at Kai. "You're not looking." He cast his eyes to the ceiling. "Ugh, for all the stars." Crossing his arms, he turned his back on them. Cinder waved at Aiko. "All clear. We'll finish that up later." Braids bouncing, Aiko darted to join Cress and Thorne in the hallway. "I'm so happy to see you're all right, Your Majesty," she called to his back. As the door slipped shut, Aiko flashed Cinder an encouraging thumbs up. And then they were alone. Chapter 60. "I can't believe you kidnapped me!" Kai yelled, spinning back to face her before Cinder could brace herself. "We're on a spaceship, Cinder! In space!" He pointed at the wall. It wasn't actually an exterior wall, but Cinder didn't feel the need to point that out. "I can't be on a spaceship. I have a country to run. I have people who need me. We are on the verge of a war. Do you understand that? War, where people die. I cannot be up here messing around with you and your band of misfits. Do you even know that you're housing one of her mutants up there?" "Oh yeah, that's Wolf. He's harmless." She rolled her eyes. "Well, not harmless." He laughed, but it was sharp and delirious. "I can't... How could... What were you thinking?" "You're welcome," she muttered, defiantly crossing her arms. He glowered, rather ungratefully. "Take me back to Earth." "I can't do that." "Cinder!" He huffed, reconsidered, softened. Just a bit. The change put an instant dent in Cinder's defenses, prompting a strange tingle behind her ribcage. She dug her fingertips into her elbows. "As someone who understands why you did this, and admires your ability to actually accomplish it, I am pleading with you. Cinder, please, take me back." She filled up her lungs. "No." The softness was gone, instantly. Tipping his head back, Kai strung both his hands through his hair. It surprised her how familiar the gesture was. "When did you become so frustrating?" She scuffed the toe of her boot against the floor. "Fine. As your emperor, I command you to return me to Earth, immediately." Cinder rocked on her heels. "Kai, Your Majesty. You may recall that I'm lunar, and lunars are forbidden from being granted citizenship in the Eastern Commonwealth. Therefore, you're no longer my emperor." "This isn't a joke." She was surprised at how the words stung. Like before, in the palace, indignation reared up fast and burning. "You have no idea how seriously I'm taking this. Are you? Do you even know what the consequences are going to be for what you've done?" "Yes, actually, I know this is a war. I'm aware that more people are going to die before this is over. But we didn't have a choice." "Your choice was to stay out of the way. Your choice was to do nothing. This is my job, my responsibility. I'm the emperor. Let me handle it." "By letting you marry her? That's handling it." "It's my decision. It's a stupid one." Kai spun away. His hands clawed into his hair. Whatever product had been used to style it for the wedding was making it messier than usual. And, stars, he looked good. Cinder smothered the thought, annoyed with herself. "Please," he said, his voice strained as he faced her again. "Please tell me this isn't some petty act of jealousy. Please tell me this isn't all because I asked you to the ball, or that time in the elevator, or— Oh, you can't be serious. I hope you don't really think so little of me. You shot me, Cinder, and then you kidnapped me. I honestly don't know what to think. Well, believe it or not, we didn't just do this for you. We're trying to save the whole world from your power-crazy fiancé. I refuse to let Levana become empress. I refuse to give her free reign over the Commonwealth. But we need more time. More time for what? All you've done is make her angrier, so that when she retaliates, her wrath is going to be that much worse. Was that a part of your master plan, or are you just making this up as you go along?" Cinder's blood began to boil, and she desperately, desperately wished she could tell them that, yes, of course, they had a grand master plan that was guaranteed to work, guaranteed to rid them all of Queen Levana and her tyranny forever. But there was no guarantee. Only a string of hope and the knowledge that losing wasn't an option. She swallowed hard. "I have a plan to end this for good, but I need your help." Kai pinched the bridge of his nose. "Cinder, I hate Levana as much as you do, but she's the one pulling the strings here. She has this army. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Those little skirmishes that killed 16,000 people a couple weeks ago? Laughable compared to what she's really capable of. Plus, she has an antidote to letimosis, and we desperately need it. You know how much we need it. So, while the idea of marrying Levana and crowning her empress makes me want to gouge out my own eyes, I don't have a choice." "Gouge out your own eyes?" she said softly. "She could make you do that, you know." His expression darkened. "So could you, I'm told." She looked away. "Kai, Your Majesty." He waved his arms through the air. "Kai is fine. I don't care." Cinder pressed her lips. It felt like a victory, but an unearned one. "You have to trust me. We can defeat her. I know we can." "How? Even if— Let's say you did. Let's say you even managed to kill her. There's still a whole posse of thaumaturges ready to take her place, and from what I've seen, they're not much better. We'll choose the person to replace her. We already have her replacement, actually." He snickered. "Ah, I see. Because you think the lunar people will bow to just any— one." He trailed off, eyes widening, and for a moment his anger was gone. "Unless— Wait. You don't mean—" She looked at the floor. He took a single step toward her. "Did you find her? Princess Celine? Is that what this is all about?" Cinder took the pliers out of her pocket, needing something to fiddle with, while her nerves sparked and sputtered. She remembered that her metal hand was still bare, but Kai hadn't glanced at it once through the whole argument. "Cinder!" "Yeah," she breathed. "Yeah, I found her." Kai pointed toward the cargo bay. "Is it that blonde girl?" She shook her head, and Kai frowned. "The girl from France? What was her name? Scarlet something?" "No, not Scarlet." She squeezed the pliers, trying to direct all her frazzled energy into them. "Then where is she? Is she on this ship? Can I meet her, or is she still on Earth somewhere? Is she hiding?" When Cinder said nothing, Kai frowned. "What's wrong? Is she all right?" "I have to ask you something, and I want you to be honest." His eyes narrowed, instantly suspicious, which bothered her more than she cared to admit. She loosened her grip on the pliers. "Do you really think I brainwashed you before? When we met? And all those times before the ball?" His shoulders drooped. "Really? You're changing the subject to talk about this?" "It's important to me." She turned away and started gathering the tools she'd used to fix Aiko. "I understand if you do. I know how it must have looked." Kai fidgeted with his ceremonial sash, then, after a moment, pulled it over his head and bunched it up in his fists. I don't know. I never wanted to believe it, but I've had to wonder. And when you fell and I saw your glamour... Cinder, do you have any idea how beautiful your glamour is? Cinder cringed, knowing that he didn't mean it as a compliment. Painful to look at were the words he'd used at the time. No, she said, distracting herself by returning each tool to its designated place on the magnetic wall. I can't see it. Well, it was a lot to take in that night. But then, Levana has manipulated me plenty of times, so I know what it feels like, and it never felt like that with you. She released the last tool. Of course, the media wants to think that's what happened. It would be convenient. Right, she glanced at him over her shoulder. A convenient excuse for inviting a cyborg to the ball. He blinked. For inviting a lunar to the ball. The knot that had been tied up in her stomach for weeks began to unravel, just a little. Not that it makes a difference what I say, but I never did. Manipulate you, I mean, and I never will. She hesitated. It was a promise that she didn't know if she'd be able to keep, not if he didn't agree to help them. And I did try to tell you about being cyborg. I mean, kind of. I'm sure I considered it at least twice. Kai started to shake his head and she held her breath. No, you were right. If you'd told me, I probably never would have spoken to you again. He stared down at the sash twisted between his fists. Although, I like to think I would act differently now. He met her gaze and she noticed, with a start, that his ears had gone pink. And then his lips quirked into the faintest of smiles. It was the smile she'd been waiting for. It didn't last long. Cinder, look, I'm glad I'm not married right now, but this was still a huge mistake. I can't risk angering Levana. Whatever you're planning, you have to leave me out of it. I can't. I need your help. He sighed, but it was shaky, and she could tell his resolve was crumbling. You think Celine can overthrow her? Biting the inside of her cheek, she nodded. I do. Then I hope she intends to do it soon. Dragging her hands down her sides, Cinder felt nervousness pressing against her ribcage. Kai, she may not be exactly what you were hoping for. I don't want you to be disappointed. I know you put a lot into trying to find her, and... Why? What's wrong with her? Cringing, she knotted her fingers together. Metal and skin. Well, she was rescued from that fire, but it destroyed a lot of her body. She lost some limbs, and a lot of her skin had to be grafted, and she's just not entirely whole. He furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Is she in a coma? Not anymore. She braced herself for his reaction. But she's a cyborg. His eyes widened, but then his attention was darting around the room as if he couldn't look at Cinder while he adjusted to that information. I see, he said slowly before meeting her gaze again. But is she all right? The question caught her by surprise, and she couldn't help a startled laugh. Oh, yeah, she's great. I mean, half the people in the world want to kill her, and the other half want to chain her to a throne on the moon, which is just what she's always wanted, so she's fantastic. He stared at her like he was once again questioning her sanity. What? Cinder shut her eyes and tried to bury her mounting panic. Opening them again, she spread her hands, placating. Hesitated. She looked at the ceiling, took in a breath, met his gaze again. It's me, Kai. I'm Princess Celine. Chapter 61. Kai's face was made up of confusion, like she'd spoken gibberish. His wedding sash slipped out of his hands and drifted to the floor. When the silence slipped toward awkward, Cinder cleared her throat. And in case you weren't sure, I was being sarcastic before about all that great stuff. Not that, I mean, I know you have your own things to worry about, so you don't need to. I'm fine, really. It's just been a rough few weeks with the whole, she circled her hands wildly through the air, peony ball Levana wedding thing, and now Dr. Erland is dead, and Scarlet is gone, and Thorne is blind, and Wolf, I'm not sure. He's so still these days, and I'm really starting to worry about him, but I've got it under control. I can do this. Stop. Please, stop talking. She clamped her mouth shut. The silence dragged on. Cinder opened her mouth, but Kai held up his hand. She shut it again, bit her lip. You? He finally said. You are Princess Celine? Grimacing, she rubbed at her wrist. Surprise? All this time? She ducked her head, suddenly uncomfortable at the way he was looking at her. Yeah, technically. Dr. Erland figured it out first when I was taken in for the cyborg draft. He ran my DNA and... yeah. But he decided not to tell me until I was locked up in prison, which complicated a few things. Kai guffawed, but not in a mean way. Inhaling a shaky breath, he rubbed the palms of his hands into his eyes. Then, as quickly as his disbelief had come, the comprehension came faster. Oh, stars. Levana knows, doesn't she? That's why she hates you so much. That's why she's so determined to find you. Yeah, she knows. And it was you. This whole time, it was you. You're actually taking this better than I thought you would. He dragged both hands down his face. No, it almost makes sense. Kinda. He scraped his gaze over her. Although, somehow I always pictured the princess, I don't know, in a dress. Cinder laughed. And I always thought that when I found her, it would be so easy. We would just present her to the world and announce her as the true queen, and Levana would crawl away to some hole. I never imagined that Levana would already know, that she would be fighting it. She quirked an eyebrow. I'm beginning to think you may not know your fiancé very well. He scowled at her. That's it, Cinder. No more secrets. I don't know if I can survive any more big reveals from you. So, if you have anything else to tell me, out with it. Right now. Cinder rocked back on her heels, pondering. Cyborg. Lunar. Princess. No more secrets. No more lies. Well, just one. She thought she might be a tiny bit in love with him, but there was no way she could tell him that. I can't cry, she whispered instead, hunching her shoulders. Kai blinked twice, then scratched his ear and looked away. I already knew that. What? How? Your guardian may have said something about it, and I've seen your medical records. Her eyes widened. You've seen... You know? You were a fugitive, and I needed to know more about you, and I'm sorry. She squeezed her eyes shut. She'd seen the diagram of her cyborg implants. Every wire, every synthetic organ, every manufactured panel. Thinking about it made her feel nauseous. She couldn't imagine what someone else would think when they saw it. What Kai must have thought. No, it's all right, she said. No more secrets. He took a step toward her. Your eyes, are they really? Synthetic, she murmured, when he couldn't say the word himself. And that's why you can't cry? She nodded, unable to look up at him, even as he came to stand not 2 steps in front of her. I don't need the tear ducts for lubrication, and they were getting in the way of... She tapped a finger against her temple. I have a retina scanner and display in my eye. It's like a really small netscreen, so there's a lot of wiring. Oh, stars, I can't believe I'm telling you this. She buried her face in her hands. It's kind of brilliant, said Kai. She nearly choked on her own laugh. Kai reached for her wrists. Can I see? She groaned, knowing that if she had the ability to blush, her face would be as red as his wedding sash. Mortified and resigned, she let him pull her hands away and struggled to hold his gaze. He stared into her eyes like he could see through to her control panel, but then, after a moment, he shook his head. You'd never even know. Trying not to fidget, Cinder raised her eyes to the ceiling, hating herself a little bit for what she was about to do. But what did it matter now? He would never again be fooled into thinking she was human. Watch the bottom of my left iris, she whispered. She turned on the retina display, pulling up a news feed she'd been watching before they got to New Beijing. News from the African Union. An anchor was talking, but Cinder didn't bother to turn on the audio. Kai dipped his head. It took a moment, but then his lips parted. Is that? Newsfeed. It's so small. Just a dot, really. It looks a lot bigger to me. A tingle traipsed down her spine at how he was studying her, almost in childish awe, and how he was so close, and how he was still holding her wrists. He seemed to realize it at the same time. His expression changed suddenly, and she knew he wasn't looking at the retina display anymore, or even her synthetic eyes. He was looking at her. Her heart pattered. Kai licked his lips. I'm sorry I had you arrested, but I'm glad you're all right. Really? You don't hate me for shooting you? His lips twitched and he glanced down. Taking her cyborg hand into both of his, he lifted it between them, eyeing the metal fingers. I don't remember that medical diagram saying anything about a gun. My security team probably would have found that to be useful information. I like to maintain an air of mystery. I've noticed. She watched his thumb trace the length of her fingers, finding it hard to breathe, impossible to move. The hand is new, she whispered. It appears to be excellent craftsmanship. His voice, too, had dropped. It's plated with 100% titanium. She didn't know why she said it. Hardly knew what she'd said at all. Bending his head, Kai pressed his lips to her knuckles. The plating had no nerve endings, and yet the touch sent a tingle of electricity along her arm. Cinder? He lifted his gaze. Just to be clear, you're not using your mind powers on me right now, are you? She blinked. Of course not. Just checking. Then he slid his arms around her waist and kissed her. Cinder gasped, pressing her palms against his chest. Kai pulled her closer. Seconds later, her brain began registering all the new chemicals flooding her system. Increased levels of dopamine and endorphins, reduced amounts of cortisol, erratic pulse, rising blood pressure. Leaning into him, Cinder sent the messages away. Her hands tentatively made their way to his shoulders before stringing around his neck. Then, somewhere in the rush of sensations, Cinder's attention snagged on the retina display, alone against the darkness of her eyelids. At first, it was only a dim, annoyed awareness, but then... Farafra, Lunars, massacre. Her eyes snapped open. She pulled herself away. Kai started, "Whoa, I'm sorry." She started to tremble, still focused on the news feed. A moment passed in which she was watching the feed with horror, and then Kai cleared his throat. His voice had gone heavy. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. No! She grabbed his shirt before he pulled away from her. It's Levana. His expression turned cold. She's retaliated. She attacked. Cursing, she tore her hands away from Kai, covering her face while she digested the news. A swarm of lunar soldiers attacked the oasis town not 2 hours ago, before disappearing into the desert as fast as they'd come. They murdered both the civilians and the Commonwealth soldiers who had been sent to question them. Pictures flashed across the scene. Blood. So much blood. Cinder, where? Where did she strike?
Africa. The town.
She gulped.
The people that helped us.
Something snapped in her head. Screaming, Cinder reached for the strip of tools, seized a wrench, and threw it at the far wall. It clattered harmlessly to the floor. She grabbed a screwdriver next, but Kai just as quickly lifted it from her hand. "Has she put forth any demands?" he said, absurdly calm. She clenched her empty fists.
"I don't know. I just know they're all dead. Because of me. Because they helped me."
She fell into a crouch. Covering her head, her entire body was burning up with fury. At Levana, but mostly at herself, at her own decisions. Because she'd known this would happen. She'd made the choice anyway. "Cinder, this is my fault." A hand settled on her back. "You didn't kill them."
"I might as well have."
Did they know the risk they were taking when they helped you? The danger they'd be in? She turned her head away from him. Maybe they did it because they believed in you, because they thought the risk was worth it.
"Is this supposed to be helping?"
"Cinder."
"You want to know another secret? The biggest secret?"
She sat, splaying her legs like a broken doll in front of her.
"I'm scared, Kai. I'm so scared."
She thought it might feel better to say the words out loud, but instead they only made her feel pathetic and weak. She wrapped her arms around her waist.
"I'm scared of her, and her army, and what she can do. And everyone expects me to be strong and brave, but I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea how to overthrow her. And even if I succeed, I have no idea how to be a queen. There are so many people relying on me. People who don't even know they're relying on me, and now they're dying. All because of some ridiculous fantasy that I can help them, that I can save them. But what if I can't?"
A headache began to throb against her temples, a reminder that she would be crying right now, if she were normal. Arms wrapped around her. Cinder pressed her face against his silk shirt. There was some sort of cologne or maybe soap there, so faint she hadn't picked up on it before. "I know exactly how you feel," Kai said. She squeezed her eyes shut. "Not exactly." "I think pretty close." She shook her head. "No, you don't understand. More than anything, I'm afraid that the more I fight her, and the stronger I become, the more I'm turning into her." Sitting back on his heels, Kai pulled away just enough to look into her face without releasing her. "You're not turning into Levana."
"Are you sure about that? Because I manipulated your advisor today, and countless guards. I manipulated Wolf. I killed a police officer in France, and I would have killed more people if I had to. People in your own military, and I don't even know if I would feel bad about it because there are always ways to justify it. It's for the good of everyone, isn't it? Sacrifices have to be made. And then there are the mirrors. Such a stupid, stupid thing, but I'm beginning to get it. Why she hates them so much. And then she shuddered. Today I tortured her thaumaturge. I didn't just manipulate her. I tortured her, and I almost enjoyed it."
"Cinder, look at me." He cupped her face. "I know you're scared, and you have every right to be, but you are not turning into Queen Levana."
"You can't know that."
"But I do."
"She's my aunt, you know."
He smoothed back her hair. "Yeah? Well, my great-grandfather signed the Cyborg Protection Act, and yet here we are." She bit her lip. Here they were. "Now, let's never talk about you being related to her again, because I'm technically still engaged to her, and that's really weird." Cinder couldn't help laughing, even exhaustedly, even just to cover up the screaming inside. As he bound her up in his arms again, her headache began to fade, replaced with the strength of his heartbeat and the way she felt almost delicate when she was pressed up against him like this. Almost fragile. Almost safe. Almost like a princess. "You won't tell anyone, will you?" she murmured. I won't. And if it turns out I make a terrible princess? He shrugged against her. The people of Luna don't need a princess. They need a revolutionary. Cinder furrowed her brow. A revolutionary, she repeated. She liked that a lot better than princess. The door zipped open. Cinder and Kai jumped apart, Kai scrambling to his feet. Cress, breathless and flushed, paused in the doorway. I'm sorry, she said, but the news feeds. Levana— I know, said Cinder, forcing herself to stand. I know about Farafra. Cress shook her head, wild-eyed. It isn't just Farafra. Their ships are swarming Earth, every continent. Thousands of soldiers are invading the cities. Her other soldiers? She shuddered so hard she had to grasp the doorframe. They're like animals, like predators. What is Earth doing? Asked Kai, and Cinder recognized his leader voice. Are we defending ourselves? They're trying. All 6 countries have declared a state of war. Evacuations are being ordered. Military is assembling. All 6? Cress pushed her hair off her brow. Khan Torin has temporarily assumed the role of leader of the Commonwealth until your return. A heavy silence pressed against Cinder's chest. Then Kai turned to face her, and she could feel the gravity of his emotions without looking at him. I think it's about time you told me about this plan, he said. Cinder curled her hands into tight fists. The possibility of their success had seemed so faint that she'd hardly considered what would come next. She'd hoped they would have some time, at least a day or two, but she saw now that there would be no such respite. War had begun. You said yourself that the people of Luna need a revolutionary. She lifted her chin, holding his gaze. So I'm going to Luna, and I'm going to start a revolution.
This is Rebecca Soler. We hope you've enjoyed Cress, a Macmillan audiobook from Fievel and Friends. This program was directed by Maddie Argyropoulos. Text copyright 2014 by Marissa Meyer. Production copyright 2014 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.